550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in that wonderful technicolor rainbow in between, welcome to tonight's coverage of the Titan Esports OQ run. I am What's Pretty, and joining me today is one of my better halves for the rest of this season. It's Sater. How you doing tonight, Sater?
I'm doing good. A bit tired as usual on the EU. Gotta have to change up the time zone. I'll just move over to America at this stage. But no, very excited to be jumping back in and seeing how our boys are going to do. In a tough position now. It's all or nothing, right?
Yeah, we are in the losers bracket currently, but Titan Esports did pull off an immaculate upset in their last match versus Akuma Esports and now have set themselves to continue this lower bracket run. And their next opponent here is Zero Animosity.
Yeah, both of these sides seem to be absolutely incredible at the way they play. It's just TES, they're the team we will have to root for, as you can see clearly on Britty, there is a Titan Esports logo. Firmly strapped there, has to be done. I am in EU.
We're on the Titan Esports broadcast.
I'm not doing it. I'm not being shipping. I'm sorry. To everyone in Titan, I'm not doing it. EU only. But look, it's all about the draft. It's all about that fearless. It's all about getting off on the right foot and securing those picks and immediately taking away a Gragas from the top side and saying to Solit, look, we're not going to let them counter you with something that you can never kill. Let's get some damage up there and let's get it rolling.
Yeah, I think something that we talked about a lot the last time we were on this broadcast was Solidified as a potential carry threat for this Titan Esports team, and Paragon's immaculate bottom lane play as these two, not solo lane carries, but these two carries for this squad, as Frozen Titan also does an excellent job in mid, but also has the ability to play some of those utility characters like the Talias every once in a while. So I'd love to see them pull out something like that. Put GFP on a bit of a tank, let him play his Skarner duty for this game one if it doesn't get banned out. I know Skarner got nerfed. He's not in the best spot. It's a fake nerf. Yeah, Titan Esports is actually going to be the one to ban it away on the blue side, interestingly enough. So this kind of frees up Zero Animosity for the no longer necessary ban, as they're going to take away Cassante instead. And there's still plenty of power picks available for Titan if they want to grab something strong on this first pick.
Yeah, the Varus and the Ashe are still available, which has been the absolute hot topic in that bot side. It's something that is just utility strong, but Wukong, the other jungler that... Skarner and Wukong are the two that I'm constantly seeing. I am starting to think that Skarner is fake now and Wukong is just the better one overall. But not a bad first one. It sets up team fights. It's tanky. It has a lot to work with. But they are going to hop over and give over Azir. And for a jungle pick, I'm kind of hoping to see something very tanky. Like just take a Sejuani. Take something that can just survive. Maybe. But no, Karma.
Karma as a blind pick, it is flexible between top and support here, so they do have the ability to move that around if they want to, but it's interesting to see the Karma blind so early on in the draft. Not a lot of teams have been taking advantage of the flexibility of that pick. There's that Talia that I was mentioning just a couple minutes ago, most likely going into the hands of a Frozen Titan. And it's just going to be a matter of, are they going to grab a support here? Are they just going to blind pick an AD carry like you were mentioning? That Corki, not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking either the Varus, the Kalista, the Ashe, one of these other stronger picks. But the Corki, I think, still strong enough currently. He's been a lot more of a presence in the early game and a bit more of an early game threat, as it's going to be Jinx paired up with that Karma.
Yeah, there's always a chance that there is some debauchery going on here. There is some madness with Corki going mid, Talia bot. There has been some people that have been opting to bring it down there for one reason only, is you can pair it with a Pantheon. It has been in a couple of scrim games that I've been looking at from inside sources, but it has kind of changed up some drafting. This exact draft has happened once with the Wukong Talia Corki. I don't think they're on the same page, but as we do get into the rest of this, Xin Zhao, Olaf, Gwen, very top heavy, 4 bans so far from Zero Animosity towards Solidify. On the other side, it's been a bit mixed 2-2, but it's going to be an Ornn taken away, so top lane is heavily touched here.
Yeah.
And maybe we're going to see it return to like really old style top laners like Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai Malphite still up and available. Pantheon was an option that Zero Animosity are going to take. Again, the Karma and the Pantheon still retain flexibility with each other. I think I'd rather see the Karma paired with the Jinx just for that better early game safety and early game lane pressure as Pantheon. I'd rather see him in the solo lane matching up against whoever Titan is going to grab here for Solidified. Is it going to be the Rel, which means we're not going to be seeing any sort of Talia bottom lane shenanigans most likely.
That should be a jungle Pantheon, right? It shouldn't be solo lane. That could be a jungle Pantheon. That's LEC.
It could be jungle Pantheon. I didn't even consider that. Yeah.
Yeah, and we will see the Ambessa come out, which usually we see banned when the Cassante is also being banned. You kind of trade those two off for one another, Cassante versus Ambessa. You just get rid of both. But we will be seeing the Renekton into it, which I think Ambessa does get the better of Renekton. The kind of in the early to mid, but Renekton, known as the crocodile that sits in bushes, as we have casted a few games with a bush Renekton just killing people absolutely everywhere. So let's hope we don't see that right now, because we kind of want to see Ambessa really shine in this one.
Yeah, we are hoping to see success for the Titan squad here. This is going to be a biased stream. We're going to be cheering for our boys there on Titan. Solit on the Ambessa has that grasp versus Albino Spino has the press the attack, which I think has started to come back in favor for the Renektons recently. I've been seeing a lot of Conqueror recently, but press the attack has been making a comeback, and I think it's still a very strong rune for the Renekton.
Yeah, it does a lot when it comes to that empowered W. It just immediately sets up perfectly for them to just kind of rip through anything, set up that press the attack, and set up your damage. And I've been playing a lot of that in Arena, and boy, I tell you, it's fun. It is very fun when you get that augment for press the attack. But as we do have a quick look and see how everything's shaping up, there's going to be no lane swaps. There's going to be no reverse Australia style playing right now. It's going to be very, thank God. But yeah, we're going to be moving away from that. Very happy to see. But the lane that I'm kind of most expecting to see early kind of aggression in is probably that bot side.
Yeah, I expect, especially with the Karma bringing Ignite, that Z-Score will want to play a bit more aggressive in this laning phase. But I do want to mention it while we've got a chance to breathe down here. We are on a patch 25.05, which means that lane swaps are no more, right? Decided we're going to get rid of it in the harshest way possible. Even if you're trying to, like, just bring a jungler up pre-4 minutes, that lane swap detection will kick in, and it is a harsh penalty.
Yeah, it is. We have to see exactly what's going to happen with this. I'm looking at the Ambessa, and it all comes down to just landing like the cunning sweep into that Sundering Slam. If you get that, you usually win the trade if you get both of those off. And then last trade on top of that will really help. But Talia, I'm kind of worried about which mid laner is going to be more impactful in terms of roaming, because you think Talia will be the first one to move. But if Azir gets to a fight, that Shurima shuffle will just absolutely just destroy people. It just makes that flanks, puts that up, and it just kind of stops anyone getting to that kind of jinx, and that's where the damage is going to come through after. So things could get a little bit worrying in this one.
Yeah, I think especially with how low range this Titan comp is, it's something that we didn't get a chance to mention in the draft. Corki, Talia, even Wukong, these are all champions that thrive in these low to mid range skirmishes and engages. And Azir Jinx are very happy to play a longer range scuffle. And even then, Azir, if he wants to engage, these targets are all going to be sort of clumped up together. There's not a big chance for them to play a longer, more spaced out fight. So I can see Titan Esports potentially having trouble or having some difficulty trying to manage team fights in that mid game.
Yeah, but for the moment, early game is nice and quiet. Not much happening. We're just seeing a bit of pressure coming in on the bot side. The same with the top, with Solidify going quite low from what I can see on the left, with the pro comps going in favor of TS, which for us is a good sign. Very excited to see that. But it still comes down to execution. You can have the best drafted comp in the world, and if you don't play to your win condition, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, that win condition is going to be either this Talia Corki, or it's going to be the Ambessa if Solidified can get ahead in this isolated top lane matchup. So far has been dealing pretty okay, but this wave state is very rough for the Ambessa. Renekton gets to hold on to this one, and even with the potion advantage in Solidified's pocket, Albino just gets to press this advantage, and you can see how aggressive a Renekton can be in the early game.
Yeah, and you can also see immediately that Wukong is going towards that top side. They're clearing towards bot currently, as both junglers are. It was Mahiru that was there first, sitting in that tri-bush, waiting to see if Solidify would make a mistake. But on the other side of things, Wukong reset is now heading back up that side. We should see some assistance head that way, or Wukong will just say, I'm not going to help that lane, I'm just going to get to that Drake first.
That first dragon is going to be either Hextech or Chemtech. I'm assuming it's going to be Cloud, actually. The overlay was lying to me. How dare it? It's going to be Cloud Dragon first here. So not the highest priority individual dragon, so I wouldn't be shocked if we saw the teams playing more for the lanes than for the objective itself. But with those feats of warfare, maybe it is better to grab that early dragon. As we're looking at a potential dive up here on the top side, we do see Mahiru up here. Solidified, not level 6 just yet, is starting to back off as Wukong is in the area. They're just going to force them away from the dive, and Power Pantheon E, meaning that extra movement speed just gets him out of dodge, but Talia going to force the flash at him here at the very least, so gets that one away. So overall, Titan Esports, good response to the dive.
Yeah, very good call there for Solidify to say this is a diveable opportunity. Let's see if we can get some people up here. GFP is the first one up there, and Talia following. That wall also available, but we do also see Z-Score here on the Karma has moved up towards those grubs, which should help the Pantheon set those up, while we do see Garrett is heading into this mid lane. Rel, I'm not sure if Azir is the best target for you pre-6.
Yeah, a difficult one to gank, to be sure, unless Talia can get some kind of insane seismic shove set up. And, you know, for Frozen Titan, it's something we've seen them do before.
It is for sure, but it's a play that has a risk factor to it that I'm not comfortable with when that Emperor's Divide can throw you into a tower. Let's chill for a moment.
Because Rel is so committal on that engage.
Exactly, it's all or nothing style, and we do see Wukong seeing that the Void Grubs have now been taken. We get that lovely audio and visual cue that pops up. Same as for them in game. They know that objective is now gone. They will go straight towards that Drake, not finish the scuttle. And a little bit of pressure now in the bot side as Corki looking comfortable, but you can see the item difference. That tier taking away so much money. BF sword to tier and double longsword.
Yeah, there's a slight AD discrepancy, and especially with Z-Score playing this early game Karma, providing so much extra damage in the early. It makes life difficult for the Corki and the Rel, but so far, Paragon and Garrett have been, I would say, sustaining very well. I would expect this to be a lane where Corki ends up losing some CS and ends up losing a lot of priority, but the fact that they're only a few minions behind here and there, and they're managing to stay even in terms of XP, I think is very good for the Titan bottom lane.
Very good for the Titan bottom lane. Corki has incredible scaling, but not a few get hit by that, as that will do a lot of damage if Karma can lock you down with it. It was an empowered ult as well. Decent work coming through, so yeah, I think for the moment, yeah, they're in a comfortable position. Corki does scale incredibly well, same as Jinx. Jinx does have the caveat that a reset is required to fully unlock the champion, while
first blood in the bottom lane. Yeah, Z-Score caught out as now GFP is going to get into the mix, but it seems like the Wukong wasn't even necessary for that first blood, just an overstep from the Karma, and that's the power of the Corki Rel. They can punish so hard.
Yeah, the Corki Rel just kind of ran that one down. I'd love to see if we get a replay on that one to see exactly what happened, because Wukong just seemed to sneak in and then flash on them, and it was just an immediate kill. Z-Score didn't even get a chance to flash, so let's see, does Z-Score walk up a little bit too far here and Garrett starts it? Yeah, it's a Q combo knock up, and here comes the... Oh, it wasn't even assisted by the Wukong.
Yeah, Wukong did not get anything on that. Was looking for the follow-up on Bebzy, but didn't manage to find anything in that regard. At least forced the flash out of the Jinx, so trading jungler flash for flash is, you know, something you're always fairly happy with, but it does mean that Jinx gets more time to pick up that farm, pick up that XP, and stay relevant in the game.
Yeah, it's a decent state for them now, as we do see Karma was roaming up towards that top side. I think Solidify is really starting to feel the pain of that exceptional freeze coming out from the Renekton. Yeah, there's still a lot in the game. First blood, first Drake against Grubs. It's a decent position, but I do think Titan Esports might need to pick up the pace just a little bit, just to get that feat of warfare, get those 3 kills and put yourself on the board for that, because Pantheon, once he kind of starts to feel himself on the champion, those ults will start coming in rapidly, and there's really not much you can do when Pantheon decides to kill you.
But for now, they do have a bit of time before that Jinx really starts to get online. There's going to be a window of space where Pantheon is starting to fall off and Jinx hasn't hit that big power spike in terms of her items just yet, that I think is really going to be Titan's chance to jump in this game, start to take over, and look to really press their advantage. But Pantheon still strong in the early game, so I think they're still just biding their time, looking for advantageous positions that they can take advantage of.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is for now, as both junglers still happy just power farming this one out. Slight advantage towards the Wukong right now, as their pathing is allowing them a little bit extra space in terms of getting to the camp a little bit earlier, as Pantheon is searching a little bit more. But he has found something here, as that is a flash immediately.
Yeah, respect Flash to get away from that. As soon as Azir dashes in like that, you know the jungler is most likely on the way as Garrett attempts to get an engage on to Bebzy, but doesn't manage to find too much outside of that stun. So Jinx will manage to walk away and starting to get a lot more trading and a lot more aggressive in these lanes as these first items are nearing completion and those 2-2 boots are starting to come through.
Yeah, as we do go back towards the spot side where Paragon and Garrett are trying to get some more pressure down onto the Jinx there. Not quite landing them just yet, though, as they did manage to clear out some vision, but they took a fair chunk of damage in return. As we see, those grubs have been started, will be taken, and we will have to keep an eye on that top side, because that could lead into a dive.
It is going to be the second spawner grubs also taken by Zero Animosity, so they are going to get all 6 of those. I don't think this is going to be a game where we're going to see a ruinous Atacon, so no worries about that empowered 6 grubs side lane push from the Renekton, but the turret pressure will still start to mount as it's going to be another attempt to engage from Retrozing in the mid lane. Gets a nice shove over the wall, and Frozen Titan has the phase rush. Doesn't have the flash, though, so I think will eventually just go down here as Mahir Shina is going to pick that one up. But it's the response dive in the bottom lane as Paragon's going to pick that kill up on Bebzy. Now teleport in from Retrozing. The members of Titan are fairly low. Garrett already went down, and now GFP, you have to try and find your way out of this one, but I'm not sure it's going to be possible. Trying to just play a little brushy here and there, gets a clone off, looks for a turret on his Z-score, but can't manage to pick up the kill. It's a feat of warfare picked up for ZA.
Yeah, and they've also got grubs on the other side of that one, so they've gotten 6 now. Their tower pressure is now incredible, so they can just search for that to get that unlocked boots. Also, that Drake is spawning. A lot has been used in that bot side, including the Rel ult is gone, GFB's ult is gone, so the fight might not be incredible for them with those 2 down, as that is their main form of lockdown, as in this bot side right now. Origin, let's see how this one goes. So they do get the Jinx from this one, so it looks like maybe just an all-in burst onto the Jinx. Yeah, the ult used
Nice combo.
pretty well. Valkyrie goes in. They do manage to take a little bit too much damage onto the Rel in the end, though, and it does get traded back just alone by Karma. And then the collapse comes through from the rest, as we'll see Corki flying off in the distance, saying, I'm not having any part of that.
Yeah, we do see in that live replay, or in the live screen on the bottom right there, Renekton did pop Dominus, and there's a potential dive being set up on that top side of the map, as Retrozing is also rotating his way up there, but I'm not sure he's even necessary. Solidified doesn't have the ulti, does have the flash and the dashes, though. Gets that public execution down, and Alvino Speedo's gonna go down! Solidified flashes from the spear! The 1v2 outplay!
You can freeze, you can stop, but I will still outplay you under the tower. That is a massive swing in favor of Solid. And they also still have their TP. They can get back to that wave. They can pick up a couple more CS and they can get themselves back into this one. It is a massive turnaround. We see the Eclipse now finished as well. So item done. It's just that boot, obviously. The play the steel caps are available for Renekton, but that's everything they need to maybe get some pressure on this Renekton and start turning that lane.
Yeah, and especially with the Pantheon spending so much time up there on the top side, it meant that Wukong GFP was able to pick up that second dragon, so denied that second feat from ZA. So still on the table for who wants to pick up those empowered boots, and with the turret plating coming down soon, you have to worry about that top lane turret just getting absolutely rattled with a 6 grub Renekton.
We do have to keep our eye on that one for sure to see that warfare. The feats be completed. I am a little bit more comfortable in seeing that Eclipse though, but Pantheon is once again in this top side. And look at the pink wards they have in the top side jungle. There is 3 pink wards surrounding that Wukong. So if Wukong even thinks about going top, they're going to be spotted out no matter which way they go. And Pantheon also has that ult, so any gank that comes through in the middle or top, Wukong will be spotted. They'll know everything. Pantheon just has to wait for that opportunity to drop that ult.
Yeah, ZA has done a decent job of playing around their top side, but they're looking for the bottom lane as it's another dive. It's going to be turned around for 2 kills, but they are bullying this Jinx under her turret as the kill will be gifted over to Mahiro, so shut down the double kill over to the Pantheon. But if you're Titan Esports, aside from like the Karma, that's probably the best person to get that kill.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, I think Pantheon has a lot of strength in this game and can really get onto those targets, but once that Celia gets online and we start seeing that Pebbles just kind of flow out, Pantheon has a hard time actually engaging on something like that. There is something about that Unraveled Earth stopping Pantheon getting to it, while Wukong sitting in a nice position here. We could see something, at least a burned flash maybe, from the Azir. But here comes Garrett as well. They want
Garrett's
this
in
kill.
the area as well. That's going to be the shove used already, and there's the flash. Retrozing not able to get that dash far enough away. So a nice little attempted gank there from Titan Esports, and no flash Azir means that you can set that up for a potential return, as Albino Spino and Solidified are going to trade up here, but with those Eclipse procs, I think the Redacted a little bit less happy to be taking those 1v1s.
Yeah, the Black Cleaver coming out to try and cut through some of that armor, especially for the later stages of the game with the Wukong, the Rel. They want to be able to shred through that armor. Just, it doesn't do enough in the lane against Mbessa at this stage. You kind of would like to see the Renekton go into maybe a little bit more of a damage source, but as we do see in the top side, I believe that's a big trade happening, as I saw a big chunk of damage leave from Renekton. But they will get first tower here, so at least that's something for them. Just, what is the idea now? Because that's a big gank.
Gets the shove onto a Frozen Titan, but with the Phase Rush and the Flash will get out of a danger zone. Teleport in from Solidified as well. Now the Rift Herald up. The engage from Gary Myers into the public execution as well. They want everything on this Azir, but beautiful shields from Z-Score. It's going to keep them alive, but not for long enough. Shut down over to Paragon. Flash in from Garrett Myers and Mahir Shira will be the next to fall. Shut down over to Solidified. And Titan Esports have found their opportunity to find their engage.
And look at the timing of it, straight into the Rift Herald. They might lose a top tower. Oh no, we've already got bot. We got that feat. Straight into the last objective they need. And that unlocks the boots for them. That gets everything they need. Who cares if you got the first 3? We'll take the first 6.
Yeah, a big deal for Titan Esports, those upgraded boots, giving them that little bit of extra power, especially those upgraded Swifties on both of the bottom lane members, means that there will be no escape and a very much more difficult time getting a chase down onto these targets.
Yeah, a lot of really, really good work taken in there. I just love the timing of that idea. Like, it was a great timing for them to try and take mid pressure themselves there, ZA, but just the response coming through, like Garrett recognizing it, the rest of the team rallying around, even Paragon arriving on that Corki was perfect. So you see the idea here. These ears like, all right, I've got this Leah. Gets stunned up by the pebbles, immediately steps back. The rest of the team is like, okay, yeah, cool, we'll arrive. Here comes Solit. Garrett knows immediately, Mbessa is with me, I can go for the Solidify, lands it straight onto the back, and then look at this. No one is touching this Corki. Everything is surrounding Corki. It is a beautiful work.
Yeah, and especially the gold being given over, like we mentioned at the top of the day, to Paragon and to Solidify, these two members that are so key to the success of this Titan roster. It's been such a big deal for them. When they get ahead, the team is ahead, and they feel like they're winning.
Yeah, and here comes Third Drake. So on this one, Renekton does have the TP, while Solidify does not. Solidify has to walk down for this one. So see the Renekton also follow with that. They're trying to set up for something here. They're going to use that Rift Herald mid to help open up that mid lane, get some push onto that. But Solidify is already fighting with the Renekton off to the side. It will crash, but no damage, but sets them up for Drake. How fast is the response from CA to get down for that one?
Yeah, you see Solidified on the flank, keeping eye on the members of ZA. As Leowall's just going to be used to keep them away. The Dragon's getting bursted down, but it's not super fast. Mahir Sheena still has a chance to get in, gets the Q off, but the smite comes through. GFP does not lose those, and everyone from Titan will walk away with a clean Dragon take.
Clean Dragon take. They're still behind in gold. ZA are still in a really good position, but they've gotten that third Drake. It is Hextech. You get Hextech on this one with the poke you have from Corki, from the Talia. Those slows will be very easy to land, which will set up nicer engages for the Mbessa, for the Rel. It's looking good. Their win condition is now set to that Drake. That Drake is the reason they will win or lose this game. I'm excited to see if they'll be able to fully unlock this, because they've played around these Drakes quite well. And to be honest, EA have been letting it slip a little bit, with Pantheon being on opposite sides of the map or forcing fights on those Drake spawns. I think right now we're going to see Mahiro just completely say, they're not getting another Drake. We're locking this down. No more pink wards top side. Move them bot side. I don't care if they get Baron. We can't let them get Soul.
Yeah, I think especially with the Otacon spawning on the bottom side, pretty much the entire next 5 minutes of this game is going to be spent on the bottom half of the map, which means that these TPs are going to be much more important for both of these sides, as Mahiro is playing up towards this top side right now with no objectives up currently, just trying to protect Retrozing and not allow this Azir to be under threat. But I think Titan is happy to just let Mahiro play this top side for now. They're getting control of the bottom side of the map. They're letting Mbessa get this 1v1 versus the Renekton, which at this point in the game, she's so happy to have.
Yeah, very, very happy, as we do see Origin getting a little bit of damage down here on Z-Score. That's very aggressive stepping forward there. There's no response.
In the meantime, Mahiro... Yeah. Mahiro found the kill on the top side as now Paragon tanking up the turret. They did get the kill on Z-Score. Super Mega Death Rocket will not find its mark onto the Corki, but Jinx forced to flash away as on the top side there was an attempted gank that ended up working out. Frozen Titan did fall, and now teleport into the mid lane. They're looking for a punish, but the TP is so late.
Yeah, that new TP timing is absolutely disgraceful. I don't know what Riot were thinking with that one. It's just a useless spell now. It is just for farm. But does manage to get there, does move towards the bot side now. It just feels so bad now, Brady. It feels so bad.
It's definitely a nerf towards flanking teleports, but if you can use that TP to play a side lane and get into the fight before it starts, or maybe set up on the other side of a fight before it starts, you have to be there before.
They're top laners and mid laners. They don't think like that.
Wait, hang on. I'm looking at the minimap. Is that actually Ruinous Otacon and not the Voracious one? I didn't realize how...
You gotta get over this.
Oh, look, this was a low-kill game for the most part. I'm very surprised to see that it's actually Ruinous. I'm happy because I think for Titan especially...
Damage and trading,
damage and trading as well.
Into it, and you have to remember that bot side was heavy poke on both sides with Karma versus Corki. There's going to be a lot of trading. True. You know, and
I have to remember it is not just the kill score, it's also the amount of damage dealt in the game, and with Pantheon, Renekton, Ambessa, Taliyah, Corki, Karma, like you said, a lot of damage being traded, a lot of numbers being thrown around means that it will be Ruinous, and that's a big deal for both sides because it's either Ruinous on a 6 Grubs or Ruinous on a potential Hex Tech Soul. Either way, massive game-shifting buff as both these teams are now lining themselves up to play for it.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is here, because Taliyah Wall could be used again to try and keep them away from it, or do you want to try and set up for the fight? Because the fight is something you possibly go for. Double item Corki, Muramana completed, double item Jinx, Runes, and Yuntal. Both ADCs that are ready to rock on the other side. Top laners, Renekton isn't as ready as Ambessa is. Mid laners, Azir's a little bit more ready. Who are you putting your faith in? Ambessa versus Azir, Jinx versus Corki? I'm always inclined to believe in the Jinx. Let's see what they want to do here, ZA, because right now it is in their hands. They have prio.
Oh boy, they are looking to start up the objective, and Titan is not in a spot to currently contest. This take will be slow, as Otacon is very tanky and makes you very weak. So the take is going to be much slower, especially without Bebsy in the area. Garrett Meyerson is going to spot this one out, down to 9,000. They do have Frozen Titan up there on the top side. And it looks like Titan is now going to teleport them in, so they're looking for a contest. Otacon down to 7,500, and ZA, seeing the response, is just going to start peeling everyone away. The Otacon doesn't reset, though, so very importantly, that objective is still going to be online, but in the meantime, GFP getting caught out on the sideline. Mega Death Rocket caught by Garrett Meyerson, doesn't manage to catch GFP. Otacon down to 6k, but it's going to reset on the aggro now, and everyone will walk away, but GFP, very dangerous flanking route there.
Yeah, I was watching them the whole time they were moving through that flank, and it was just, I don't think there was an actual thought going through their head. It's like, me go in, we win. It just wasn't the call, but Drake is about to spawn. You've used your ult. This looks like a free take possibly here for ZAs. They've also put in that Azir turret into mid lane. That will help control the waves and keep them crashing. Well, Garrett right now...
possibility of a smite steal. That ward in the pit is unspotted. They're going to look for a turnaround. A massive engage from Garrett Meyerson. The 3-man shockwave gets them all down. But where's the follow? Where's the rest of the team? Origin is out of mana currently, but Frozen Titan is not. He is putting down the damage on the Taliyah. Fire and rocks left and right. Bebsy's going to get that first reset, but Z-Score is going to get shut down. Bebsy still free firing on the backline, though, solidified a little too low to try and help out. And there's that free firing Jinx. Is finally going to get taken down. Solidified turns it back around, picks up one, picks up the shutdown. But Retro Zing will get the last kill of the fight. A messy scuffle. 4 for 5 in favor of ZA.
Yeah, they managed to turn that one around. We saw that reset come through from the Jinx, and the health bars just started to disappear, and I think a little bit more mana available for that Corki. We might have seen a little bit of a different fight come through there, but as we saw this one start, Taliyah walls it off. They keep themselves at a good distance, and it also keeps Paragon safe. But the most worrying thing about this one was, as soon as it went in, Frozen Titan just gets obliterated by abilities. Look, there's one. Yeah. Knocked back. Oh, they didn't even get knocked back, but they just disappeared. Where is this going?
It was a good attempted engage from Garrett Meyerson as well. Got the 3 in, but I think the combo of the Taliyah wall and Paragon not having a ton of mana just meant that there wasn't a ton of follow-up for Titan here.
Yeah, it just seems so messy.
We're going to have to hop back to live here, though, as the Dragon is currently being taken. GFP is into the pit. Dragon down to 5k. Teleport in from Solidified. Albino Spino is going to be marking that one. The smite comes through, but Mahiru gets the steal with that Comet Spear. Albino might be the target for Titan if they can turn it around, but the massive shield from that Stax means that Titan, now the one's potentially in trouble. Solidified goes for an engage, but it's just going to get picked up. GFP's down as well, and there goes Garrett Meyerson. Titan Esports had control of the game, but ZA snatch it back from them.
And this is what I was talking about before. This is like the Drakes. They cannot go back over. ZA have to fight for every single one of these. And you've seen it now immediately. They've got it. They're also moving straight towards the Baron. Not even caring about the mid pressure anymore. As we will see Azir stick around to try and push some more of that in. But yeah, this is the worst kind of timing for Titan to kind of lose some of these fights, because they lost the Drake, yes, that's fine. But also into the Baron when they're already down so many towers. They're trying to catch up. It might give them Atacan, but also wave's already pushed in on the bot side. We already see no one's able to push in that mid wave. The reset will come through. The Hex Gates are there. They'd love to go for it, but they just don't have the speed. And 6 Grubs plus Baron will definitely change things. So let's see what happened here. Who goes down first here from the side of Titan? That
I think it's
leaves it to be a bad fight.
Yeah, GFP just gets one shot by Albino's Meek there, and then the rest of the fight it's just scattered.
Yeah, we see Solid trying to get onto the Azir there and just does not have the damage in that time. And Garrett does their best to try and buy time for Origin to just flash out.
Yeah, an unfortunate spot for Titan to be in, but the Baron take should not mean the end of the game, but an uncontested Otacon might, just as Titan is not in a spot to contest this. They can't walk up with the threat of this Baron wave. They have to try and just respond across the map, but now it means 6 Grubs plus any extra Hextech Dragons they get, plus their Baron buff, advanced by this Otacon buff. 25% increase on all active Epic Monster buffs, and you get a ton of Blood Petals on the Aftermath as well. So some extra XP, AD, and AP as well. It's just a huge spike for ZA.
Yeah, you can see towers just disappearing in front of that Azir and Karma combo as they're going to continue pushing the bot side. No, I saw pings there and I was like, no, you do not continue pushing that. You relax now. You've taken a lot. Get your resets in. We see that IE now completed for Jinx. And I feel like this is the first time I've casted a Jinx game in a while, Brady, where they've built correctly.
Yeah, I was about to say earlier on in the game, I don't think there's a single build path this game in particular that I can truly complain about. Normally, I'm always the one that's like harping on players' build paths, especially with those support items, but Z-Score went for Moonstone first with that Dream Maker. It's going to be the Locket first for the Rel. We saw Corki do Triforce Manamune, which is a solid build. The Jinx going that proper build path. I think this is a game where we're happy with everyone's item choices.
Yeah, everything seems to be working out perfectly for them right now as well. Every single team is starting to hit spikes around the very same time, and there is a slight goal lead now available for ZA, but where the items are, they matter with the Mbessa and the Corki, with the 3 items on both of the carries. Everything seems okay on that front, with Corki being equal to Jinx, but Slit, you're going to get spotted by that. You have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, it gets tagged by that Mantra Inner Flame as Z-Score is forced to lose that flash, but now Garrett Meyerson potentially the target, Locket and that Celestial Opposition, keeping them safe, but they take so much damage on the back half of that as teleporting from Albino Spino now means that it's just turret is gone, Demolish Proc eats that for breakfast, and now with those 6 Grubs, they're just continuing the pressure. Titan just doesn't have the wave clear.
Yeah, not with that Baron up, but it is now starting to peel off, so that will be ZA also peeling off as they know once that Baron goes, the wave clear will be there from the Talia, will be there from the Corki, and they'll be able to clear out those waves with ease at that stage. But as long as that Baron buff's up, they have no hope. So we'll see what the setup is now. We do see that last Drake is now spawning in a minute, hopefully for TES, and they'll be able to unlock that soul. But on the other side, they're always down to fight for these. CA is ready.
Yeah. Those Grubs and that extra Otacon doesn't provide them a ton of in-combat value just on that singular Hextech Dragon. So the 5v5 is potentially still in favor of Titan, but those 3 items on Jinx are so scary. If Titan cannot get rid of her early on into the fight, if they can't force her out, if they can't stop her from getting a reset, Bebzy is just going to run these late-game team fights.
For sure, as we do see that the Renekton has already moved. Solidify does have the TP available, so they are going to start walking a little bit later. Renekton will get there first. Will the TP be used now from Solidify? I would be using it now. I'd be getting there before the fight actually starts. That flank is only good if you both
got time
get onto Jinx.
Yeah, he does also have the Serpent's Fang as solidified in a little bit early, but GFP is going to go for the engage as well. They're just going to eat Z-score for breakfast. Goodbye, Karma. A minus final force to flash over the wall as well, and a massive pick for Titan Esports means that there shouldn't be a chance for ZA to get the engage on the Dragon.
Yeah, that is absolutely beautiful as they use the wall to separate two members from tree, and they focus down onto Karma. They also burn the Flash and Dominus, but hero play from Pantheon. Lovely.
Yeah. Eyes on Mahiru. That Pantheon Q Smite is such a deadly combo. It's like the Cho'Gath ulti Smite. It's like every single jungler has the ability to take that down, but Mahiru is going to be forced out of it as Solidified is going to TP in. I think just give their life to make sure that the soul will go over to Titan Esports. Hang on, ulti in, Grand Starfall. Mahiru wants to keep this fight going as RetroZing is going to dash over the wall, but I think Paragon and the rest of the members are out of there as Frozen Titan tries to channel the teleport but doesn't manage to get through. Gets a decent chunk of damage onto Bebzy, but can't finish that kill off. So 2 members lost to secure that Dragon Soul. Yeah,
Dragon Soul is very important for them. It's definitely a win condition, but losing 2 off the back of that one still is a bit of a sting. Let's hope that they can hold on to this mid tower, which is so heavily pinged right now by the side of CA. That is the last outer tower before they start knocking on the base. And once you start losing base towers, the morale just seems to shrink in the team. So let's hope that they can keep this one alive as Garrett is thinking about it. Gives us Haramis thumbs up to say, yeah, I can't do this alone, guys. I need someone with me. And okay, that was not the call.
Yeah, I do think with the Hextech Soul, it's going to be a lot easier for them to keep up in terms of wave clear, as those extra lightning zaps from everybody on the team means that the waves get a bit more shredded, and as long as the Baron isn't on the side of ZA, it means that these waves are going to be a lot more squishy, as Garrett is going to interrupt that recall from Hiroshina, but Baron up in about 10 seconds, and with Mahir wanting to recall, I wonder if they just have another item in inventory, or if they need something else.
Might even be at this stage just going back for wards and trying to lock down more of those. We do see a lot of the top teams just recall for wards whenever a major objective is about to spawn, and Baron currently unwarded by either team. But once again, we see Solit looking for some sort of flank. Jinx is isolated but not spotted just yet, and they will step back off of this one and just try and get that warding wall pushed forward into the enemy side.
Yeah, we've been focusing a lot on the top laners and the bottom laners here, but I want to take a second to talk about this mid lane matchup, as Frozen Titan, I think, has been a consistently good core piece of this Titan squad, but in this game, has been kind of struggling to find the relevancy, whereas on the other side, RetroZing 5-1-7 on that Azir, 75% KP, has that 4-item spike. It's a bit defensive, but with how the items do work now, with the Zhonya's and the Banshees giving 110, 120 AP each, it's a large number. It means that RetroZing is not going to be slacking in terms of damage.
Yeah, I also think that on the side of Taliyah, a lot more of their kit is based around that utility, so although they don't have the kills or the assists that are matching with the Azir, I think the setup that they've actually acquired for the team in terms of putting those walls up has been a lot more important, and also just that Unraveled Earth is just keeping some of those dashes away from key targets. So although, yes, Azir is pumping out damage, I think that utility might be a difference maker if the game goes long enough. One Taliyah wall can spell the end.
Yeah, we've seen already those Taliyah walls coming up so clutch in fights, getting the pick on Z-score, securing that 3rd dragon for Titan, and now we just sort of have a mid lane siege. Neither of these teams wants to give up mid lane pressure to seed that Baron, as Frozen Titan needs a lot of damage, but Garrett Meyerson looks for the engage, gets it onto 3, but there's no follow-up, so will eventually just drop as Bebzy's now going to get that reset, and Frozen Titan already super low, thankfully has the Archangel Shield, so we'll be able to get out unscathed, but a good attempt from Garrett Meyerson, just out of sync with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, they went in and just Renekton was just too much of a target for the rest of the team. They just tried to get as much force as they could, as they do manage to stop the back of the Renekton, who was shopping peacefully. Serex has been procced, so that is something that they can keep an eye on. They know that Renekton isn't as tanky as they seem, but they still have that full rage available as the ultimate is lit.
Yeah, tries to get that public execution on, but just gets pumped by RetroZing. There's that as you're pumping out the damage. GFP now in the pick, getting the damage on the Bebzy, but again, where's the follow-up? Where's the rest of the damage? They will finally pick up the kill on RetroZing. Origin gets that shutdown as the Baron did reset as Turt dies in mid, but ZA still have control of the pit. 4v2, 4v3 as soon as Garrett Myerson gets here, but the Rel is not here yet. Mahiro now gets the stun down onto Frozen Titan, and Paragon just can't pump out the damage enough. Does finally manage to lock it down. The kill shut down over to Frozen Titan. Paragon pumping out the numbers onto this Corki. Just doesn't have any rockets to get that extra slows. Finally has it in inventory, but where's the damage? Amanda Spino on the backside, unspotted, has the dominance up. A nice flash away from Paragon. Garrett Myerson gets a great Magnet Storm, but again, just no follow-up, just no damage. Paragon too low to take advantage of it, so everyone will walk away. The Bear Buff will not die. A risky fight, but everyone manages to walk away as Paragon is not done yet. Wants a little bit more. Z-Score, I think, just dies here as the Mansion W is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Gets that double proc. Amanda Spino looking for his way over the wall, but Garrett Myerson keeping an eye on him as the Baron will take down Paragon. Z-Score manages to escape.
Was that a Hextech proc on the Baron?
Surely not. Not from that range.
I think it was. I'm not even joking. I think I saw Lightning actually proc back onto the Baron because the Corki was over the wall, so it counts within the range.
Oh, a disaster.
We'll have to have a look at that one on the back, but here comes the fight. So Sola tries to get a flank on, just gets one shot, but Azir out of position, does get forced into Zhonya's, and now you see the timing, immediately take that one down. And we see a Frozen Titan and Origin on the other side trying their very best here to buy time for the rest of the team to get there.
Live.
Yeah, it's actually started on live right now. We will have to see if that one will be taken. It will be taken, and no contest coming through, but yeah, really, really good work there, Origin. Just keeping those slows up. Here comes Garrett, here comes the Horse. Horse is moving at a decent pace, but not quite fast enough, as Origin will continue to try poking this one down. The setup is there, the damage is there. Barrier has not been used at this point by Paragon either, so they're feeling comfortable, maybe trying to go for something here, but the call, once again, the Rammus thumbs up is there. They step back. And this is what I wanted to see. I really do believe this was it. On live, we're back to a fight.
We've got a fight on live. Frozen Titan does pick up a minus Spino, so that's going to be the Renekton already forced out, but the health bars kind of low for the members of a Titan Esports. They have control over the pit, though. Elder Dragon is here, but have to keep your eye on that Pantheon. The steals can't always come through Solidified. Looks for Retrosing, manages to sidestep that wall as well, so no engage for the shuffle either. This should just mean that Titan gets this Elder Dragon for free, as Mahiro's going to step back. It will be trade of a Baron and a Fort Elder. The Elder, though, lasts quite a bit less time than that Baron does, so we're going to have to keep our eye on the disjoint of those timers.
Yeah, we could see a massive shakeup when it comes to the tempo right now, because I think the tempo right now for TES is go, 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 while ZA is just like, buy time. We have a little bit of extra time to work with our Baron. We cannot get caught. We cannot get seen. We have to be very, very safe, as we do see the goal totals coming up right now with Corki taking the lead with some massive shutdowns in the last fight onto the likes of the Azir. And then in the mid lane, that 2k towards the Azir. Mid lane 3k nearly going towards that Pantheon. And then top lane, and Best is actually winning it out, and supports, no one really cares.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this point in the game, the support income does not matter too much. But for now, for both teams, it feels like they're kind of just sitting there and saying, brace for the storm. Try and just outlast each of these others' buffs, as Baron buff is just about 2/3 done at this point, a little bit less, and Elder Dragon has about a minute and a half left on it. So I think these buffs might actually end up running out at just around the same time.
Yeah, maybe so. I want to see that force from TS. Like, this is one of those times where I'm like, pull the trigger as the team, just go for it. Because probably your strongest point is with that Elder, and Elder isn't really a buff that isn't contested a lot. It's not something you're going to get for free. You're always going to end up fighting for it, and I'd love to see them fight this one out, but getting through those Baron waves is still an issue.
Yeah, even with the Hextech Dragon, even with their wave clear coming from some AD sources with Paragon, it still takes them so long to actually press those down. Mahiroshina has translated now to a full tank build on this Pantheon, has that Unending Despair, and now the Canic Rookern gets away from those bruiser items and is going to be scaling into the late game, not in terms of a damage threat or in terms of any sort of like threat in general, but it's just going to be a frontline tank who can point and click crowd control.
That still has an execute, let's be honest. That Q is still nasty.
It's still going to hurt, but a lot less at this point in the game.
Yeah, a lot less. Let's have a look across the map right now and see what's going, because top is even, mid is being pushed just by Solidify, and without a minion wave coming in for bot, it's just going to be a reset, and we are going to see that Elder just dissipate without seeing much to come from it, and that's the worst to come from it from TES, is they now have to reset, realign themselves, and realize we can't give up next Baron. If you give up next Baron and we lose the fight, that Elder's also gone.
It was also the Baron buff not finding any value for ZA, though. So at the very least for Titan Esports, you have the Sanctity is saying, hey, we didn't lose any base turrets. We still have all 3 of those inhibitor turrets standing. No inhibitors down. The pressure is even. And the gold difference, while it is 5k in terms of ZA's lead, I feel like at this point in the game, it starts to matter a hell of a lot less as items are starting to be finished out. Those last item slots filled up as it looks like Bebsy is going to go for that Bloodthirster, whereas Paragon might be going for the Guardian Angel here, unless this is a last item Infinity Edge.
I don't think I'd mind the Infinity Edge. I always like crit. Crit's always just a good bit of fun, the best way to put it. It's enjoyable to watch as something just disappears. Unless you're a Yone or Yasuo player, then no, stay away from me.
Yeah.
But it's just the worst thing they could have made. It's just like, oh, Yasuo's so broken for so many years. Oh, here's his brother. Have fun. Like,
here's his brother, who we made more recently, and he's better. He's a pro play staple, which is horrifying to think about. We've sort of devolved into a little bit of an NARM here. Side lanes need to start being addressed for both of these teams. You see that top lane wave is building up in favor of Titan, whereas the bottom lane wave is starting to push in favor of ZA, as Z-Score is going to eat a lot of damage there off that poke from a Frozen Titan, but no kills are managed to be grabbed. And the teams are just vying for control of this mid lane, looking to see who can break the base first.
I think the most worrying thing right now is the fact that Azir is getting closer and closer to that Rabadon's.
Yeah, that Rabadon's completion will be scary.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, these items now, these defensive ones, have such high AP numbers on them. When you finish that Rabadon's in the late game, I think Azir will be reaching like 800 AP, maybe even upwards of 900 if he has Gathering Storm, but a
Laughs and Vega players.
Yeah, a dangerous amount of AP for people who are not named Vigar.
Yeah, absolutely insane number champion, but Origin now 1 versus 4 in this mid lane. There's still about 2-3 seconds before anyone else is with him, but just standing strong. The angriest little Yordle I've ever seen. We're not
has flash, has barrier.
Yeah,
he says,
yeah.
He says that goes to show you there ain't nothing but a whiskey delta, whatever a whiskey delta ends up being. I don't. Corky has so many lines where I'm like, I know kind of what he's saying. But what on earth is he actually saying?
He knows what he's saying because he's the only person in the Air Force. He's the only one. He just makes stuff up as he goes. There's no one else with him. But he's having a good time. It's just him and Rumble in mechs, and they're completely opposite mechs.
But Titan Esports is now saying, wouldn't you like a taste of the power? As they're going to start turning towards this Baron. He's spotted out by that blue trinket, but the control ward in the pit means that there's no current vision as ZA is looking for their entrance in, but Garrett Meyerson and Frozen Titan are just playing the delay game. Albino Spino going to look to pop that Dominus and get engaged in. Baron down to about 5k, but Solidified on the backside, keeping Mahirashina out of the pit. The Baron's going to start to reset as Solidified now the one in trouble. Mahirashina is going to get shoved back, CC'd up, but a beautiful engage from Retro Sing. It looks like they're going to pick up the kill. ZA turn it around. A double kill over to Bebsy. They're going to look for not a clean ace, but plenty of kills in their favor. And the triple kill for Jinx might just mean the game is over.
Solidify misses that jump in, and it's just a clean fight for them in the end. They may have lost the Azir, but they get everything they need from this one. That is game for ZA. Game 1 will go over, and yeah, I think everything was there for them. They just messed up some of those plays. That Drake fight in the end, the steal from the Pantheon, and then just some great play from ZA to lock down that win condition and keep it away from TES for as long as possible.
Yeah, and again, that Azir engage we were talking about in the draft, the ability for Retrozing to take these lower to mid-range members and just shove them into the team, set up Jinx for those beautiful resets. A rough spot for Titan Esports to be in, as I think we're looking at the wrong pick ban here at the upper side there, but you can see the goal differential across the game. It just was not in favor of Titan Esports for a lot of the time.
I just think that Akali that came through was absolutely incredible. Really, really good work there. No, it was the Azir was truly the difference maker in that one. The damage was just insane, as you can actually see my dog just stretching in the background. We're on podcast, buddy. You got to stop that. But yeah, it was really, really well played by them, and I'm very excited to see how the next game is going to go, because I do think that the win condition for TES was unlocked. They had everything they needed, and it just came to a couple of small mistakes, and just an Azir played a little bit too much, as it does come true in the end. We do see that graph coming through in terms of gold. It was just constantly going to go that way. Some really big turns for TES and some really, really good opportunities. But that Elder is going to stick in my mind more than anything else.
Yeah, the Elder not finding a ton of value versus Second Baron not finding a ton of value just meant that Titan Esports, even with the Hextech Soul, just were never truly in the driver's seat in this game. They didn't have any of those crazy engages that lined up with the rest of the team. We saw Garrett Meyerson have a couple of nice 3-man Magnet Storms. The one at the Dragon fight really stands out for me, but that was the one where Titan ended up losing the Dragon. And there's the one after that in a mid lane fight, but no one was there to follow up. There wasn't a ton of cohesion there in terms of the engages. I'd like to see, if you are drafting a engage support like that, just match up that little bit more, because I think if one or two of more of those fights have an Mbessa flying in, a Talia combo on top of that Magnet Storm, it can really change the course of the whole game.
It could have, yeah, for sure. There was moments there, but it's just that Renekton was just standing there right in front of them, and it's the fear of the crocodile. It's one of those things about NA, they just freak out when they see crocodiles. It's Florida gaming. But look, we'll be back with Game 2 very, very soon. We'll be jumping in the draft as soon as we can, so please do not go anywhere. This is Titan Esports logging out for the moment, and we'll be straight back and hopefully see a Game 3.
feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cushion clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome back, everybody. We are here getting ready for game number 2, getting ready to jump into that draft. I'm still Birdie, that's still Sater, and unfortunately, kind of a disappointing game 1, I feel, from our boys here at Titan Esports. Just couldn't manage to find the win there. They had the objectives, they had the pieces of the combo, but in those mid and late game team fights, the Azir, the Renekton just ended up being too strong and allowing Jinx to just play her game.
Yeah, and that was the biggest issue. The more space that was bought for Jinx, the quicker it was going to be their downfall, and that's what happened in the end. Corki was not doing enough damage to get through that Renekton, sadly, and Bessa wasn't finding those ults to get into the back line, the public execution. They couldn't get onto the target. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough series for them to bounce back from, because they would have felt like they had a great opportunity there to take game 1. And every single time I've watched TES, it's a 2-0 every single time. There's never that bounce back game. So this is the first time I want to see it, Birdie. I want to see them come back. I want to see them bring it to that game 3 and show us the depth that we know they have in their champion pools. We know that every single person on TES is a phenomenal player. And on their day, they are each an incredible threat to whoever they're going up against. We've seen Garrett land insane combo ultis. We've seen Paragon, or Origin as it says on the screen, but Paragon as it is, just rip through people like they're just butter, like just completely eviscerate them. Frozen Titan combos, it's like watching Street Fighter, but they're playing champions that shouldn't have combos like that. GFP, we've seen them take all the objectives, not miss one, because I managed to watch one of the other streams where I didn't watch TES lose, and every single objective was taken one after another, and there was no contest. Everything was clean, every single call, path, everything perfect. And Solidify, what can we not say about Solidify? It's been incredible to watch Solidify grow as the player they are.
Yeah, he's been immaculate in that top lane.
Did I glaze too much there? Was that too much?
No, that was the perfect amount of glaze. We're the Titan broadcast. We're supposed to be doing that. But I have to ask, since this is going to be a fearless best of 3, we're not going to be seeing that Jinx anymore. We're not going to be seeing the Corki or the Talia or even that Ambessa. So with those pieces gone, I'm wondering from you, since you are such a wonderful analyst, what would you do if you were a Titan Esports coach or manager here? What would you be saying to your team? What do you think should go differently in this second draft?
Give them a control mage and play Leona. That'll do. Like, it's one of those things. It's such a simple thing, but just like if you just take utility bot lane, it's something that we've seen Paragon and Garrett play before. They play incredible utility. They know how to play safe or aggressive. But when they play safe, their scaling just kind of exudes pressure constantly. And when you play Leona into likes of Victor, Orianna, anything like that, it's such an easier lockdown than for Garrett to be like, I have to go in, because Garrett is an aggressive player and they do it very well. But if there's one slight millisecond of doubt from someone else walking forward, following, the team kind of crumbles behind that. If you have a Leona and you drop the ult and everyone goes, I can't go, Leona's not in there yet, it's fine. Everyone can stop. It was nice. It was good. It buys time. So maybe Leona is just the answer for right now. I know it's a silly thing to say that everything can be fixed by one champion, but we've seen Faker do it with Galio for multiple years. Like, it can work.
I do think there's a lot of champions that are currently potentially open. I would like to see Titan maybe even drop that Skarner ban on that first round that we saw them on blue side, just because the Skarner bans, they may have been somewhat fake, but the champion also might just be fake at this point. I think people are starting to learn really how to play around him. They're not as surprised by those gank paths anymore. It's not a ridiculous amount of, oh, Skarner's coming through a wall, I have no idea what to do. We've learned how to play around the ulti. We've learned how to play around that E. Maybe we can just let that ban go if ZA pick it up. Mahiru played well in the jungle, but I think the Pantheon Q spike really was a really big deal. It is going to be Titan on the red side this time, so it is going to be on ZA to pick up those blue side bans. But it looks like they're staying practically the same so far with just that Jax to start off.
Look, the way that the jungle is going right now, I'm fully expecting to see Jin Zhao and Vi as priority right now. I think them two will work perfectly for both sides. But usually when you see a Vi, you'll see like a Poppy or something like that come in on the other side. So we might see a swap up with that. But I do want to see Varus. That is the one I want to see from TES. I want that utility. I want that damage. I want that protection in that bot side. I want them to be able to swap things up. On the other side of things, with the Skarner ban going through, I'm heavily leaning towards Jin Zhao Vi now. They're the two champions I think that are just perfect for the both styles of these teams.
Yeah, it is going to be that Skarner ban. I was hoping that we wouldn't see it, but I don't think you should be changing your draft strategy that much midway through a series, so I'm fine to see it being taken out. It is going to be the Cassante, last man, so ZA kind of have their pick of the litter of first picks here. That Varus that you mentioned is still up and available if they want that. There are things like the Xin and the Vi, depending on which one they prefer as their first pick, as it's going to be the Varus. Good call on you.
Yeah, but wrong side. Didn't want to see that. Yeah, so it will be ZA taking up the Varus on the top side. I'm going to be surprised to see anything like there's Caitlyn, Jin. Okay, yeah, Jin. It's a pick you go into Varus because you can outrange the outranger. Like you can just sit back further and fire off the ult, and you're fine. So that's okay. It's just I don't think there's a support that really works alongside that. There is the Vi, so I'm expecting Jin Zhao.
It should be Xin on the other side for sure.
Yeah, I think the only other champion that I can really see maybe going through for this is a Bard, because I've seen a lot of Bards into Jin recently, and I think
as
that
a
might be
pick away
a
as
decent
well.
one.
Yeah,
I think
you can
that's
pick it
a
away with the
decent
Jin
little
Bard
pickup.
combo. Very dangerous.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind seeing that one come true from them now. But Jin, Vi. Okay, so yeah, I'm
Okay, you're
doing
3 for
I'm
3
doing
so far.
I'm doing okay. I'm going to stop speaking now, so I have a nice perfectionist record for the rest of it.
I imagine we're going to be seeing the support pick here as well, as Thresh is the option for Garrett Meyerson. Not exactly the Leona that I think you were hoping for, but it is a less committal form of engage as opposed to the Rel, as when you hit a hook, you don't have to follow in on it. You can just say, hey, I hit the hook. Can we follow up? If we can, good. I'll pull him in. I'll flay. We'll go for all in. But if we can't, I'll sit back. I'll let the hook run out.
If they're going to, are they going to ban? There's something cooking here, and
yeah,
I think it's Silas.
Silas, you think so?
I think so, because we've seen Titan play it before, right? We've seen Frozen Titan play Silas before disgustingly well.
Yeah, Silas is very good. It's just going to be a matter of if they do pick it, are they going to pick it here? Because like Varus ulti is good, Xin Zhao ulti is very good, Bard is, middling here and there, but again, with the massive call-outs, he's cooking on the draft. This is going to be a Frozen Titans Silas. So already a couple of good ultis available to steal away. Like we mentioned, that Zen and that Varus are really good picks, as Wei is going to be the lock-in for mid. Another decent ulti for him to steal, but a difficult matchup, I feel, for the Silas in this particular regard.
Yeah, I'm cooking, but my camera is cooked on the other side. But there's the Poppy as well that I was saying, because if you're going to pick Vi, the Poppy's the actual answer for it. You just stop all the other dashes from coming through with the Qs. So that's actually a really good pick into Thresh, Silas, and Vi.
Ooh.
Well, you do get to steal the ult on the other side of it, but a Mundo, a classic Poppy counter.
Mundo. Yeah, I mean, will be difficult, I feel, for the Poppy in the early game, even with that percentage health damage on the Q. Like, Mundo is just going to out-sustain it over time, but a very different draft identity here, I feel, for Titan Esports, as opposed to that game one. This is much more of a, we're going to brawl from minute one, and if we come out on top, we come out on top, but zero animosity. They've got their Varus for late game if he's going poke or on hit. They have that Poppy and Xin for late game frontline. Wei has really good scaling as well. If the game goes past 25-30 minutes, I worry for how Titan Esports is going to continue to try and find opportunities.
Yeah, opportunities will be Vi based. It's the best way to put it. It's all around that Vi, and I think there's a good chance. But if this was Valorant, for example, or another one of those tactical shooters, it'll be a duelist comp versus controllers. Like, there is so much utility available for ZA, so objective based, they should have a lot more priority. Jin Zhao can buy space, Wei can buy space, Varus, Bard, they can all buy space. And they also have all these engage tools, setup tools, everything they need. Well, on the other side, it's like, Silas, I want to go in. Vi, I want to go in. Mundo, I want to walk where I want to walk. And then Jin and Thresh being like, we're champions that weren't designed for competitive.
Thresh, I would argue, definitely was, but Jin
Used to be, but he's been so nerfed and outdated.
He's been so nerfed, but he is still Thresh. He still does have the Lantern and the Flay, which are arguably some of the best skills for peel and for engage in the game. So, still has the possibility of being good. I'm a Thresh apologist. I'm going to say he's going to be viable until the day League of Legends dies. I think that champion is just perfection.
Oh, that is such a nice start to the lane, though, as Bebsy will get a lot of damage down immediately.
Paragon forced to use that cleanse as well to get away from the stun and the ignite, and this is the issue with trying to lane against Bard in the early game. Those electric procs do so much damage as Paragon forced back, popping those potions, trying to just stay alive in this lane.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to immediate level 2. They're going to have full control now. You see those hot chocolates now appearing from Z-Score as well, as they have that bonus XP coming through from all those meeps and chimes and all the other things bards like to call them. God knows what they actually are. They're just broken. But yeah, so they're going to be very comfortable in this lane. They've shoved it in now. Origin going to have a very tough time getting back, but with Fleet Footwork will have time to do so if they don't get hit. But that's Z-Score's job. You may not be playing Karma, but you can still hit them.
Oh yeah, especially with the Electrocute Bard. You can play aggressive. You can be up in the face of that Jhin, just taking trades. As long as he doesn't have fourth shot and you're sitting above half health, you can just take him to town, as Mahir is looking for some potential shenanigans here in the mid lane, but Frozen Titan sniffs that out, so he's not going to be in an opportunity spot. I have my worries about this Jhin pick as the game gets later, as I have my own issues in particular with Jhin when I see him in competitive, as he's great for early game play, he's good at securing objectives with that fourth shot, but into these tanks like this Poppy and this Xin, I feel like Titan Esports might struggle to get through the front line here to actually access that Varus in that way.
That's why you don't aim for the front line. You have a Vi and you have a Sylas. You go straight to the back line. You take the Poppy ult and try to knock that front line into non-existence. You play around the fact you can't get through the front line and aim for back, which I hope they have the opportunity to do. It's just about kind of that early game, trying to nullify the Jhin Zhao's duelist, I want to constantly fight in lanes and get knockups and help you get kills style. While on the other side, Vi, you're taking a fight. I don't think you can win this one.
Yeah, it's going to be 2v2 here between the mid and jungles, as Frozen Titan is going to look for an engage. Fear lands onto GFP, but Mahiru is the target. Garrett Meyerson also has the rotate up, pops the lantern down for that extra bit of safety. So it's just going to be the flash burn from Mahiru and nothing else.
Not even an objective is spawned and both supports are in the mid lane. Explain that to me. Explain how this has happened already.
Competitive.
This isn't even competitive. This is silly. Get back to your lanes. Get back to your lanes. Bard, I can understand going on mad ones, but Thresh, like, it's just not needed right now. Just relax a little bit. Get that lane advantage. Try land a hook onto the Varus. Go from there. Triple dagger.
Yeah, it's an attack speed start for Bebzy. I do also want to say I think Garrett Meyerson giving that solo XP over to Paragon is not necessarily a bad thing. He's also going to help Frozen Titan push this wave into turret and get a decent recall off. So it's fine positioning from the Thresh as long as this recall doesn't get interrupted. As meanwhile, Solidified on the top side, handily with a CS lead in his pocket, just about 15 in his favor, now about 13. The rest of this wave will end up evening that out a little bit, but Albino Spino struggling to find the trade opportunities versus Mundo.
Yeah, Mundo is one of those champions that just does not care about what you want to do in the lanes. Just that CC buffer that you can just wait for. It's a very, very strong ability. If you can pick it up, you also nearly nullify all the damage that comes after that. And now with 6, very comfortable, constantly looking for grass procs. Mundo is a very, very strong champion into anything that is, if I land my CC, I can then do damage. So you have to wait for that one. Yeah, it's a very, very simple style, but it works incredibly well. It's one of the champions that has a good power creep at the moment for how the lanes do seem to go with Ambesses and such being so popular.
Yeah, Garrett Meyerson looks for the hook there, just a little bit wide, trying to predict a dodge from Z-Score. The Dragon just started up, but we're looking for a potential 3v3 here, as Garrett Meyerson might just have a flay. It's a flash out from Z-Score immediately into the portal, but Mahir Shinrai is the target. Goodbye, Xin Zhao. Hello, first blood for Titan Esports, as GFP will be the sacrificial lamb with that spiraling despair. Infernal Dragon is going to deal a little bit more damage onto Garrett Meyerson. Not enough to pick up a kill, but it's dangerously low, so it's just jungler traded for jungler. Everyone else will walk away.
But it's where the kills went, so it's going to go on to Bebzy here on the Varus, which will definitely unlock a little bit more for the Varus in terms of completing towards that Bork, unless they're going boots into Bork. There's daggers lead you into a couple of different styles. Like, we're not going to see a Gwynsos first, that'd be crazy, but
surely
maybe he'll move into something crazy like a Runan's. Varus is the dumpster of all champions, just dumpster dives items and it works and no one cares. I've seen
you can build AP, you can build AD, attack speed, whatever you want.
You can build tenacity and you still get away with it.
Oh yeah.
one of those champions. But as we see, the lineup here, it was Frozen Titan did move first, and that does matter in these competitive games as they all focus correctly, but it all lands onto the jungler, and then Vi standing there like, I don't have ult, I can't reproc any of my passives, get any shields, I'm dead. And then it was just a very, very nice snipe on the back of it for Varus, but I'd say Wei is a little bit pissed. Like, I did a lot there, bro. He didn't, you know, like, it was a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah, Varus getting the kill or Hwei getting kill, I think either way, ZA is pretty happy with that outcome as Z-Square is going to spot out of this Dragon start. I don't think they're going to do anything about it, just given that the Xin Zhao is a little bit far away. No, actually, they're going to back off. I think they're worried about Xin being in the area with how aggressive Bard was standing.
Yeah, there's nothing more terrifying than a Bard standing there menacingly, staring at you, but it is just going to be a Grubs take, and they're going to have to reset the Drake, and the time it took for that Vi is going to be feeling that one, while they're still pinging that there could be someone on the Drake, but it's like Vi misses maybe 2 camps worth of XP, is down a level even on top of that, as Jin has already hit 6. Yeah. It's a very, very big loss there for Tessa. I know everyone's thinking it's like, oh, but they're still getting the Drake. It's like, no, because Jin Zhao is now in your jungle.
Yeah, it gives Xin Zhao extra time to get up towards that topside jungle, put wards down, get an invade on that red buff camp. It means that Vi's topside is going to be gone by the time she gets up there, as Solidified in the meantime is looking for Albino, has the ulti as well, does get that passive pop, as Albino has no mana. Even with the tier in inventory, I think this should just be a dead pop. He flashes away, but that cleaver still connects. A couple more autos might finish it off, but those biscuits putting in a work. Solidified will pick up the kill, but this should be traded back eventually. Mundo does have flash, gets away from that Wind Becomes Lightning, but still in range of the dash. I don't know about that one, Solidified. Hiroshima will get the revenge.
Predicting the predict from the Xin Zhao one, where that one was going to go, and just a lot of mess going on there, but Xin Zhao does pick up the kill. It's a trade in the end, but it's crashing into Mundo. The TP is there, Poppy's is not. They'll be able to pick that wave apart at some stage. Might be able to get maybe 2 minions. Actually, no, it's actually all gone. It's disappeared, so Mundo does lose a little bit off that, but we'll get back to lane first. We'll pick up more of a CS lead, but look, we've got a Heartsteel. Yeah. Completed first item, whereas Poppy is just sitting on the pieces of that Hollow Radiance. Unfortunately, no one built Sunfire anymore, as Nintendo engage here. Nice play away, forced a flash out of Bebzy. GFP does use that ulti, but now he's in trouble. Lantern is there, does manage to get the hook away from Z-Score, so they can't deny the Lantern. Beautiful Thresh play from Garrett Meyerson. Really, really well played there. Nice little touch of mechanics there, as we also saw the Vi attempting to ult a Bard that's traveling through a portal. And just that distance that gets created stops that. So nice little touches from both, as we do see Solid just getting more and more plates in that top side. Regardless of Grubs going the other way, Solid is in firm control of all the pressure in that top side. I'm a little bit worried now, though, because I'm looking at this right and I'm going, Dark Seal Silas right now needs to move very quickly. Get more of those and really start setting it up, as the ult was used from Bebzy. Steps away. Here we see, look. No, there's a wall there.
That corner. It's denying GFP away from getting away from it. And then this little bit of Thresh play is so nice.
Yeah, you're not standing on that one. GFP gets one. Tries to get the auto off on the way out. Like, no, loser. I'm getting away from this one. But no, not quite. They do get away, though. That's the most important thing. But a lot expended in that bot side from both the Varus, Bard, the Vi, and Thresh and Jin kind of come out a little bit better off the back of that one. Yeah,
Ignite used, Flash used, but the Titan bot lane gets to hold on to everything, but now might be in trouble. Nice sidestep away from that Cosmic Binding, as Paragon still takes a lot of damage. That Varus does hurt. Hook's gonna land. Curtain Call is opened up, and there's that immediate denial from the Bard, not letting that Curtain Call last any longer than it needs to.
Yeah, I love playing as an ADC and just getting stopped from what I want to do. But in the top side, we did actually see Warfare get picked up as Xin Zhao made a trip to the Mundo, and they managed to take down the Goliath Purple Doctor.
An unfortunate loss there for Solidified and for Titan Esports, as that's 1 feet down. They'll have to get turret and objectives if they want to get those upgraded boots, which unfortunately didn't end up serving them that well last game, as we're going to get a replay of exactly what happened. And I think it was just Solidified walking up a little bit too aggressively.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you don't have Grievous, if you just have enough damage coming through, as everything does get burned to take down the Mundo. And they did walk a fair distance, but they ended up not walking where they wanted to, and Poppy said, no, I can push you.
Yeah, once that passes out, Poppy can just sort of shove you around wherever she wants to go. And it's also important to remember that when that passive pops, Mundo does eat a percentage current health damage. So he does end up getting hurt at least a little bit, as Garrett's going to show his face here mid again, looking for a potential gank, but I think it's just going to start to help even out that wave a little bit. And the game stays mostly calm, but Grubs seems to be the next target.
Yeah, as we do see, Jin had already moved up towards the top side and they swapped the Mundo down, but Varus and Bard have matched that immediately. Garrett is looking for a hook to start this one off, or at least get the vision of someone coming forward, as they are putting a little bit of pressure onto that Bard. They are going to try to clear out their ward, but they don't. And we will see Mahiro aim to get over this wall.
For a potential in. Stuns traded by the supports. Ignite down on the Garrett Myerson. Gets that box down, but the wind becomes lightning landed, which means that dash comes through. The two-man ulti from Bard is going to land the arrow. Mistimed, though, so Garrett Myerson walks away with a health bar. Punched out by that severing bolt, but Titan Esports got what they wanted out of it. They deny that extra objective pull from ZA, so they're still 2 away from getting that feat.
Still 2 away, still a little bit more to work on, but I feel like Titan kind of wanted that last one as well. They wanted that stack, but they cannot get that one. As Solit, as we see, just picked up another ton of plates in that bot side. They're having a hell of a game on this Mundo.
Yeah, plenty of solo gold, and now Retrozing will the one in trouble as there's the cease and desist. Mundo tanking up the turret means that there's no danger here. It will end up being traded back, though. Retrozing does a lot more damage than I was expecting, and makes it a 1-for-1 at the very least.
Yeah, there's something about waves and just how much damage they can do, which is just absolutely busted. But at the same time, so can Frozen Titan.
Bebsy. Oh, Frozen Titan tried to do the cool mechanic, but you can't do it to the target you're currently hitting. So now Shino will get the re-engage as Frozen Titan looks for the turnaround. They're going to make it a 1-for-1 at the very least and pick up Z-score, but support traded for jungler, or support traded for mid laner. Not the best trade. They will take the flash out of Mahiru at the very least. And now with no ulti to cancel, it's going to force the flash out of Bebsy.
Drake was started on the other side by GFB, who's now getting collapsed on from Mahiro, but they do land the hook, and there it is.
Hook lands from Myerson, and that should be good by Mahiro. 4th shot to the face. Origin takes that one down, and that's going to be the second objective for Titan Esports.
Yeah, they do get that second Drake. It's looking like a slight repeat of the previous game, but closer in kills. They've got a couple of grubs, better than the last time around, but it's that Drake that TES seem to focus so heavily every single time, and it is a win condition. It didn't work for you last time, though. Let's hope it works out a little bit better this time, as it says Ocean, but do I trust that?
There hasn't been any other Oceans in the game, so this should be an Ocean Soul game, as Solidify is going to continue to bully out Albino Spino, get that Heartsteel proc. He's up to only 98 now, so a little bit slower, but no, I think it is Ocean. Yeah, these are Ocean maps.
Is Ocean, okay. It's just like, I'm so used to the old maps looking at the pillars to see what orb was in it.
Yeah.
You know? And now
they're just all Noxus.
Also, they added green in, which was great. I liked a little bit of green. Noxus doesn't look so sad now.
It's a little bit nicer now.
Yeah, it's not as Florida-gated. I'm also not from NA, so I have no idea what Florida looks like, let's be honest.
Florida's very swampy, so, you know, green in its own way, but not like lush green, I would say.
Not like Ireland.
Yeah, not Ireland, not Pacific Northwest green. As it's another chunk on a turret for Solidified. He's gonna eat a little bit of that damage, and there's a chance we see another Ruinous Otacon here, just with how much heavy trading in the early game that we've seen. I wonder if I can go 0 for 2 on the Otacon predictions, but I do also want to point out some anti-heal being built for ZA. They see the Mundo, they see the Silas, and they say, hey, someone's gonna need an Oblivion Orb, it might as well be me.
Yeah, so it is picked up by Retrozing, and also on the other side there's a Bork on the Varus, so kind of designed to take out champions like that, as Z-Score is going to walk up here and do a lot of damage, as Bard is one of those champions that just does damage. Like, he's never
he's got one damage spell.
But he still somehow does a lot of it, and the more meeps he picks up, the more damage he does. At the moment, I actually think they're penguins.
Yeah, they're penguins drinking his hot cocoa with the winter skin, but yeah, he's got one damaging ability, so Riot wanted to make sure that he could do damage with it, as Paragon is going to get engaged on, but it's just a bait as Vi immediately lands the ulti. Garrett Myerson looks for the hook onto Bebsy, but doesn't manage to find it. Cleanse away from Origin means that it won't be a turn kill, but it will be junglers traded 1 for 1, and now Myerson will fall. Teleport in from Solidified is just too little too late, not able to come out and help in time, as it's going to be a root down. Tempered Fate doesn't manage to find a target, but Titan Esports does not want to re-engage off of it with the low health bar of Paragon.
Yeah, and with Red Bursting also just arriving in the area, the wards spotting them out on the way, it was always a better chance to just step back. You got what you got, they got more, it's fine. It's just a 1 kill difference. Nothing to worry about just yet, but with that Rift Herald available, Solid has to stay in the area they can.
Frozen lands the ulti. That stolen Poppy ulti keeping Bebzy down. Shut down over to the Silas. 4th shot lands on the Retro Zinc as well. Plenty of damage from the hit, but no kill comes through. But a nice turn back around from Titan Esports.
Yeah, they do manage to get one back, so in the end it is a 2 for 2. Great movement coming in from the mid laner, as we do see a Frozen Titan with the Silas pick that I was very excited to see, because I've seen the Silas before, and I really, really enjoy watching it. But yeah, taking the Poppy ult straight into the knock-up there. And GFB, what's the plan here? Because I don't think you have enough with you.
Yeah, forced to walk away as Z-Score also gets a little bit of damage onto Paragon as well. TP in from Albino Spino to make sure that they have priority on this Rift Herald. They want to deny away that second fate. And yeah, Paragon needs to be careful on a ward, so he will be forced to walk away. And I think with your Jin's recall being delayed, this should just be the Rift Herald going over to ZA.
Yeah, this will be their first objective towards that feat. And we also already have the first tower for TES. So it's all about that next Drake. If TES can get it, that's great for them. They'll be set up to finish off those feats. While on the other side, ZA, they're kind of looking to get that one as well. So it's going to be an all-out brawl for that last Drake to unlock that feat.
Well, I was about to say Solidified's in danger, but then I remembered he's playing Mundo, so he is just going to sort of walk away from that one. He had the ulti, he had the flash, he was never in any danger there.
You said that before when he was diving a tower and then he died.
Yeah, I think he may have popped ulti a second or two, a little too late, but he's got his second item now that Deadman's Plate completed, so plenty of movement speed to catch up with these squishier targets and keep them locked down, as Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds means that Garrett Meyerson is going to find the hook over the wall, and this might be the death of a hero, but very tanky on this in. Is going to force GFP to actually be the one to flash away, as Paragon now forced to flash away from that Temper Fate. Hook lands onto Z-Score. Is it the target that they want to engage on? It looks like yes, but the stun comes through. The counter engage from ZA means that GFP goes. The lockdown onto Garrett Meyerson as well is going to force the flash out of that Thrash, and Titan Esports just can't manage to find their opportunities.
Yes, Silas was not prepared for that fight, and they went a little bit too early. You play for the Silas, you play with the Silas, you play everything around this Silas, but they didn't go for it, as we do see the fight restarting. We do see that ult available for Frozen Titan. He has taken the Varus. Will they launch it early? Will land onto Albino?
Pops it onto the Poppy. They're going to shut her down, so kill over to Paragon. Now a 4v4 in this pit. Curtain call available. First shots in. They're looking for Mahiru, but it's going to be denied as Bebzy is just going to pick up Garrett Meyerson. But now they're inside the pit. Mahiru Shinra has gone down, but here comes Retro Zing and Z-Score pumping out the numbers. Bebzy wins the 1v1 on the back half of the fight. A double kill to Retro Zing, and ZA continue to push their lead.
I feel like I've read this script from game one, and it's about these Drakes. It's too much force, not enough thinking going into these fights, as a Frozen Titan was not ready for that fight. They engaged onto Z-Score and didn't have the damage. Hwei was ready. That's a very, very tight area where Hwei can just drop the ult, and GFB is just left with nowhere to go and is just taking too much damage. It's as soon as it starts, Origin is out. We don't have Silas into this fight yet, and you're starting this one up. Way, look at that, just damage straight into the front. Nothing Vi can do. Garrett now stuck on the back. Here comes a Frozen Titan. Albino Spino holding back the Silas. Garrett can't get a hook off. Sola is walking back. Origin is walking back. They have the Drake at this point. Just stay away from it. Let them have it. There's nothing you can do in this situation that's going to work out for you, as they've gotten rid of the Thresh. They slowly cut it back. Origin looking to try to get something off. They still have vision of you. You have a 4th shot. Yes, you will end up killing the Poppy. Wonderful. Maybe just stay back from this one. Don't go forward.
Yeah. What does killing the Poppy really get you in a fight like this? As your health bars are just too low, and you can see the damage from Retrozing and Bebzy, especially this Varus and this Hwei, practically untouched throughout the course of the fight. And once Bebzy starts autoing, it's that lethal tempo stacked. It's just no chance for the members of TES.
It's just like an excited Jinx Varus. If you don't lock it down, it just keeps swinging, and also it has that passive that if you kill something, you get bonus attack speed. Just not as much as a Jinx, and you don't get that cool sound effect as you run forward, but it still does a lot of damage. It's all on hit, and you have champions that are pretty much negated by a Bork. Like, there's not going to be a surviving Mundo against a fully stacked lethal tempo Gwynso's Bork Varus. It's just not a fight you can win. There's too much percentages, mixed damage,
Thornmail and Frozen Heart and pray that you have another teammate there with you, because even with the haha tanks versus ADCs, I don't think Mundo wins that 1v1.
No, it's why Varus became a top laner for a very long time. As we do see a Frozen Titan opting to take the Jin Zhao ult here. Now, how do you feel about that?
I'm fine with it as a good defensive option, but if you're going to make a play on it, you got to understand how it works, because Xin Zhao's ultimate specifically pushes away all units who are not challenged, and the challenged unit is whoever you most recently hit. It comes from Xin Zhao's passive. I'm not even sure Sylas actually gets access to that passive, but the only people that you can push away are the people that you're not hitting. So if you want to make a play on Bebzy, you got to hit Z-Score or a minion or a Retrozing or someone else before you do.
Yeah, I don't think minions count. I think it also stays to your challenge target at all times, but I don't think it works the same as Sylas. I'll have to actually check that one, because Sylas is one of those champions that every single time he takes someone's ult, you just go, there's something weird going to go on with this. It's just
because the ulti interacts with the passive, but Sylas doesn't get access to the passive because the passive's on the actual passive and not the ulti passive.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
It's one of those Sylas things. It's similar to Viego. It's just, it picks up a new champion and suddenly, oh man, we have to question how every single mechanic in the game works.
Yeah, it was like when Sylas first got released and Ryze ult would only teleport enemies away. It was one of those things where everyone went, huh? It was just, the coding was just crazy on that one. But yeah, I someday we'll start a podcast, we'll just get all the Sylas ults and how broken they were when they first released. Or how the Sylas subreddit complains about every single new champion. Like, this ult isn't good enough for us. My favorite subreddit to go to on release of a new champion. Especially in Best, so that was a really good week.
Oh my god, I'm sure. Because that champion is still busted, but was even stronger on release, as insane as that is to think about.
Just go to the Sylas and the Viego subreddits when new champions come out. Most fun you can ever have. They have opposite opinions on it, and it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, because Viego cares about the basic abilities, Sylas cares about the ulti. You put them together, you basically have someone who steals an entire enemy champion.
Yeah, it's really, really fun to see them do it. And then the Nico subreddit's just like, new skins. League is a very, very varied community of brilliant and not so brilliant people, but you just have to love Sylas mains that just hate new champions. It's really fun. But breaking
How
back
can
into
we abuse this ulti?
Exactly, but breaking back into this one, we have to have a look and see what the plan is here. We do see Mundo starting to get some of that magic resist, so we'll see them get a little bit tankier as the game goes on, but we do see Sylas has 2 completed items, and the Zhonya's expect a little more playmaking coming from that, but 7 stacks on that Darksteel for Hui at the moment.
Yeah. We are getting a little bit of a breakdown of our feed here on Discord, so I'm not sure if we're seeing that on the stream side. I'm hearing action happening, but we're not able to see any of it, unfortunately. I hear that Thresh box go down. It looks like ZA tried to engage a fight. It looks like a counter engage from Titan Esports, but it doesn't end up coming to very much.
You can see it on the stream in its actual form, and right now Z-Score is absolutely obliterating them with a hard ult. They will get 2 of them there, as we do see that Jin is on the backline, can't get any damage done. We do see Frozen Titan going in. It's a double kill for the Varus so far in the fight. I know I'm about 5 seconds behind the stream, but I'm still wanting to watch this more than anything else. And Origin trying to get their damage down. They can't. And it is a big win for ZA so far, as Dola trying their best to get into that fight. They're not quite getting it. And Retrosting is on a rampage now, 15 and 10 to the side of ZA, as they have opened up another massive fight for themselves, only losing Z-Score and getting 3 for themselves.
Yeah, we're going to get our stream back. Apologies for that, as it looks like now ZA is going to turn that into a Dragon take as well. And you mentioned it earlier, just feeling the script from game number 1. Now coming into game number 2, and I worry about Titan Esports' comp's ability to sort of play from behind, as this is one of my big issues with Jin. If you're not playing hyper-aggressive in the early game, if you're not one-shotting people in the early game, especially with this lethality build, you scale so poorly. You can't deal damage to frontliners. You can tickle backliners. You can try and damage them, but trying to do that when you have a Poppy and a Xin and even a Bard in your face can be so, so difficult.
Yeah, this is the replay of the fight that we were just looking for, as we do see. That is a great Bard ult, as I was saying. It completely just destroys them there, as they do try their very best to try to turn this one around. A Frozen Titan with some great healing and the Jin Zhao ult. sets themselves up. But Origin, look at the front line is just stopping the Jhin from doing damage. They do manage to get a goal onto Bebsy there, but there's no follow-up at that point. The fight's already kind of lost. Solit is trying, though.
Yeah, it's a good attempt from the members of Titan, but again, like you said, it's just too little too late. That Bard ulti absolutely sealed that fight. It's, again, a rough spot for Titan Esports to play from behind because you have these scaling threats, this Hwei and this Varus, who are already at 2.5 and 3 items respectively. As the Hwei also has the Dark Seal, so he's even feeling more dangerous as Frozen Titan is going to be in trouble with that Spiraling Despair. Trade it back onto Retro's name, but you just don't do the same damage that the Hwei does, as Mihiru will pick up the last hit.
Yeah, let's see how Solit does now in the side lane against the Poppy that now has that Thornmail, has everything they need to try and keep the Mundo from healing too much, but I still think Mundo's just a little bit too strong in the side lanes. But I think playing around the side lanes might be their better option right here. Maybe just forcing them to respond to this Mundo, but Mundo's deciding to... No, he's actually going to stay in the bot side. That's what I want. Just stay in that side. Let them take everything they want. Just towers. Just backdoor them at this stage. Do something.
Yeah, it will be that Ruinous Otacon, so all those extra petals and the objective power increase. Not a 6 grub team this time, just the 4, but also those 2 Ocean Dragons means that the in-fight and out-of-combat sustain is actually going to be kind of wild for this ZA side.
Yeah, both teams are going to have a really good time on the regen side. Mundo alone carrying that alongside Silas, but Oceans are pretty good at that too, as Z-Score now doing what Bard does best and swarming around picking things up.
Yeah, you know what? He's playing Bard. Good for him.
Is Bard a loot goblin?
I mean, do you consider the Meeps a loot? Because only he can really like see and interact with them. He's a loot goblin, but it's
them at people at like max speed.
Yeah, he's a loot goblin, but in the same way of like, you know how Borderlands has that option for like player individual loot that drops, so you can't just steal it away from your friends? That's basically what it is.
Yeah, but it's different when you can throw it at the enemy.
Well, that also just sounds like a Borderlands gun. I'm sure there's at least a couple that work like that.
There is a gun that you just throw the gun instead of reloading it. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See,
great game back in the day.
Borderlands 2, pre-sequel, all good stuff.
Absolutely goated. But as we do jump back in one more time, we're gonna have a look here and see. It is one of those games where there's like a long lull, so we will just have to fill the gap because there's only so much we can talk about, like build paths and objectives that have been taken and the gold leads.
But speaking of the build paths, I see that Giants belt in the inventory of Bebsy. You think he's going for the Jack Show?
Heartsteel, just send it.
I was thinking it's either between the Jack Show or the Randuins potentially, if he's worried about those 4th shots from Paragon, but the Randuins doesn't do too much against the rest of the team. And Shadowflame, yeah, you're absolutely right. That would negate some of the critical strike damage on that one.
That would be an absolutely crazy build path, though, to be scared of, is I only get Randuins for Silas.
Yeah.
Who knows, you might take an ult that can crit, you know? Someone somewhere has made a Silas build that crits, just so they can steal a certain ult. There's some mad theory crafters out there. But,
yeah, I know there used to be like an AD Silas build that was running around with like mana immune abuse with his passive.
Yeah, silly things. There's always some build hidden deep in the depths of like Emerald 2 that no one understands, but it's broken. But
yeah, then it pops up in Korean solo queue.
Menacingly right now, as they don't care. As Retrosing also going for Origin. This is a Jhin that could be in trouble, but there will be a Lantern, there will be protection, and
he's got his
all eyes on the ult.
Yeah, that Tempered Fate is going to be very important for the fate of ZA and the Titan Esports, as I'm probably the first caster to ever have done that. As Frozen Titan picks up that Crescent Guard again, is going to use it defensively here to look for a potential engage onto Mihiru. There's that ulti onto the backline, the cease and desist, teleports in as Bebsy used that portal to just get the heck out of dodge. Mihiru's going to find the kill first. The 4th shot cannot lock down the Xin. 4th shot flash from Paragon will lock that one down, but now Tempered Fate means that this AD carry should just be gone. The cleanse and the Lantern that will keep him alive for just a little bit longer, but into the waiting arms of Albino. Spino means that shutdown over to Bebsy, and it feels like this one is all done but the turrets.
All done but the Nexus nearly at this stage, as it is just all falling apart here. Look, even Bard is heading towards the Drake. It's just another Drake, 3rd Drake completed. They've got one of the outer towers now. It is slow and composed from the side of ZA, and some of it does look a little bit messy, but every single time they win a fight, they're getting something from it, while the other side TS are forcing in the hopes of the opportunity to get one of these objectives. And we see GFE flying forward, hitting Jhin, using that distance to then ult onto Bebsy. But the distance is too much. I know you have Silas and you have Jin, you have range that like you can do the damage over that, but there's too many tanks sitting in front of Debsy. There's too much stopping the rest of the team from getting to that point. And GFB just has to temper those expectations of the team can follow me here.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about in the draft. When you have someone like Jin and you're dealing with these frontliners, if you had someone like even like a Caitlyn or a Jinx or just some other hyper carry like a Kog'Maw or something, you could have a game plan of, okay, we'll play front to back, we'll deal with those frontliners, we'll hit these tanks first, and then we can move towards the backliners. But with someone like Jin and Silas, you don't have tank shred on your team. No one on your team can actually kill this Poppy or even this Xin, who has gone for a very health-heavy bruiser build. And Paragon's not going to be killing that guy as much as he will attempt to. The flash fourth shot in that last fight finally got him there. But if your Jin has to use flash fourth shot to kill a jungler, it's not the best spot to be in, as Mahir is going to force the box out of Garrett Meyerson. Defensive tools used for Titan Esports, but this is just the state the game is in. Anytime that ZA runs forward, Titan Esports just had to keep stepping back.
Yeah, that is a big issue when you're playing in a team like this. If you have to keep stepping back when you're trying to get to a back line with the Vi, it is a tough one. But let's see what GFP is going to do this time. Just going to fly forward to clear a ward. The hook does go wide, and this is one of those things where I think Thresh has been overly nerfed. It's those cooldowns. If you don't land a hook, you are in a lot of trouble, as the cooldown is crazy even when you get it fully ranked up. You have to continue to hit them to get that reduced cooldown. You can't be missing, but a good setup onto the Poppy. Can Poppy send someone to the fountain?
Doesn't even need to. Solidified. He's getting engaged now. Doesn't have that passive anymore, so the CC is going to come through. Still holding on to the ulti. Will finally pop it, but has to lose that flash over the wall just to try and stay safe. But here, Sheena pops that Crescent Guard. It's a nice two-man ulti from Bard on the backline. It means that GFP has no help. The rest of Titan Esports are scattered to the wind as Zero Animosity are showing a full Animosity in this game number 2 and are looking to just lock their spot in the next match.
Looking to lock their spot right now, but Solid has something to say about it. They want to keep going forward. We'll see Frozen Titan against the wall.
On to Frozen Titan. The Silas forced a flash away. Pops that Zhonya's to stay alive, but Solidified's already gone. The rest of Animosity will walk into the face of Frozen Titan and say thank you very much, and it's just poor Paragon left. Cleanse up in a couple of seconds, but I don't think even a cleanse with Jin is going to be able to do too much. Curtain Call opens up, but the health bars, they're just too heavy. They're just too high. Jin cannot do damage to these tanks, and that means that Zero Animosity will continue on, and unfortunately, our boys at Titan Esports will be knocked out of the NACL OQs.
Yeah, that will be the end of the road for Titan Esports for now, but for a first year, that is not bad going. We've seen some absolutely incredible plays from the guys, and as much as I do want to go on about Zero Animosity and how well they did play around their comps, I do want to give the flowers to the guys at Titan Esports for putting on a good show, having some absolutely incredible games. They've came from nowhere, really, jumped into the OQs for the first time. We like, if anyone ever expected them to get all the way to the NACL on their first run, guys. Give them time. They're cooking. They are cooking. They might have burnt the food this time around with some of those picks, and I'll be sending a message to the director of Titan Esports, putting in my official application as an analyst. But no, look, I absolutely love the guys. They're all absolutely incredible players. If you want to hear my actual thoughts on them, it was at the start of the second draft. I glazed every single one of them because I absolutely love these guys. I can't wait to see what they're going to do next. I know that each one of them can do better. They can do better. It's just they just need a little bit more time. Slow cook this stuff. Take your time with it, guys. But great work from ZA, and really looking forward to seeing what they're going to do next game, because I'm watching the next game too.
Yeah, that is going to be it from us here. Unfortunately, again, Titan Esports knocked out of the OQs. Our coverage will continue, though. We are going to be catching ZA versus the winner of Near Airport and UCI. As soon as that match is over, we will be jumping directly into the coverage of that. So if you want to stick around and catch the next game, you shouldn't go anywhere. But that's going to be it for me for the OQ coverage for this week. I've been What's Pretty. Sater will be here for that next coverage, but we appreciate you all, and we'll see you on the next game. Have a good night.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome back, or welcome to the first time if you're coming from UC, as we are watching ZA-UC. I am Sader, that is Professor Malice, and it's the OQ time. And Malice, we've just seen ZA win 2-0 against our beloved Titan. Do we want them to keep winning, or are we going to be a little bit salty?
You know, from this perspective, I would say I would want ZA to keep winning. If they do well, if they succeed, it reflects well on ourselves. However, UCI is also a collegiate team, and as a collegiate coach myself, I have to root for the educators. And so, it's a tough spot to be. But for the sake of Titan, I say ZA is going to take it.
Okay, so also a little bit of history. We've just seen ZA, and they are a really, really good team. They played really, really well. I also did cast Zhao Danny before when he was part of Gentle Hearts Gaming. They brought me on the last OQ. I absolutely love Zhao Danny, and he was like beating like some of the best mid laners I've seen in a very long time in that OQ. It was really, really good to watch. So I have a little bit of love for Zhao Danny, but I will be sticking with ZA as they did take down our beloved Titans and hoping that they do well. But we're going to be jumping into draft very, very soon. Is there anything you're expecting to see? Because Malice, you're just joining me. I want to see what your analytical mind has in terms of what you want to see in drafts first.
You know, it's probably going to come down to the priority picks, and what I'm wanting to see is going to be some explosive junglers. I'm wanting to see maybe a VA go on a pick 3, or I want to see a Wukong. Something that is dominant, something that's aggressive, something that has been consistently successful, and something that you want to eliminate for future matches. These are fearless, correct?
They are fearless, and that is the most important thing when it comes to OQ. We see fearless coming into it now fully. It's really enjoyable. We have it in Titan every single week, and we absolutely love it. It also gives us as casters the opportunity to flex our brains in terms of knowing what's going to come next. And for me, I am going to stick with my previous kind of predictions that Jin Zhao is probably my favorite jungler if you're taking away the likes of the Skarner. I think it's fake. I don't think it's good anymore, but Jin Zhao is my top tier pick. But I want to see another Jinx. I do really like seeing Jinx in the first game of Fearless, because you can take weaker picks with the Jinx and just accelerate the Jinx, and you can save some of your favorite ones for later.
You know, I think the first game, it's really about getting the momentum. You want to take your strong picks in the first game, as it gives you the leverage for the second. Mentally, it puts the other team on the back foot, and they have to then bring out all the stops in game 2, setting you up for a favorable game 3 to win the series. And from my perspective, winning that first game is essential. And so massive picks should come out. We do see Corki as one of the prominent ADCs in the meta right now, being the priority pick for UCI. And I think it still plays the role of a flex pick as well, does it not? Is it still possible to take it mid, or is it just all ADC now?
I got the Jinx, which I would like to see. If you're going to play into Corki, just give me the Braum. Just make sure you put that wall up, stop the Corki damage. I know it can shred, but there's actually Jin Zhao. So I'm doing okay so far. I've got some of these picks out, but yeah, there also could be some swaps with that Corki. We still see it go into Zhao Danny's hands. I know Zhao Danny is a Tristana player, and he was absolutely disgusting on it. So I'm kind of hoping that they have something with Zhao Danny cooking there. But we also have a Volibear coming through, which can be flexed top or jungle, but jungle predominantly at the moment at least. And it is a very good pick as a pocket pick, but we're going to see a Rel similar to what we saw in the ZA game, the Rel Corki, but we still could see that swapped up.
I think the Volibear is likely a response to the Xin Zhao as a jungle pick. I do see the priority pick on Rel there, and we do see the Braum as the response to that. Again, a great way to keep Jinx safe, create space, and benefit from her passive by getting those procs off on the opposing team. We see a Cassiopeia, man, and I guess it's a pretty good pick considering that it is looking like a front-to-back comp right now with some dive opportunities. I guess they could pivot, but you want to get rid of Cassiopeia as strong as she's in top lane, as strong as she is in mid lane, as she can be a detriment to the roster that ZA is trying to put out there.
Yeah, and I am liking the bans coming from UCI right now. I think they were watching the previous game because Karma, Bard, and Poppy were previously picked. Galio wasn't, but they've taken away 3 that we've already seen, especially 2 from Z-Score, who was a massive buff to the side of ZA in terms of how much pressure they were putting down with the Bard and the Karma in their wins. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what the rest of the comp will be rounded out with. And there's a Veigar.
That one caught me by surprise. I was expecting maybe an Orianna pick, although I don't know the players as well. Galio is a phenomenal coverage ban as we see the synergy with Jin Zhao, but Veigar came out of the blue for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. What have we with? Like, we've been watching RetroZing for a while, and like his way and stuff was absolutely exceptional. His Zero is exceptional. They're both available, but are they saving those and opting into my just play for Jinx and we can save those for later? But a Gnar pickup and a Ziggs, so Ziggs bot, Corki mid. Am I right? Again?
I know. I think that might be Ziggs mid. Ziggs is going to have the advantage against the Veigar due to the range discrepancy. Although they could swap the two, that's entirely possible. The Gnar as a blind pick was curious to me. And in Collegiate, we don't see Gnar as a blind very often. It's usually a counter pick. Into a Veigar as well? I don't know. We'll have to see. Obviously, they got an analytical mind beyond my own, and I'm sure there's an advantage they have that I just can't quite see.
Well, with the Malphite coming in as well, I think Gnar's going to have a bit of a fun time up in that top side. Like, also going for the grasp, really wants to get healthy in this game. But I just think the ability of Gnar and Volley to combine on a dive with the Rel, or even a team fight, the 3 of them just jumping onto targets could be massive. And it also is pretty good into Jin Zhao because you lock them to a wall and they can't get away from you and they can't use the ult. There's a lot to work with there, but it's like they also have a Malphite and a Veigar. There's a lot of moving pieces here, and there's some that just don't quite fit, and it's like a jigsaw that you just have to punch in. I'm really bad at jigsaws.
It's a lot of, I guess, reading the zone of influence, the ZOY, and controlling this space to get your prioritized targets. Gnar does give them an advantage in some of that aspect, as you said. It synergizes very well with their composition. My commentary is mostly, I'm not the biggest fan as a blind pick, but it does support the general strategy of the game or general strategy of their comp. And I think it's going to win out top. It beats out Malphite in a one-on-one, does it not?
It does and it doesn't. So Malphite still has the ability to slow down the attack speed. And
fair.
Gnar kind of likes to play at the range if Malphite closes it and they don't jump in time and get the attack speed slow. Their return damage off the back of that won't be incredible. But they do also have the fact that they are Gnar. They get bonus health regen when they transform. They're going to be able to stay in the lane throughout the Q poke that we see from Malphite Seismic Shard. So, yeah, Gnar has a lot to play with in the lane, but they can also make major mistakes if they jump at the wrong time. And we see that Jin Zhao appear because Jin Zhao, as everyone knows, is incredible at ganking. It is the reason Jin Zhao works. He is so aggressive at getting into those lanes. So, yes, there is a bit of both to come from that, but I think Gnar will do fine up here as long as it is a weak side Gnar and no one ganks it.
Well, it looks like right now Gnar has the push, so he is playing on the strong side, unless, we'll see if he gets any gank. And Volibear is going to be pathing up there, so action is to be expected in the top side here in the next minute and a half. Bot lane and mid lane, I don't know if that was an intended swap or they swapped, but we do see Zhao Neni on the Corki in the mid lane, and he was able to get control of the lane initially. He's got the push, whereas Ziggs on the bot side conceded the push and is happy with just poking them out from a safe distance. We do see that Jinx is already at half HP due to these aggressive trades.
Yeah, Ziggs, I think, is a much better pick into the Jinx. I think there is a lot more time for you to be able to punch down that lane. Like, Braum has a little bit longer in terms of getting that shield up to block Ziggs damage, because you can just throw them on the floor, let them walk into it, wait for it to go down, then drop the big bomb. Like, there's so many things you can do with the Ziggs in the bot side, while Corki is very front-loaded. You know when it's coming style damage, so I like this swap up coming, and I've seen Zhao Dani play ADCs in mid before. Very, very good at it. Very excited to see it. So I like the adaptation they have made with the draft with that Corki. I am just a little bit worried about Veigar's ability to stay in that lane and just scale. They don't need to go anywhere, as we do have a Let's Go UCI from Hey It's PhD. Definitely a college student with the PhD there, right?
Certainly. I'll have to take your word. As for the matchup, I'm not as familiar with that matchup and how it plays, but something that strikes me as interesting is Volibear did not go for a gank and instead made a cross-map play to take the scuttle on the bot side, denying and forcing the Xin Zhao to go to the top side.
Oh, facts.
Both junglers walking away with about 28 CS. No play happening yet, but now that they're on death time or dead time, they should be looking for a play, such as the Volibear invading the Xin Zhao for vision.
Yeah, so we saw Xin Zhao did start on the Raptors, so we will see that go first as the respawn. Xin Zhao is going to go towards that top side. As we do see Strompist now losing the back of that trade. That's what I was talking about. If you get that attack speed nerf from Malphite's ground slam, you can't trade as well off the back of that one. And Nard gets stuck in this horrible position of, if I go to try and get those auto attacks, I'll take more damage, but I need it to get the movement speed. It's this horrible trade-off that is an outplay on Malphite's behalf, but more of a mistake on the Nar's behalf to stay within that range and get hit by it. So great work from Malphite to trade off that way, but double TP's back. They're both full health again. Everything's going to be fine. There's no junglers topside, and they will go back to farming, and Nar will continue to control that lane, bar that one mistake that was made.
It's all about who can make the fewest mistakes or make the fewest mistakes at the most critical times. And Nar right now is able to walk away with a big 10 CS advantage and grabs the coal as a way to boost his economy. We do see some exchanges possibly happening in a bot lane as Ziggs is forced to back off, and it looks like Braum and Jinx are wanting to set up a freeze. This would be a great way for them to try to make back some of the CS they lost due to the zoning of Ziggs, as well as perhaps set up for the dragon that is on the map that Xin Zhao appears to be pathing towards.
Yeah, there is vision already placed on the Drake from the Volibear, I believe, as by the positioning of the ward itself. So I believe the Volibear is happy enough going back into his own jungle, waiting to see if it gets started and trading for the grubs. But they could also very easily just go to grubs and then see if their bot lane will help contest onto that Drake, as they do have Ziggs throw bombs at them. Xin Zhao won't be level 6 at the timing of Drake, more than likely, so they won't be able to get that ult up to defend themselves. And Rel's great at moving around the map as well. It can do a lot of damage in some of these enclosed spaces if it just sticks to its target. So I don't mind the change up here of just going, let's just go grubs and give Nar some split pushing power.
That appears to be the play. Xin Zhao is hovering around the dragon. Volibear is in position to go ahead and grab those grubs. Rel is threatening a roam, knowing that Ziggs is one of the champions you can leave on the road. You can kill the wave out from their opponent, not let them crash, not be denied any EXP or very little gold. And the exchange, the trade of objectives is exactly what we see now as ZA is actively attacking the dragon, but Volibear pivots off of the Groglings, and it looks like they're going to collapse and have their fight out here.
Yeah, and it's one grub, so if worst case scenario they lose the fight, it'll still be a one kind of Drake to one grub, so they won't be able to get double stacks off of that one. But both teams playing very slow tempo. They don't want to be the first team to give over that first blood. They don't want to play alongside those feats of warfare. They want to play for objectives and control, and right now Volibear is getting roamed on by a Malphite, and Mega Gnar already procced here, so that won't be up if the fight breaks out unless they get there fast.
I think playing cautious is the play.
Fighting topside. Oh, it was just collected by Xin Zhao in the end. 2-1, but no fight. Mega Gnar still up. No ult used by Malphite. Just handed it over as they do try to collapse onto the Malphite, but Albino Spino just running away happily. That was a very PvE focused moment.
PvE indeed. We do see some exchanges coming up from the Malphite, trying to get the slow on the Gnar. Gnar trying to keep his position and take some trades, although he's going to be losing out with the Malphite having the shield and his Q built alongside with Comet. If it just comes down to an ability for an ability, I think Malphite walks out of that trade quite favorably. But if Gnar is able to get his passive off through multiple attacks, he may be able to get those favorable trades that set him up ahead in the first place. Only 8 minutes into the game, no team has spilt Fool's blood. Both teams playing very passively, very defensively, but we could see it here. As the stun goes off on Ziggs, he does not get hit by the slow, but walks right back in, and Jinx is going to take first blood for ZA.
Yeah, massive mistake there from Gorica on the Ziggs to overstay there in a position where you really didn't need to. They wanted to try to get more damage on the tower, clear up that wave, but they just stayed, got concussive blows, tries to use the satchel and flash to escape, but Jinx is auto will follow you if you flash at the wrong time. And yeah, just very unfortunate, but overstay by a lot because the Rel had already left. You should have probably left with the Rel.
You know, mistakes happen even at the highest of level, but it doesn't look like it's going to hurt UCI too bad. They're still ahead by 400 gold, despite giving away first blood. But he did lose some tempo, and it does look like ZA is going to be able to leverage that success to get this first Drake.
Yeah, and something we've seen from ZA is that they do move quite well as a team over the map, as we do see a heavy engage coming in the top side, as Nar is going to land the stun, will land the second, will land the boulder toss, but it will be a step back from the Malphite. I was fully expecting the all-in there, but no. Strumpist manages to dissuade the all-in attempt from the Malphite, as we do also see Rosethorn heading up towards that top side on the Volley Bear. So back to calm battle stations.
I guess so. Volibear is going back to take his clear, trying to get back on Death Climb. Sinsao is also doing the same, grabbing his buff, going for his Krugs, looking for an opportunity to perhaps make a play, but with Gnar being so pushed back, I'm not sure one will be available unless they're looking for a dive. It's something they could coordinate depending on Gnar's rage. But I don't know. We'll have to see how that shakes out. Look at the bot lane here. We do see, again, aggressive poke, aggressive harassment from the Ziggs, really trying to zone off the Jinx and deny her the ability to play the lane. I think the longer this game goes on, the bigger chance that ZA causes the upset here and takes game one.
I wouldn't say the upset. They just won a game. They're in good spirits. But also, ZA, yeah, the longer this game goes, Veigar and Jinx will just do more damage just based off the way those champions are built. Veigar will stand there, press one button, Jinx will fire a rocket towards it, and that damage alone will get them excited, and they'll continue to run down the rest of the team. I think a lot of it does come down to that scaling factor, but there's always that opportunity for UCI to just explode. But ZA are saying we'll do it first, as they do go all in here, but they do manage to dissuade the attempt as Jin Zhao's ult just goes wide, and they just wasted it.
No opportunity there. Everybody walks away, and we're back to the same kind of stalemate, the equilibrium of the game. It's back and forth, but UCI is gradually building that advantage. After that first blood, they had a lead about 300 to 400, but now they're currently ahead by 1100. Malphite initiating it all in with his ultimate, likely going to get the kill here, but Gnar is able to flash out and dissuade him from going further, resulting in, again, no gains made.
It's hard to get excited about these moments, but nothing seems to happen as Retro Zing just manages to run forward, cares for nothing about the Rel, and goes all in. There goes the Mega Inferno Bomb, but it does land the ult straight onto Grick, who's getting away on 1 HP. This wind becomes lightning, goes wide, and somehow Ziggs is living through this one, throwing the damage back, and we see Mahiro just stepping away, and I got excited. Nothing happened.
It's ridiculous. Every time I think a kill is about to happen, it doesn't. And I think that speaks to the strengths of these players, the strengths of the rosters. Again, playing very cautiously, very defensively, and are getting out by the skin of the teeth in most of these scenarios. I thought by all metrics, Zig should have been down, and perhaps he was just one auto attack away prior to Veigar ult to get under the execution threshold there. And Xin Zhao missing the W. Ziggs just walks out, and with the ZOI, with the long range advantage, he's able to harass Xin Zhao, almost gets a return kill, but doesn't have enough damage to continue chasing.
If Veigar had one more stack, would have killed him, 100%. One more stack, one more minion, one more Q stack, would have had it. But no, it comes to absolutely nothing there in the end. They burn some flashes and ults left and right, but nothing happens once again. And I think that's fine. I think UCI are happy enough to not die in that situation, but they are moving around. We saw the Jinx and the Braum were previously mid as Veigar moved bot, so Jinx managed to equalize up that CS in one way, but in the other, they could lose a tower very quickly here if Ziggs, with those 5 grubs now, as they were picked up by the Volibear, managed to get onto that tower one more time, and Volibear looks primed and ready to dive this bot side, but Jin Zhao is also in the area, so this could be the fight that blows it up.
I'm hoping that is going to be the case. As you stated, Volibear is getting in position while Ziggs is just trying to pepper them and prepare them. They're keeping the wave shoved in, trying to get enough damage on that tower that a satchel charge can take it out. I'm not sure how they go in the 3v3 if this breaks out. Looks like we see some exchanges between the Braum and the Jinx. Jinx is taking a lot of poke out from the Ziggs. And again, they just resume these defensive positions. Everybody is still alive.
I do wonder what Akatan we're going to get this game. It's going to be a spicy one for sure. But on the other side of things, we do see the all-in coming in from the Rel. Will the ult be dropped here? Mahiro is in a little bit of trouble, but no, they're too scared to go forward. They're very cautious here that this could be the warfare feat being completed. 14 minutes, third plate has fallen, and Rosethorn managing to land a stun onto Braum. They will get the Windbook and Lightning drop. They will be missed. Mahiro does not want to go in unless they have that extra dash range and damage, but right now, Rosethorn sitting around the back looking to get onto Bebsy here, but Bebsy has concussive blows. They will land the stun. Here comes Xiao Danny over the wall. The all-in comes through. Mega Inferno Bomb does land on the Z-score. We're waiting for that one reset to come through, but Rosethorn survives. They finally get it, but it's Xiao Danny who gets two. But here comes the cage. Here comes the baby cage. It's holding one. Xiao Danny now in a little bit of trouble. Can they get this tower down and get them all out safely as the dash comes back through? Mahiro is looking to finish off that Rel. The knockup comes through. Here comes the ult as well. Retrozing manages to pick it up. Mahiro manages to pick up another one. Gorica now in a little bit of trouble. We will be trying to trade some damage back, but Retrozing is here. Can you land all these skill shots? The one weakness of Veigar's, all of his other abilities are hard to land. Gorica will get Satchel. He's still in the cage. Mahiro does get finished up. 5-2. Massive fight as ZA come out on top, but they lose their tower.
I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it to them. That first tower is going to be a feat going over to UCI. They just need one more. That's going to be... it's going to come down to the objective. So they need to get one... They need to get two Drakes. Or Drake and a Herald in order to get the feats for the game. But I think they still came out ahead on gold as they get a massive amount of gold from the tower.
This Xiao Danny over the wall as well, just absolutely peppering damage immediately. So you see a great start to this. Concussive blows onto the Volley Bear, but Super Mega Death Rocket was not there. Rel is in the way. They're trying to get away. Bebsy does. They finally get back to it. There's the rocket. Doesn't land on Rosethorn, and they're ready to get this reset and just corkied it. That's all it is. As the Drake does go over to Volley Bear there, as they manage to pick that one up. One more objective, but the fight has broken out. We do see everything dropping straight onto Volley Bear. They are left alone in the world as ZA managed to pick up a kill, but the Drake, more importantly, UCI.
One of the things I guess to consider is even though that ZA is a bit behind in gold here, the gold concentration on their characters are going to be a lot higher because all the gold from those kills goes to the killer, or at least a majority of it. And we do see Xin Zhao sitting at 4-0, a significant increase in gold over Rosethorn, allowing him to be very strong in these small skirmishes of 3 players, 2 players, 4 players that set up the scenarios that let them take the Drakes or contest the Drakes at least. Now, unfortunately, UCI was able to get that Drake, meaning they only need one more to get the feats, and despite being down 4 kills, or what should be the equivalent of 1,200 gold, they're actually up by 1,100, meaning that through other sources in the game, they've made over 2 grand in gold.
Yeah, and a lot of that will come down to the fact that Ziggs is so good at taking plates. Same with Nara up in that top side in the range versus melee matchup. They'll be able to get a couple of plates in that top side. Towers have been fairly chunked across the entire map in terms of those outers, so plates would have gone over. We don't have the actual stats for that one. That will be something we'll be working on in the future, but at the moment, yeah, a lot of great work has been worked on through just CS numbers, getting plates, good macro decisions, but kills are building for ZA, and although a lot of them are going on to Xin Zhao, you have highlighted that. I like Xin Zhao with kills. I think Xin Zhao is an incredible jungler right now and can take over games very, very quickly. So looking forward to seeing what Mahiro can do on the Xin Zhao. We've seen it before. Very, very strong. But it looks like the gank is topside. Well, Rift Herald looks to be taken here by UCI.
Xin Zhao re-engaging onto the Gnar, knocking up the Gnar. We do have a Zig ult coming in. Xin Zhao fighting to keep the space to keep the Veigar alive, but we do see Volibear diving in on him. Rel tries to set up play. Braum goes with the ult and the knockup, but Rel pulls him right back in, and we do see Braum now pulling off to the Gnar. Gnar about to get out, but does not. It's cut off close by the Malphite. Xin Zhao now chasing down the Rel. The kill goes over to ZA. Score is now 2-9 in their favor for the first time in the game. They are up 400 gold.
Yeah, they have completely swung that just through kills as they now go back towards that Rift Herald. They're getting ready to pick up their second towards that feat. And I have to say, it's something that was I was talking about before, Zhao Danny is a big carry in these teams. He's the only one with kills on their team and was not in that fight, and they still went to try and collapse. And it just didn't really work out for them as ZA had more members there. Bebsy wasn't even involved, but Jin Zhao was, who we previously highlighted has a lot of that money. And gold only matters when you spend it. And they haven't spent enough of it, while ZA they have. And Jin Zhao was there. He has spent the money.
UCI did not want to lose the opportunity despite having taken a lost team fight up in the top lane. They found an opportunity with Zhao Danny pushing in the tier 2 bot tower, now gone, and through that play they're able to tie up the gold differentials. They're now 7 kills under at 19 minutes, but they are up in towers and they are tied in gold, or were previously. Now they're 200 behind.
Yeah, it's the little numbers that we're not really looking at right now, because that's just a couple of pink wards. But those couple of pink wards could matter. It is competitive, God knows. But for the moment, yeah, a lot of the money is on Jin Zhao, but it's even across the map. So Jin Zhao will be a little bit stronger in those fights, while we have to keep an eye on what's going to happen in this top side. As Nair's trying to go all in with the last few moments of his rage bar, get the last bit of anger out before we send that Nair back to therapy. But let's have a look across the map and see what the plan is here for either teams here, because ZA at the moment, they want that Drake. UCI, they want that Drake, but Nair's in that top side with TP. Albino Spino and the Malphite does not. They have a better timing on this Drake now, and they'll be able to get to that first and with TPs. So is there going to be a trade-off here where maybe we see, as the Atakan spawns, that one team goes for Atakan, one goes for Drake? Or are we going to just see everyone move towards Atakan by what's happening?
I'd be surprised to see the Atacon play with everybody alive like this, but it is possible. I thought the Dragon play would be more likely, but if you are UCI right now, you're looking for a play that you can be played around Corki. Corki's got the majority of your gold. He's been the most consistent player on your team this time around. They want to have him for the team fights. The fights that he's not there are being unsuccessful. We do see, though, that UCI is looking to get the pick on Malphite, forcing Malphite to use the ult in order to escape. This play, however, will enable him to take that top tower.
Yeah, Zhao Danny now in a little bit of trouble in the mid, but does manage to flash away from that Jin Zhao, as that will be a forced play on the top side. Malphite is forced to flash as that bomb will not hit. As we will also, never mind.
Oh no. Just as you think he's going to get out.
Having a second bomb in your pocket.
Having a reaction, every reaction. Honestly, I think he might have been upset by the comments made earlier about nobody dying, about nobody going down. We do see Rosethorn engaging on the Braum, and a counterplay coming in from the Xin Zhao as they re-engage and try to knock out the Volibear, a big player. Rel tries to knock Jinx out of position. Zhao Danny able to easily pick up the kill, is now rejoining his team.
Yeah, a great little play there. I thought it was going to be a little bit egregious there from Rosethorn to try and go for that kind of play, but no, Zhao Danny's able to clean that one up as they're going to continue on this one. Strompus comes over the wall, but both of them get stunned up into the baby cage. Is there enough damage there to finish them off? Yes, there is. Ziggs will die to the Dark Matter this time around, but on the backside, Rel, that is not your position, but maybe it is, as they are still alive. They will go down eventually, as Primordial Burst will finish them off, and a flash from Retrozing onto Zhao Danny. They will get away. Rosethorn, that was not... That was not it. That was just not it.
Oh man. Now we see the score even up a little bit now, 6-12, and the advantage is right back in UCI, but a Jinx rocket coming in and is just shy of being able to kill Gnar. Gnar taking that and might have just saved that Zhao Danny, but they are forced to retreat and forced to reset here, giving a window for Malphite to take that tower. You see he's taking it, and we also see that ZA's using this as a chance to get that second Drake. This will put the feats over on their team, giving them a notable buff to their boots for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Jin's out here with no ult as Strompest comes over the wall. Here you see Rel absolutely sending it onto the back. Does manage to pick up the Braum, but the Aftershock will not do enough to Mahiru, as it is a good fight back and a good hustle from them as they do manage to finish off that tower. They finally get back into this, but this is where there's a couple of mistakes are made. Zhao Danny manages to get away from that, but Rosethorn, she just wasn't it.
I think she thought she had to save her teammate there, but wasn't accounting for the cooldowns, I guess, on Veigar. Was his cooldowns being used? There's no action you could take for another 2 to 3 seconds. They were safe. They could have just walked on out of there. Unfortunately, these types of mistakes still happen, but it might not cost them the game. ZA, I believe, is in a favorable position. It's not a definitive position where they will absolutely win out the game, but it's certainly a position that we want to be. I made a comment earlier calling them the underdog, saying that they would cause an upset, and this is because they are a much lower seed than UCI, but they're showing that that seeding might not be a very accurate or good representation of the strengths of the rosters, because ZIA has been in control for a good part of this game.
Yeah, seeds are for trees. These are champions. It's a completely different system we have here. We see who takes the crowns. That's all that matters here. But look, UCI, they are behind in terms of kills. But does that really matter when you have Xiao Dani? Who cares? It's Xiao Dani.
You know, it does and it doesn't. There's something that's called the cognitive triangle. I love to preach this. What you think affects what you do affects what you experience, and what you experience reinforces what you think. And in this type of scenario, the players themselves don't have access to the amount of gold in the game. They don't know how much gold they do or don't know. They just have an idea based on the items that they can see and their understanding of the kills or maybe platings that they can have. If your team ZA sees that they're up by 6 kills, they might think that they're going to head, they're going to have some confidence, and they're going to have a positive mindset for positive actions within the game. Whereas if you feel that you're behind, that's when your mental resilience can be tested, and you might make more mistakes with some self-defeating attitudes. That said, UCI, I'm sure, have a phenomenal coaching staff, and are not going to have such a problem.
No, they're going to be very comfortable in this, and there's one of those things that we like to do as a team when we're playing and doing analyst work, etc., is you call items to items. But right now the fight is happening, so I'll get back onto that point later. Israel is getting knocked up, touched, and we do see Akatan doing a little bit more on the other side of that. Xiao Dani is going to lose a little bit of his stats there in terms of defensiveness, but will manage to escape from that one. Chem Fruits will be picked up, but we do see Rel going aggressive. Mahiro, you are in a little bit of trouble here, knocked up, knocked back, and Rel will force the flash alongside the Ziggs from the Jin Zhao right before Baron. And Akatan also there, so that could be a 2-for-1 there if one team can make that play. But what I was saying was we call out the number difference between each of our lanes, so everyone has a basic idea of what's going on. So for example, in the top side it'd be 2-2, in the jungle it'd be 2.5 to 2, so it's like a slight lead for Jin Zhao. In the mid lane we have a Randuin's there and a fully stacked Dark Seal, that'd be 4. We never count boots because boots are always there. You just call out how strong you're feeling compared to them, and that little edge might be enough for a jungler to say, oh, my ADC feels ahead. I think I could take this fight then. But we don't know how these teams operate, but I know that both of these teams have good coaching staffs behind them. They're in OQ, they're both doing well, they're both very strong teams. Both teams will feel confident in these moments.
I can certainly hope so. You know, it's under the greatest of competition that we feel the greatest pressure. And, you know, UCI is coming into this position from a loss. Now, to be fair, their loss was against the first seed. It was against Double List. I don't know if that really counts as a loss, in a sense that that was a very tough match to really come up against, and one that you can shake off and say, okay, we went up against one of the greats. We might not be the greatest, but just because we couldn't beat the greatest doesn't mean we're not great ourselves. And so they can be coming in here with a very optimistic and positive attitude, which I guess could be seen in the way that they orchestrated some of these fights. They haven't led up despite a couple of failures, a couple of mistakes, a couple of moments of being in the wrong place at the wrong time or taking the wrong pathing. They also have Xiao Dani, who has been a powerhouse in this game and seems to be the glue that's been keeping them together as far as these fights go.
Yes, we do see a decent engage coming through from Mahiro there, as they did get a couple of hits onto Baron, maybe trying to force some ideas there, but they are going to try and collapse now onto the Rel that has mispositioned a little bit as Mahiro trying to step forward here, but not finding what they wanted to. But Rel still out of position on the backside. Rosethorn is taking the minion wave as Xiao Dani is hard forcing that bot wave. This could be a really good collapse here on a flank from the Volibear and the Corki. They just need to find the right target. It has to be Retrozing, it has to be Bebsy, but Malphite says, I've got a target for you. Rel will get obliterated. First excitement stack, we do see the stuns chaining onto Rosethorn, is trying to make an escape for themselves, but that wall has been their doom before. Xiao Dani trying their very best to get away, but it is just a very split fight. Everyone is in different corners of the map, and they're collapsing now onto Garika and onto Strempus. They will find Xiao Dani in the end. ZA, they're just more confident.
That is an unfortunate position to be in, to be split up like that. at that point, ZA or any team that you're up against can focus on one side or the other, and it looks like they forced out the top. Rollstorm was forced to disengage. You're left in a 5v4 scenario, and through the rules of parallel trainings, Danny actually found himself in a situation where he's closer to 1v3, 1v4. Once he went down, that opened up the dragon. Now, UCI, knowing where they are, knows where they're not, sees that ZA is not top lane, and it looks like they're going to be trying to rush this Atacon as a way to stay relevant in this game.
I'm going to take this in the hopes that they can take one big fight and go for it, but the issue is that Albino Spino does not care and will malfight their way straight to this. RetroZing is also coming along, joining the rest. The team is now collapsing on this. TP's coming in. Xiaodani making their way. Rosethorn alongside the rest of their team, but that's an immediate kill. We see Rosethorn fall. It's peeled. It is perfect. It is there for them. But they're a little bit weary of going forward as here comes the Xin Zhao. Now they want to fight, but here goes the Rel all into the back. Xiaodani 1-2 damage for days, as it will be UCI going for this one. Strompist, they're now trying to get down RetroZing, but they've already lost Xiaodani. Most of their damage is now gone. Garika has to carry the weight of the rest of their team. Mahiro is just there. RetroZing is landing those skill shots in the back, and Xin Zhao, not a carry, says who? Look at that, he's still going forward. Jin Zhao does not care. Challenge me, I'll challenge you every single time. Incredible work.
Incredible. Anytime I thought the fight was going to go one way or another, it just didn't. It looked like UCI was going to get wiped there as ZA was able to get into their space and get into their face. They were able to initiate while they're under the debuffs and damage from the Atacon. And yet, when the team got split up, when they got separated, they were able to find victories, knocking out the players from ZA, leaving it to be in a 3-for-3 exchange, which I think is still favorable for ZA since they were off tempo before, and this gives them a chance to reset and get in position with their full roster where they can leverage the full might of the advantages that they built so far. And I say that tentatively because we do see that UCI is still up in gold despite these kills disadvantages, but I think gold concentration is going to be the element to look at here. Zhao Danny is the most concentrated player with the gold on their team, while a good deal of gold is also on the Rel. However, for ZA, the gold is on the carries that they would like it to be. Most of their CS is going to be on the Jinx. She's got 11,000 here, got 12,500 on the Veigar, who is scaling wonderfully into this game. And then the Xin Zhao has always been in the lead and has shown that they too can carry a fight if not put properly in check.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao has been the pick for me. I think I've been harping on about how good Xin Zhao is jungle for about 3-4 patches now, and no one believes me until finally everyone else is playing it. But look, I think in these stages Xin Zhao is just going to keep getting stronger because so much of their damage is ranged and Xin Zhao can just say no. But here comes a big fight topside as Veigar, that is not a position for you. They have a dive comp, they want to go as Albino Spino does have a lineup here for a couple, but they have no follow. Great ult coming through as Zhao Danny is now on absolutely nothing. And we do see Bebsy rushing down that mid. They could get a lot from this thing and stop the backs.
They are stopping the BAPs here. This could be the counterplay from ZA as Zhao Danny is effectively taking out of the fight, meaning that the most fed player, the strongest player in UCI, will not be able to respond to the following team fight. And it looks like Xin Zhao is intent on taking advantage of this. Zhao Danny looks like he is going to try to find a way to influence this fight from afar and be relevant for his team, because without him, UCI doesn't have much of a way to check ZA, and this could be the Baron, this could be the Atacon, and I think whatever team is able to successfully make that double play is going to be the team that takes away this game.
Yeah, that they're in a prime position to do so, as Zhao Danny is not going to be able to join this fight. There is no TP available. They are just walking bot side. They're finally walking up towards it, but Aktan has been started. This is the fight that they want to take now. They have plenty of time. They just need to stick it. They just need to have the confidence to say, we know Zhao Danny can't be here. We know the timer. We still have time on this one. It's 6,000. Slowly ticking away as Albino Spino is stepping forward and slowly getting chunked out by that combined damage. Mahiro is going to jump onto Rosethorn. If they're not getting it any lower, here comes the Infernal Bomb. There goes the knockups. It's a reset for Jinx. Zhao Danny's also got one on the back of that one, but the fight is going so far backwards. Bebsy just wants to keep going forward. They want to finish this Aktan off. The Z-score is dying to it. RetroZing, can you get something off the back of this one? That big Braum wall will stop that last knife from Zhao Danny, and Akatan still lives.
Hackathon being probably the objective that gets thrown over. It was the objective that most games are thrown over before because people were unfamiliar. But here it seems to just be a taunting visage of victory for whoever's able to take it. No team has been able to take you despite the last 2 fights. Zhao Danny, having forced them back, is looking for the opportunity to get a man advantage. And unfortunately, no picks were able to happen. But because they're forced to recall here, there may be an opportunity for UCI to deny the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Albino's Finance health just disappears here in the eyes of that Ziggs, and a great engage on the backline from Rel, but they just go down so fast off the back of this one. I guess a free reset. Strompist will go down to the Jinx here as well, as that damage with the Runins is just ripping through. There's the Mega Death Rocket. Finishes that one off. As we go back to live, we see them just taking Baron. But they couldn't get the other top side objective. They can take the Baron.
They probably don't want to risk it. The Baron still gives them a substantial buff to their attack and ability power.
Damage just goes through and takes all of them. But here comes Bebsy on the back. Here comes the damage. Here comes the reset as they run through. Zhao Danny's still alive, trying to get their damage through. They're moving across, trying to catch this. But it is a 1-for-1 so far, as we see Rel and Malphite both eliminated from this fight. Malphite didn't even have a chance to ult in that one. It was combo into combo into combo. As Gnar landed, I think, a 4-man Gnar into the wall.
This is a beautiful Gnar, followed up by a great Rel ult there. I don't know if you saw her get as many targets as she did, but she was able to set that fight up. And by getting rid of the Malphite, they lost one of the biggest initiation tools that ZA had, meaning that they can safely go in and take that dragon and deny it. From here, I think they're just clearing out their farm. They're going to go reset, spend their spoils, and then Atacom will be, again, the next objective on the map that the fight's going to break out over. Leveraging this Baron buff, I think that UCI is going to try to make a play for it.
Yeah, it looks like UCI are passing towards that top side. Maybe they do want to take the Akatan in the hopes of bringing this one back, but they've been doing so well to drag this game back in. ZA, do they want to force an Akatan? Do they want to try? Everything's up in the air right now because both teams are still very, very close in terms of what they can do in these team fights. As Jin Zhao is starting to fall off a little bit more now. You see those offensive items coming through with the Negatron. On the other side, Volibear is going to keep getting stronger as that tank that never dies. And Gnar is starting to land some unbelievable ults. So ZA have to be feeling themselves a little bit more that some of these fights might not go their way. Zhao Danny isn't splitting as much. I'm kind of worried.
Yeah, I think UCI has maybe able to turn this. I saw the read on the Atacon here, but as you said, I'm not sure it's worth the risk. There is a significant amount of risk, and the other alternative was to apply pressure by leveraging the Baron-empowered minions to threaten towers and to threaten inhibitors. And yet they're going for the Atacon.
Thorn is just eliminated from the fight immediately, comboed from Baby Cage to Malphite. You see Bebsy immediately running onto the rest, excited, knocked back. Atakan was taken so quickly and easily there. ZA pulled the trigger on the fight. Albino and Retrozing coming together to eliminate a jungler almost immediately. And then Bebsy is just sitting in the back going, getting excited for free. Deadly, let's finish this. And they can right now. They can finish this. Baron, I think you're right, Malice. That was the right call. Leverage the minions.
Well, I mean, it's anyone's guess. I guess, I don't blame them for having that hesitation there, but proof is in the pudding, and it ended up being the wrong play. There is now notable death timers on the side of UCI, meaning that ZA, at least for the next 10 seconds and the prior 30 seconds, had a time on the map where they had more players, and they might be able to use this to leverage the towers or at least get the push, set up the waves for the next play that's going to hit the map.
Some timing here for sure that they can work with. As Zhao Danny, we can see the damage coming out from that Corki onto what is meant to be a tank. True damage is a hell of a thing in these games, and Corki is just the absolute perfection when it comes to true damage right now. Very overscaled, very strong, as we do see them working their way through these towers now nice and quick. You'd think they were the team that had Baron the way they're taking these towers.
You would think so, but instead they're just leveraging their numbers. They know that Zhao Danny is topside. They know that there's not a lot of kill pressure on the Malphite. They still had, or at least had, the Atacon buff. So even if a fight did break out, the risk of being punished for it, the risk of being punished for it is quite low. Now, the Atacon buff, I don't imagine is going to be here for a lot longer, meaning that the game is about to return to a neutral state, and it's going to be up for anybody to take the tempo, to take the lead, and the guide is to a victory. Right now, 38 minutes of the game, score is 13-22, but UCI is still up by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, it is an absolutely crazy game, and once we get to these kind of numbers, it doesn't really matter too much because everyone's finishing their last 1 or 2 items, and it's more about the positioning. As Xiao Danny, that is not the position you want to be in, and that is a massive shutdown and a massive indication of how this game is going to go.
Oh man, that is a disaster. If you are ZA, that is what you're looking for. A great pick option initiated by the Malphite. And as to the karma to gold, you're absolutely correct. There's something known as gold relativity, and 1,000 means a lot more earlier in the game than it does here.
It has a terrible power creep gold in this game. Like, snowballing just became such a thing of the past like season 6. Crazy numbers. But other than that, yeah, this game has slowed down to more of a pick-based one now that we don't have any majors on the map available. We do have Baron and the Drake spawning relatively soon, and ZA looking towards their soul, while you see I looking to even that one up. But with a little bit of time to spare here, ZA are looking very, very strong coming into this next one, as we nearly have a full build Jinx and a nearly full build Veigar going into this one.
Well, the B is that gold concentration. Now, if they're able to take this, the buff from that dragon would allow them to be more resilient against the initial burst of UCI. They will get some damage reduction and increased damage as they fall below a certain HP threshold. And we do see both teams are vying very cautiously, trying to get a superior position to contest this Drake.
Yeah, and they are, as Xiao Danny's already started up in Rosethorn. They will just take this one. There will be no contest, but there might be a fight after the fact, as Mahiro just keeps wanting to go forward. There goes the ult, going to stop the damage. Rel's on the backside. Mega Inferno Bomb will do decent damage, but not onto the Jinx, and the Jinx is now firing and firing and firing, but finally stunned up by the Volibear. The fight is starting to erupt, but there's the ult. There's the Malphite. That's the absolute difference, but runs over the bombs. Bebsy's down. Can the rest of the team come through for this one? Retrozing comes through, drops the ult. There goes the Gnar. It's all down to Garika, who's caught in the cage. Mahiriru is going to take them out as Xiao Danny. Where were you?
It looks like he got zoned off. He was afraid of the 3 targets that got hit by Malphite. This is the opportunity you need. Malphite looks like he's trying to zone off the Xiao Danny and almost gets caught in a 1v1 that he doesn't look like he can win. Xiao Danny trying to support his team by killing the wave out from under them, not letting another wave come up. That way his teammates might be able to defend with only a few minions left between the 2 towers. I don't think those minions are going to get very far. And Xiao Danny's efforts are not in vain. He's going to be able to allow his team, I think, to protect against the possibility of ending here.
That could be the big difference there. He actually gets back just in time. Xiao Danny might be able to clean this one up as they are onto their Nexus towers. They're looking to finish, but Retrozing won't be able to get it. The minions are there, but the damage is not, as they will get 2 inhibs. The game is not over like we suspected. Xiao Danny actually gets back in time. The Rel, they managed to keep them off it. Only 1 Nexus tower falls and 1 inhibitor falls. That is to be honest, that's a massive win. They didn't lose the game.
No, they brought it back, and actually we might see a flip here as we see the TP out from ahead. The revenge kill takes out the Veigar. Braum about to go down. Z-Score is out. Double kill going over to the Gnar. This is an advantageous position. There are only 3 players left on ZA. They can try to get a counter push and maybe end out the game here, or they can try to go for the Baron. Now it looks like Xin Zhao's taking a recall. They're afraid of the closeout. You have Ziggs, who's got a lot of pressure. You've got the 5 grubs. This could be a turnabout. We see 1 tower, 2 tower down, inhib about to drop, and still 30 seconds on the death timers.
Yeah, there's no Retrozing here for the wave flare. We do see that Super Mega Death Rocket. There goes the ult as well from the Malphite, but only hits 1 on the back. He clears out the wave with it. Smart plays for smart moments, but here comes the fight. Bebsy goes back, gets the health back. They're trying to get something off the back of this Ambina. Spino is going to fall. They're trying to get onto it, but Xiao Danny does get knocked up, but there's the reset. It's 2 resets for Jinx. Can they get back into this fight? They don't have a flash available, but they do have the zap. They just need 1 more auto. It's just crazy play. What is going on?
From reversal to reversal to reversal again. The Uno cards just keep coming out, and it looks like it's going to be ZA's turn to rush down the game. They've got fewer barriers in their way. They already have supers in the base. I think ZA saved the game for themselves and will now be able to close this one out. But why are they chasing the Gnar so hard? They need to get somebody else in that base and take advantage of this window. Gnar narrowly avoids the ultimate. Xin Zhao's just keeping him zoned. Doesn't need the kill, just needs to stop him from getting to the base. And it looks like everybody else is going to be able to close out. I believe game 1 will go to ZA.
Yeah,
they got 10 seconds.
It should do, but the minions aren't quite there yet. They should Yeah,
They got it. They have it. They have it.
No doubt,
no doubt on this one. Wow, what a game! Zero animosity.
Again, with just the most insane, random, how does that happen moments that I thought we were past. I thought that was just Titan Vanquisher. But no, it's crept into OQ, and I don't care who wins. I need to see a game 2. That's how I'm feeling right now, because both teams played exceptionally well. The end of that game made no sense to me whatsoever. How does Xiao Dani get back to help stop them after losing a Nexus tower, and then it rushes back, and then they manage to get the kills, and then they rush down? It's just crazy. And look at the goal graph. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. We see that UCI was ahead and goal the majority of the game, and then the upset started to come in, the scaling started to come in. They have great pick tools, they had great team fights, and sometimes it just came down to a matter of when and where, and that was enough to put UCI in despair this time around. They almost came back, almost brought it back from the jaws of defeat. It was impressive to see, a very mean feat, but however, ZA was not going to be swept off their feet. They came back with a counterattack and closed that out. And game 2 can really go in either direction. Under that much pressure, that's where mistakes start to be made, and that's also where games start to be saved.
Yeah, there's no analytical point we can take from that apart from small mistakes before the last 5 minutes of madness. We can definitely say there was moments where the game could have ended from that point, or they should have leveraged the lead, let's say with the Baron instead of going for the attack, things like that. But yeah, it's just, there's so much little things we can talk about that there's too much for us to talk about. So the best way to do it is we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game 2 ASAP. Please don't go anywhere. Oh, Lord. Welcome back, everyone, to game 2 between UCI and ZA, where we have seen some absolutely amazing plays, some absolutely terrible plays. But Professor Malice, you have words you want to share.
Yes, I have this, what I call my moment of motivation, and I wanted to share this with UCI. The very first thing that I want to share is going to be what I call rule number 3. Embrace the pressure. The ability to handle pressure is all dependent on how you handle it. See it as an opportunity to display how mentally tough you are, and seize it as an opportunity. You can't avoid pressure. You can't duck it. You can't avoid it. You can either go through it or grow through it. If you try to, it will only come back bigger and stronger than before. Embracing the pressure is being willing to take that final shot with all on the line and be willing to do it again tomorrow, even if you miss today. You have to believe that you can. You have to believe that you will, and you have to believe that you must. That is my moment of motivation, and UCI, I'm hoping for a strong finish in Game 2. Show us what it means to be a part of the collegiate esports space. Woo!
I'm not going to lie, that's the most American thing I've ever heard on a Titan esports broadcast, because that's just not something people do in Europe. I also got no good pulls out of your speech on the TCG pocket, so it didn't work for me. It might work for someone else, but it didn't work for me. You know what? No, that was a banger. Well done. Well done.
I appreciate it. Thank you. See, the reason to get the pulls, you didn't believe. You didn't finish strong. You had a limp hand. You had a very limp hand when opening those packs. That's why you didn't get anything good. That's my belief anyways. You have to be strong. You have to be bold, and you have to be confident even in the face of failure. Now, UCI is still in this game. They have 2 games, well, possibly 2 games to cause an upset and take this back around. But ZA is coming in strong, and they're aiming for the crown. They are here to stick around. They want to win this game and close out. And a part of me, as much as I want to cheer for UCI, kind of hopes that ZA does take this as a 2-0 game, because then I can get out of here and get back to my duties as a collegiate esports coach myself. But UCI, in spirit and in heart, I am cheering for you.
Yeah, I'm honestly on the side of Xiaodani, as I previously casted for the org he was a part of, and I really enjoy seeing Xiaodani. But ZA, yeah, we have seen them just beat Titan. I would like to see them continue a really good run, and hopefully get to see more of them in the future, as maybe we'll start to follow ZA through their path through the lower bracket and see their OQs fully open up. But yeah, when it comes to how game 1 went, it was literally back and forth. That is the most league term that's ever used when it comes to any game, but this game was back and forth, because it was literally Nexus Tower to Nexus Tower. Crazy. Just crazy stuff. What do we want to see changed, Malice, in the draft? Obviously, the champions are there, but do we want to see different styles come out now?
You know, I do want to see an easier to execute strategy from UCI. They did have one that required some ability of mechanical execution. And I think that while in some areas it went well, and other areas it was inconsistent, you know, ZA had a very easy comp to play. You hit the ult button, you knock them up, and then you auto attack with Jinx. And there is a bit of repositioning, but you don't have to think as hard about how the team fights are going to go. A lot less planning, meaning a lot less communication necessary, meaning more consistent plays. And we saw that in game 1 as ZA, despite being behind in some of the very small micro stuff, generally won the team fights and had an advantage of the kills throughout the entire game. UCI does seem to have a superior micro and perhaps mechanical element of the game, but it's not such a wide enough lead that they can just rely on that.
Yeah, one thing I will say for ZA is we've seen it previously with the Titan games that I watched, and then into this one, the way they maneuver fights, they always kind of know where everyone is. It's like the second sense they have, where whenever they go forward, there's always someone there. They always have someone in the back ready to go alongside them. And it's incredible to watch them, the way they just position themselves as a unit constantly, and they're always incredible at it. But the way that UCI had that kind of kept the goal lead no matter what the kills were was really good to watch. But that's just that last 5 minutes was just unbearable for an analyst to watch. Unbearable. Like I'm not going to play League for the next 2 days. Like, I'm staying away from this. But as we get into this pick and draft, Syndra Gragas being taken away, nothing surprising there so far. Everything's going to stay the same, right?
Likely it's going to be a very similar ban. When the bans happen in Fearless, it's usually they don't want to see those, 6 to 10 characters ever in any game, period. Now, you could see some variation where you expect to deny a pick, or because there's a lane swap which I don't think there was a lane swap this type around, you might see a different priority to the drafting, or perhaps because certain threats are gone, you can change what you're going to prio pick in game 1 and game 2, meaning you don't have to ban certain things. And so we can see a little bit of variance. I think UCI changed their bans from game 1, if I can recall.
The thing is swapped, so it's not actually changing up the thing right now.
Oh, okay.
So
it's
UCI is actually red side. ZA is on this. It always happens with every single every single app that's ever been tried for league drafting always breaks on game 2. Just don't worry about it. It's just swapped. So UCI are right, ZA are left. I wish I had the Epic pen right now just to draw over this. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. They just snap their fingers, magic fingers like that. Boom. All right. I'm interested in the Ivern pick. That is not something that we've seen a lot of. I have a player on one of my teams who will be delighted. I've got a best friend as well named Livy, who used to play nothing but Ivern. We don't see a lot of him. Going to be an interesting game for sure, especially from ZA. I would expect something like a Protect comp maybe on UCI for Zhao Danny, who performs so admirably, but we're looking at a very different game too. And I like the Zeri pick with it as well. She tends to be a strong performer in these higher elo matches, followed up by the Leona, a very easy to execute but strong Warden.
Yeah, so this is something I spoke about in our previous series against Z8. Leona game 2 was one of the strongest picks. I just think it's really, really strong in game 2 because control mages are so prevalent in the mid lane, and after game 1 you kind of lose some of those special picks in the mid lane. So I think that's a really, really good pickup for ZA. I did speak about Varus being such high priority, but ZA, the only thing they've shown me that's normal is Leona. I don't know where they're going with this draft. It doesn't make sense to me unless they're going in an all-in mid laner with some sort of carry top laner. Just the Ivern is just kind of throwing me off this enchanter pool idea, and the bans sticking the same as we've seen previously. I just don't see where ZA are going with this, considering their style before was so aggressive. This draft has really thrown me off my game.
I would have to agree. Ivern can go in a lot of different directions, but it's still could be an easy to execute front to back comp. What's thrown me off about UCI is the Nautilus pick. I love the Darius pick, but on that Nautilus, Leona counters Nautilus. Nautilus typically won't win that lane as hooking somebody puts Leona in the area that she wants to be. Now, you could make an argument that utility from Nautilus is not just for the lane, it's for beyond, which fair, but there are other alternatives that you can pick into Leona. I'm not familiar with their pool. It's just a precarious pick nonetheless. Now, I love the Cassante blind. The Cassante blind here. He's one of the more blindable top lanes. And back in the lane swap meta, he was able to do lane swaps because he didn't need a lot of value to be good. And if you have to blindside because you're blue, you know you're likely going to have a losing matchup in the top. So you want to take something that's not going to be penalized for it. And Cassante is that pick. Orianna is unusual to me because they don't have a great delivery system. They could pair it up with Cassante as he has some dive ability, but it's not the type of synergy you typically see with Orianna. Usually there's the Xin Zhao who's gone, but there's also Nocturne, there's Rakan. It's hard for me to visualize what that would look like, but I'm also, hard stuck diamond, so perhaps perhaps I can't see that far ahead. There's a reason they're playing and I'm not.
Maybe. I don't like the Darius jungle. It's very solo Q-esque. I don't like the Rise top. It's very solo Q-esque. I feel like UCI are aiming for comfort over a comp that works together unless they want to Rise delivery a Darius into a backline. There's some things that are standing out here that don't really make sense to me, but there's also some things that I kind of really like. There's the Orianna pick I absolutely love, and you're saying there's no ball delivery system. You can Leona ult, put it on Daisy, and just send Daisy in as your ball delivery system because you don't care if it dies and it's going to be near something.
Oh, that's fair.
There's some things there that work in my brain, and then there's other things where I'm like, this is just not the pick. Cassante being the best pick I see from ZA in this, alongside that Leona. Like, them two alone might be enough for me to be happy.
I actually am going to defend the Darius, and shout out to player Ines, one of our top laners. He is a phenomenal, and he's been an advocate for the strength of Darius, constantly harping on me on just how strong this champion is. He can go in the jungle right now. He can go top lane right now. And Rise actually has a zoning lane advantage against the Cassante, which could be more oppressive than the Darius in this matchup. If Darius is not likely to get those kills, if Cassante respects it, you know, it's...
Darius is in the jungle, though, like that.
Well, he is in the jungle. But Rise being moved to top is going to be able to deny and control the lane a lot more than Darius would be able to, which is what I'm trying to get at here. And Darius being in the jungle, he's such a strong champ, he can still clear efficiently and still have a nasty prevalence in that mid and late game fight. I think UCI is onto something, and you're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, maybe so. As in the bot side, we do get a glimmer of what the Varus is going to be building with that Arcane Comet available, which means they have set up this with the idea that we are not going to be using Varus to take care of that Cassante or any tank on the team. He will just be aiming for the squishy targets. He'll be aiming for the Ivern and the Orianna and the Zeri and looking to poke them down from a distance, which means we will be seeing full lethality on that Varus with the... That's a bad arrow to miss because they didn't even move. But that fills me with hope. But yeah, I do think that this might be a case of, if they're going to play the way they kind of designed this comp to play, they want to keep Cassante on the sides. They want to keep Rise applying pressure and winning that lane solo, which means we might see a lot more of that Darius in the top side. But right now, it is Darius going to try and counter gank this 3 versus 3. As we do see the all-in come true, and it's already the Ignite going down. First Blood will go over to the Leona, will be traded back almost immediately by the Varus as they will line themselves up for 2. And Ivern, you ain't shielding that much this early.
No, it's not going to be enough to stop the early damage of the Darius, as well as the bleed, which is going to give him a huge advantage in the blow for blow. And what's worth noting is that Varus got both of those kills, whereas on the favor of ZA, it was Leona that got the kill. And so not only did UCI walk out with more gold from the exchange, but they led with the gold going on the targets they wanted it to. That 400 gold from First Blood, not helpful on Leona.
No, not helpful at all. But let's see what they want to do here. Is the smite will come true. Rosethorn will be stopped. But there is 4 members collapsing on this Darius. And you may be strong. You may be vouched for by Malice's friends. But that's 4 people versus you. You ain't winning that one.
That was nasty. I saw that collapse. I don't know if I'd say cringe, but you know that face you make when you bite into a lemon and you're just like, ooh. That's the face I had. I saw that coming from a mile away, and that is a blunder. Now, great defense from Rise here, stopping the Ivern from taking the Krugs away, trying to not let Ivern get an advantage anywhere. We do see Nautilus looking for a chain, but it's pretty close to the tower. Is somebody going to take a tower shot? They do not. And Zeri is going to be forced to recall.
Yeah, starting to get forced out of this wave now as Z-Score is going to step up and hopefully pick up some of that XP, but the hook does miss. So we'll be able to step up for the next couple of minions. We'll get closer to that level 4. But yeah, Gorik is going to have a much better time. Maybe going back to ADCs might be the correct choice here. And sending Zhao Dani onto Azir Judy, which I have seen a few times. And Zhao Dani, although I do love the Tristana mid, will be going for that Azir. And the Emperor of the Sands is a pick we've already seen once in RetroZing's hands. So I'm sure they know how to play this one.
Have you seen Zhao Dani play the Azir before? Do you have any commentary about how comfortable he can play it?
Zhao Dani is crazy in the most calm of moments. That's all I'm going to say.
I have to believe you after watching that first game. We do see more action. Darius is looking for a bot side gank. Varus might have been able to set up a freeze, forcing the blue team here, which is going to be ZA, to try to react. Nautilus lands a hook, trying to slow down, but no fight, no blood is going to be spilt. They are going to be forced to reset the lane. Now, there is a minion advantage on the side of ZA here, meaning that, again, UCI might be able to preserve a freeze, but it looks like they're now trying to break it and at least bring it back to a neutral position, if not trying to get the push for the dragon that has spawned.
Yeah, and this Rise is starting to put the damage down onto this Cassante. They've already recalled, picked up a little bit of magic resist with that null magic mantle being in the inventory, but they want to fight this one. No, they don't, as Ghost used. Trompus stepping back, using the phase rush, going to step back in, step back out, as Rise likes to do. There it is. Proc wants to go back again. Rise is the anti-fun top lane mage, and it is really fun to watch as a caster or an analyst or someone that's watching a game. But as Albino Spino will learn, that sucks.
Ooh, and the hook pulls him right back in, but he flashes and dodges the Q from the Darius, allowing him to get out alive. But this will give priority to Darius, allowing him to take these largely uncontested grubs, meaning that the first grubs of the game and perhaps the first objective will go to UCI. This is going to be the type of momentum they need if they're going to close out this game and close it out decisively. We could be seeing a game going into a 3-game series. I don't know how often that has happened into the NACL. It doesn't look like there was too many when I was looking at the Battlefly sheet, but that'd be another one for the books.
Momentum is quite important when it comes to any open qualifier, but that is a great engage coming through as Bebsy able to get some damage down, but has to be scared of the Varus return as it just takes one big arrow to separate them. But Z-Score will get the flash and the cleanse out of the Varus, so that lane is now going to open up a little bit for the side of ZA to get some more pressure down, but arrows will still rain from Varus. They have to be careful. That ult now available, Chain of Corruption, could be the difference maker, but Zeri's usually able to zap their way out of anything.
All right, we're now 8 minutes in game. Score is 2-2, but the about a 1,400 gold advantage is in the favor of UCI. Just like in game 1, they were able to build this advantage through a multitude of means, likely being those tower plates and the CS. We see Rise up to 17. We see Darius is up to 66, which is kind of typical as Iron's clear paths are very irregular, and the way he gets farm is also quite unusual. But Azir is up by 10, and Varus is up by 5, and he's able to match the tempo here. He is objectively ahead as he's already gotten his recall, and Zeri is just now recalling to spend the gold that she has. That gap between them is only going to widen due to the timers.
Yeah, and we did see Zeri also just there sell a couple of smaller items to help them get that BF sword. As soon as we go back, we will see that pop into the inventory as they are looking to get that Yuntal Wind Arrow online, as Varus has that tier build, as we've seen previously, and I speak about enough. That 400 gold does go a long way, but we do see what looks like could be a setup here from the bot side on a dive, but Rosethorn, not the most incredible dive champion, because the bleed will immediately set it off onto them, and if it goes awry just a little bit, Darius is not the tankiest character in the game.
That's not worth the risk, and it looks like Rosethorn had made that assessment as well. They were able to take the dragon because of the recall timers there, having the priority of the bot lane, taking it uncontested, and now they're just moving back up through the jungle, trying to get back on the dead time, possibly to set up for a later objective or a dive on the top, but they don't have to do anything right now.
Well, as we do see the all-in coming through here, is Bebsy trying to get some damage back on that, but Z-Score looking so aggressive into this Varus. Chains of Corruption will only be landing on one. They're trying to stop the Varus from getting away, and they're doing their best. The CC is landing. They will get the feat of Warfare, but here comes the Darius. The bleed procs will start coming through. Daisy does get a big knock-up. They're looking to finish off that Nautilus, but they won't be able to, as we do see Bebsy fall. We will see Z-Score fall. Here comes RetroZing, manages to get one back with that Orianna. Does have the ult available. Will they be looking for something? No, they won't, as it's just the Ivern available with them. It's not the most damage, and they do need to be very careful, or Xiao Dani would be able to wreck them at this range.
I have to agree. We're now 10 minutes into the game. Score is still 4-4, and the goal differentials have not really shifted. As we move later into the game, more objectives are about to spawn. Dragon's got 3 minutes, but Grub should be here in the next 30 as we see teams start to posture around it. We do see Z-Score walking up on behalf of ZA, trying to find maybe a pick in the mid lane here. We do see the ADC shifting to the mid lane, and Nautilus is also shifting to the mid lane, lands the hook on Leona, initiating a fight. They get aggressive trade-off here. They probably won't get the kill. Leona re-engages, Zeri follows up, and then we see a Leona ult, and then Varus goes down. Possibly double kill looking. Nautilus tries to pick up the kill on Bled, but Bled gets shielded. Double kill going over to ZA. This is Bebsy. The play they needed.
Yeah, Bebsy on the Zeri. Zeri moments are coming fast, and they won't stop. Zeri is one of those champions that a little bit of excitement, and they just keep going. Zaps for days as they will be able to complete that Yuntal. We do see Rosethorn running into that mid and actually stopping the back, as we will see Void Grubs now spawning, which means that'll be the third objective available for UCI. They do have a better timing on this. They will be able to pick this up for free. There shouldn't be any contest, which means that is their feat completed. Also, they have first strike. They have 6 Grubs. They're winning out in these objectives very heavily right now. Ivern is just not on the map in terms of objectives.
You know, Iron's a bit of a late bloomer. I expected to see early dominance from Darius, which unfortunately is more valuable this season than any other season before because of the feats. But the feats haven't been the greatest indicators of victories as they used to be. When they first came out, I think those who got the feats had a 60-70% win rate, and that run rate, while still positive, is not nearly as high before. I wish I had the statistics on it, but it has dropped. Players have been able to deal with it a lot better than before. And so ZA has some hope. I'm assuming it's going to be on the late game potential of having that Enchanter and playing through the Zeri. A lot of hope on Bepsi this game.
Yeah, there is a lot, but there's a really nice hook coming through from the Nautilus on a very kind of sleepy Z score there. But yes, they're talking about the feats. I think a lot of that is because those boots upgrades aren't actually that incredible. Even with the nerf before that, they weren't that great. But never mind, here comes the engage, here comes the shockwave, here comes everything. And that Darius, for all the damage you may do, you can't do it if you're dead, as the rest of the team will now collapse onto the Nautilus. Big zap, doesn't land. Bebsy trying to get some more damage out, but here comes a big arrow. Will not do enough damage just yet. But great little fight coming out from ZA. Great pick onto the Darius, and it sets them up nicely now to maybe move around and get that Drake, get the vision they want down, but also a lot of ults used in that. You also have to be wary of that.
And a pick is a pick is a pick, especially when you're in the thick of it. And no, I will not sing the song. We don't need to give him any more of attention. But Bepsi is able to get that kill, which is what they want to try to scale it in. And the faster she comes online, the faster they can use that momentum and use that ability to go ahead and contest these objectives. They need to play through her. They create a lot of space for her. They're dependent on her. And so getting her to gold, funneling his goals is going to be the way that they come into this game and take it over. The score is 7-4. The gold differentials are non-existent. It's a very level playing field, but UCI has the advantage. They were able to get the dragons, they were able to get the feats, and that's going to be a benefit. As you stated, it's not a significant amount, but it is an advantage, and it is free stats.
It is free stats, and they're having a great time here, just taking drakes, taking objectives, running around the map. It's just a great PvE kind of moment here for Rosethorn, but Darius will start to come online very, very soon, as we do see another Drake, 2 up, 2 grubs. It all comes down to who gets that first tower now for this feat, and with them heavily forcing on the mid with the bot, not doing enough damage to the tower yet though. Towers seem fairly safe, bar the top one. Cassante a little bit low, Z-score now in a lot of trouble. That is a lot of pings coming down. They want this kill, they want to all in this right now. Here comes the rise, here comes the rest. But Z-score flashes to safety, and this kind of is one of the issues. If Nautilus doesn't land a hook and doesn't throw the ult, you're not really catching a target.
It's something interesting. I just noticed looking at the item build, Darius has a Youmuu's, which is not in my bingo book. That's normal.
That is normal.
How long has that been normal?
As long as Darius is a jungler, he needs a Youmuu's.
You know what? Fair enough. It gives him a great ability to collapse, the movement speed boost, the extra lethality paired in with his innate armor pen. It makes him nasty. I was surprised. I thought there might be other items that can help his clear speed instead. But
no, with the bleed proc alone, he's able to get through the smaller things, while the big things he can focus with the extra abilities. On the other side of things, you will see Darius go into Swifties. He will go into Dead Man's Plate. And then either Force of Nature or Sterix. Force of Nature for a little bit of extra speed. Sterix in case he needs the shield. And then the opposite for his forward item. If you go Sterix, he'll go Force for Fort, etc. And then possibly last item, you'll usually either see a Thornmail or a Stridebreaker.
Well, it sounds like very, very aggressive early, high damage early, and then transitioning into a tank. But by maintaining that movement speed, he's able to close in on 8 people and make successful ganks, especially in those first 15 minutes where junglers tend to have the most agency in the game.
Yeah, Darius is definitely in a unique position in terms of junglers right now, because most other junglers are either going to go like Locket on Sejuani, or you're going to be going into Sundering Skies for the likes of Jin Zhao and champions like that. On the other side of things, this is the one they have to contest. This is the one they really want to fight for, because they don't want to give them any more towers. They don't want to give them the opportunity to get those, and they need to fight this one right here, right now. But with the fight, as it does break out, Z-score goes all the way and lands everything onto Rosethorn. Rosethorn is low, does finally go down, and they do actually get the Rift Herald as well, as it was smited away by the Ivern. And here comes the Zeri moment. They will keep pumping out damage. Cricket trying their very best to get something off the back of it, but no, they won't, as now it is a race for a tower. And Strumpet, well, Strumpet, you just have to walk up and auto at once.
I have to say, phenomenal play. Dare I say, fantastic. First blood tower going over to ECI, securing those feats for them. Fight breaking out. Casante going down the Rise, committing to the ult. Rise using his ghost, trying to kite him out, limit him with the abilities, and it looks like he picks up the kill.
Yeah, big trade-off there is Casante wants to just go all in and all out onto that one, but will not be able to get it. While on the other side, they will get that mid tower. On the bot side, we will see Retrosync go down, and Azir gets free time down there, so they lose another one. And it's going back to the UCI playstyle of being better at getting towers early, as Bebsy now looking to try and trade back the damages as Leona is getting engaged on. And Bebsy just walks away. Leona's fine. I don't need to worry about it too much. More emotes coming out there in good spirits.
Good to see that. Pepsi wasn't able to exchange the damage successfully, but if Leona takes the recall, it doesn't matter a whole lot. Now, there is 3 people pushing on that tower. They cannot defend it from here. It's about to be 4. We could see a continued team fight with the Rift Herald. No, the Rift Herald is with CA. I forgot all about that. So that tower does go over to UCI. Despite being down, they're still ahead in gold. They have a 2-tower advantage. All the outer towers are down, and you know that is beneficial for them. And 17 minutes too. That's
But they got all the outers in the space of 2 minutes.
In the space of 2 minutes.
It's like carving an onion.
It's not even Halloween. I thought they carved a pumpkin.
Back a layer. They just peeled back a layer. Well, Shrek 5 got announced. That's probably what they're going for.
No,
but,
no.
Look, it might be good.
Okay, maybe. I will say this game's looking a lot more appealing than that. Well, the memes are pretty
plenty of memes.
All right, 18 minutes into the game. Score is 9-6, still in favor of UCI as far as gold, but that might not last for long. We do see ZA now peeling away. They're aware of the dive. Darius was looking to get in. He's trying to get from a flank. Leona is going to stun, lands the stun. Nautilus ult going onto the Ivern. Darius is getting by the skin of his teeth. Unstoppable and Casante, but the heal from Darius goes through. A shield is placed onto Darius. Roadthorn goes down.
Ebsy on the back finally uses that ult. Will join the fight. Be ready for this one as Albino's Spino trying to get away, but no, the Varus will clean that one up. Ebsy, will they be able to get enough damage through to get through that front line to activate the rest of the team? But no, they won't be able to, as Varus now is starting to clean up, waiting for one more arrow to go through. Cooldowns are reduced when you land other abilities. Immediate cleanse. Captain Jack. Here comes the charge. Gorica should have it by now and does. There's the snipe. Decent damage, not enough yet. And also, is that a Serpent's Fang proc I just saw? Yes, it is.
Oh, that is dastardly, but a very smart move. You're going lethality here. It's a great lethality item. It breaks the shields. We do see a lot of shields on here. We do have iron shields. Cut that in half. Is it just destroyed entirely? I don't remember.
You gotta watch the survivability as well from Rosethorn. Just look at this. Just no HP, still going. Manages to land one. Finally, Casante gets onto it. Finishes off the Darius. That's great. Look at Gorica during the rest of his fight. Completely safe. Just picking targets like, I'll throw an auto. Yeah, no, I won't. Yeah, no, there's the arrow. Yeah, I'll just finish that one off. Go back. There's 2 autos. 3. Oh, there's an ability. Oh, wait, there's one more. Just taking his time. Just throwing. Like, it's one of these things about non-on-hit Varus. You do nothing and still do everything simultaneously. Any other ADC that throws, what was it, like 7 autos in a team fight, they're getting flamed.
Does that mean he's like the Mordekaiser of ADCs? Mordekaiser can miss every ability. And then still come out
Mordekaiser has that AoE with Rylai's, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the whole joke, is he can miss every auto attack or miss every ability and still be useful. And Varus here, you miss, you know, as you said, missed a couple of abilities or auto shots and was still able to have an impact on that fight. Significant one at that, as the scores are evening out again. But for UCI, who was already ahead, it just means they're pulling further along. They are about to hit a 3K lead, which is a 10% gold advantage over the opposing team. And depending on where that's concentrated, that can be the equivalent of half an item or a full item, which can be significant.
Could be significant, but we do have Atakan is now spawned. There's a big objective there, and it depends on which team wants to go for it first. I think whoever starts it first usually loses the fight, but with the advantages that UCI already have in terms of money, in terms of where their money is, and how strong Varus is, there could be a good argument for them to just start it up, pump the damage into it. You have an Azir, you have a Darius, bleed on Leandries, you could do some decent work to it here, and that is the option here. As the rest of the teams are just pings everywhere that they want to get something going, as Atakan is melting under these two.
I don't know if this is a play. We've seen it before, but seeing how ZA is not going to be able to respond in time, I guess this was the opportunity. They were correct. I was concerned, a bit cautious, as last game we saw it go back and forth, and holy smokes, it is the Atacon that gives them the 25% boost. It's not the one that gives them the life. I don't remember the names of the two, but 25% on top of those 3 Drakes is going to be massive. I think UCI has a clear path to victory, a clear win condition in this game. They just maintain this objective control and they choke them out, and I mean, that's going to be it. One fight is really what's going to come down to. One key fight over a Baron or over an Elder, and it will be gone. Unstoppable, even.
That is the plan. You get that soul, you get the 25% increase because they have the Voracious. It's going to be very, very easy for them from that position, as we do see the power of Azir and Darius on that tower, lethality and AP combined. But also the towers popping up. Oriana's a little bit far forward here as RetroZing misses the shockwave, completely sombreros it, and it's just, that will be the end of it. They will have no chase down. They will just lose that tower for free off the back of losing an Atakan.
I mean, sometimes you have to make a choice between bad and awful, and you know, you just pick the lesser of the two evils and you try to take it on the chin, praying or anticipating that another mistake will be made and a way to get back in will reveal itself. You got to have faith, you got to have optimism, and keep your eyes peeled, because mistakes, micro mistakes happen all the time. And we saw it last game where UCI almost flipped that game off of some really minute differences. Almost closed it out, almost took it back, however, weren't able to do so, and ZA took it. So here, they just got to play defensively and wait for that specific critical opportunity and seize it.
Yeah, that is the plan here. Z-Score aggressively stepping forward, as always, on this Leona with that Zeke's Herald, looking to become a battle Leona, not caring too much about being the tank Leona, but Bebsy does have that Ivern in the back to be their enchanter, so it seems like a lot of the comps just do work around Bebsy with the jinxes of previous and coming in with the Zeris. It's just a lot of the team does revolve around that, but RetroZing on this Oriana could be a massive damage dealer. If they get one good big ult, it could change everything. That's their plan. ZA are looking for that team fight win, and the thing that's worrying me is if the team fight doesn't present itself, Ryze is running that top side and Cassante is in a lot of trouble.
I'm not so sure if Oriana will get that opportunity. UCI's composition doesn't typically want to group up, so it would be a micro misstep to be in such a spot that Oriana can grab multiple targets with her ult. I think that in this game, you know, she can grab 2 people at once. She should consider herself lucky. Any more than that is not probable enough to bet on. We see Leona engage on the Nautilus, and the fight is about to break out. Nautilus gets popped early, giving a 5v4 fight in the favor of ZA. But Zhao Danny is continuing to chase them down, controlling the space. Rollstar is looking for a way in, and it looks like they're just going to break apart here as we see a recall happening from Cassante. But Cassante does have TP and can re-enter. ZA's job is to maintain the pressure and not let them get that dragon until Cassante gets back into the game.
Yeah, Bukarika is doing damage here. They're setting themselves up nicely for his Ivern, trying their very best to get into this fight. We do see the all-in coming through for all we know, it is taken by Strompus in the end. That is the Hextech, that is the Ravenous, that is everything. Xiaodani sends it, gets 2 key targets, and there is nothing left for them to do. This is a death right here for ZA. They're trying their best to heal, but they managed to get one back. That's the Oriana damage coming through. Xiaodani now looks stuck in a 1v1 against the Cassante, but you have a Varus over a wall. Varus will finish you off. Xiaodani now unstoppable. Soul completed. Atakan on top of that. Every grub. And it is a objective difference.
Have to look at the replay on that, but it looked like Dragon survived the smite from, I'm assuming, Ivern by 350, although there could have been a smite from Darius that was 350 short, and they made up for it in another ability. You'd have to look closer at that. but 350 is a very small margin to end up missing. However, that ended up playing out, and the opportunity could have been there. We do see Z-Score looking to trade with the bars, lock him down, did slow him, but not enough to create the opportunity for anybody else to follow up and get that kill. And now with that Z-Score on the board and anybody to contest them, they're gonna get that Baron for free. 26 minutes in a very short span of time, UCI has pulled dramatically far ahead.
Every single objective, it's a full house diff. Like, there's not an objective they haven't got yet. It's incredible to watch. They've played this objective game to near perfection with a team that I expected to be looking for fights. They've completely shifted my idea of what they wanted to do in this, and yeah, that was very, very close.
It was actually by 80. I think it was Darius Bleed that got it.
It was actually Rise that got it in the end, but
Rise that got
smited.
it, okay.
They both smited, so it was just down to absolutely everyone else to get it, because neither of them were going to finish that off with their abilities as they used everything they could to get it. But here's Garicka just cleaning stuff up on the backside of things as we go back to live, and Rose Thorn is making a mockery of the bushes as they're just running through them.
Getting down the control vision, removing any vision the opposing team might have, and maintaining that pressure. Now, Rose Thorn could get caught out here. Doesn't seem to have anybody hovering them or keeping them safe, but perhaps ZA doesn't know that or doesn't have an opportunity to present itself. And we do see that they're going to be leveraging this pressure. The top tower is about to go down, and UCI will now have 6 towers taken out, or have secured 6 towers effectively. I should work on my phrasing so I don't confuse the viewers. The siege continues though, and we see the top lane tower taking significant damage. Cannon's now knocking it down to 50% HP. If this stalemate's not broken, their tower is going to be gone, and we do see Rise is able to take the mid tower. Now there's 7 towers on UCI's team. A fight breaks out. It looks like a pull happened, and they were able to take out the Cassante. This is going to be it. I believe this is the closeout moment.
Yeah, this is the closeout moment as they're just pumping damage forward. There's the Chains of Corruption. The arrow's getting charged up. It cuts through to almost immediately triple kill for the Varus, as we do see Nautilus somehow survived that last tower shot with that amazing shield. As we just see Zhao Dani just throwing ults randomly as it isn't a clean ace. UCI will take game 2 in a dominant fashion, and ZA, they got to go back to the old draft prep there and say Ivern is a big no-no.
I think that Ivern might have been the choice. Now, Darius, I also think, played a very strong part of that game. And fortunately for it being, drawing a blank of Fearless. Why was that so hard to remember? For it being Fearless draft, they're not going to have to worry about the Darius again. So this is going to be it. Any last cards they have on the table, anything they haven't shown, they need to bring it out here. This is the last game. It's the last game. It's the last thing on the line. Whatever takes this game takes the fame. They get to take it home, and the other team is sent home. Whew, tough place to be. UCI coming in on a victory is going to be feeling really good into game 3. It's now going to be time for ZA to build the motivation for game.
Yeah, 100%. They have to build something here. That is just an absolute objective walkthrough on how to play the game around objectives. Like, Yorin will be very happy to see UCI play this way, and ZA, they showed some very interesting picks, but I think going back to a more standardized jungler will definitely see them do a lot better. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to do, but we'll be back in just a few moments as we get ready for game 3, and these teams bring out the draft books, because Fearless is a tough one. So we'll be back in just a few moments. Please don't go anywhere.
Oh, that was difficult.
Welcome back, everyone, for Game 3. Something we haven't seen a lot of so far in the OQ, but UCI and ZA have brought us to a Game 3, which means Fearless has just got fearful for both of these teams, as champion pools have been disintegrated down to stuff that we might not see too often. But in Game 2, we still saw an Irvine, so Professor Miles, take us away. What do we think?
Oh, I'm thinking that this is going to be a critical moment. And I had some comments that I wanted to make about fear, some comments about the situation these teams find themselves in, and that there are two types of teams: those who believe success is a choice and those who make excuses for why they're not successful. These teams are now put in a stressful, fearful, intense situation where any mistake that they make could be the thing that sends them home. Both teams are on the line trying to make something come from this. And so I want to remind you that fear, it says that the grass is always greener, that it's easier to be somewhere else and not to waste your time, to keep your options open. But to this, I say that you want to go all in. There are no shortcuts. There are no hacks. Well, there is scripting, but there is no easier way forward. There is only one path, and that's going to be with grit, pertinacity, and persistence. Success does not require shortcuts. It requires optimism and pertinacity. You must be persistent. And today I ask that you bring all your energy and put it out on the line. If you've got something you're holding on to, something that you're keeping inside, let it out, unleash it, and make your opportunities become reality. That's what I have to say to you. Both UCI and ZA, I am excited and looking forward to a phenomenal, fantastic, and exceptional Game 3. Send us home.
Yeah, please send us home. It is nearly 2 in the morning. All I got from that speech was unleash its success, and I'm like, yeah, that's step 1 and 2, and step 3 is profit. So that could work here. But I'm trying to do some notes on what I expect the draft to look like here, and it's tough. Like, both of these teams have very different styles that they've shown throughout. So, like, I don't exactly know what we're going to expect in terms of champions. Like, we've seen Ziggs, Corky, we've seen swapped up lanes, we've seen Varus. Ash is something I'm expecting to see come true, as we do see last game's draft now popping up. It's a very, very strange one in terms of, like, Zeri is usually very good, but where's the Lulu to go alongside it? You took the Leona into the control mage of Azir, which is great, but the Ivern wasn't doing the Lulu's job. If Sejuani might have done a better Leona job. There was things out of place there that had better roles to be filled, Malice, and I'm just worried that ZA might have bit off more than they can chew with what they were trying to cook up there in a comp with the let's play for our ADC, when the ADC didn't get time to get played for.
You know, they might attempt it again in Game 3 and just chalk it up to maybe some unique variables or an off play on the Ivern. There is, like you said, still Ashe, but there's all for Sivir, and Twitch is still on the Mac, in the Tristana for is still in the game too. I know you're hyping up your boy there, saying that he was really good on the Tristana. So we could see some dive heavy compositions. We could still see some front to back. Most of the tanks for the bot lane have already been utilized. Nautilus is gone, Leona is gone, Rel is gone. Alistar might still be in the game, but he's not the greatest initiator. He is an initiator, but he's more of a peel champion. We could still see Pyke. We could still see Thresh. Otherwise, we might see some Melios. We might see some Lulus, some Namis, something that really empowers the ADC. We still have some strong blind picks for the top as well for whoever's on the weak side. Orin is still in the game, although I've heard he's more of a troll pick when it comes to these high-level plays or these high elo games, as he is a bit more run-dimensional, meaning that it's easy to get your ankles broken.
Yeah, but like the thing that I'm more worried about is like, where's the Ashe, the Sejuani, the Renekton that we saw previously, the Sylas that we saw previously? Picks like that, even Misfortune, Talia, Wukong, and Bessa, like all these other champions are just missing.
They're still out there.
They're still out there, but like that's what we should be looking at. We should be seeing that style. Like it's very hard to like Wukong should be first picked, and that should be followed by Ashe and Sejuani, and it like everything's out of whack now for me. So I'm going back to what I would be doing in game 2 after I have game 1 written down here. So like, I fully expect to see Wukong, if not banned, because they're going to stick with their bans more than likely, as most teams like to do. So Wukong should be there. Sejuani should be coming in now for sure. Ashe is the other A-list alongside Misfortune.
What about Victor? Do you think we'll see the Victor?
I think Victor is fake. I think other control mages do it better. I think Talia is better than Victor in the current moment, just because her utility is so much stronger. And I think if you're going to play against ZA, like, they're going to pick Sylas. If you pick anything with a decent ult, they're going to pick Sylas. They're very, very good at it. Because I've seen RetroZing do it before, and they played against it previously in the Hui matchup, and I know that Sylas is something that's been picked for by RetroZing anyway, but we do have the correct sides now. I believe ZA did pick red side, as that is probably what I would do if I was ZA, and they're the bans that are currently there. If it's not, there's actually an Ezreal ban, so yeah, they have to take Ashe first pick. It has to be.
We'll see if they're going to change that ban from ZA to get rid of the Ashe. No. Okay, well, let's see if you call it out. Ashe is a great blind pick. ADCs are also one of the better lanes to blind with. And so Ashe, we could see MF because Braum's off the table. There's not an immediate counter. I mean, maybe Yasuo, but I don't think we'll see one. And Maokai. I like the Maokai. That's actually a strong start. It could be a decent flex there. Both, I think, support jungle and top. Well, not so much jungle. I don't think jungle Maokai is really doing it right now. But top and support taking a possible flicks on pick one. And there's the Ashe.
Take the Sejuani here. Just absolutely send it on Sejuani, or take a Zyra jungle.
Oh, there's the Zyra. Flex Zyra. I don't know if they take the Zyra support. That could be Zyra jungle.
Am I in the right scenario. Discord call? Am I in with the ZA team?
They're listening. They're tuning in right now. And there's the MF pairing very well, very strongly with the Maokai. We could see a Jarvan. Is Jarvan going to come out, locking them in and setting them up for MF?
Stop doing this to me.
Now, Sejuani is going to be ZA. There's the Talia. You mentioned a very strong, powerful utility mid-mage.
Yeah, I like that. I do like the Talia here. I just feel like that's a little bit early because no one ever bans Talia. No one ever sees it as that good. It's
Sylas. Well, decent ults, 2 decent ults on the table. I'm not sure how effective he can use MFs, but MF is pretty strong. The Maokai, I think, is going to be the ult that he's targeting here, and why they grab that. Also, don't want it to be banned out in the second phase here. Given a priority.
Someone has to take Sejuani here. I'm not going to lie anymore. If they go, if they're banning Poppy, so they want to go. It could be either Renekton or Sejuani here. And then for the Poppy ban. Okay, and then Wukong. The last ban, if it's not Ambessa, should be Ambessa. Pled. So it should just be Sejuani, Wukong, Ambessa, Renekton. Put a $5 on that.
Sejuani, there's the Sedge, as you've called it.
So now follow it up with Sejuani. Or not Sejuani, sorry. Wukong, Renekton.
Ambessa. You know, it fits the theme. Dive heavy. We're both somewhere on the mark, but not quite.
It's one of the 4 picks I've said. It's just where's like
the Wukong and the Jarvan's going to be here. This is going to be the jungle pick, and it's Wukong. You were right. I'm a little saddened, but Wukong is a very strong meta pick. Renekton? Does Renekton beat Ambessa?
No, but it's just a safety, and it's something ZA have played before where they're able to hold off teams.
Oh, wow! You were accurate on almost all of these. You mentioned the Sylas if they got a good ult.
5th game of ZA. I'm in their heads. I know what's going on. I know what they want to go for. And this is the comp that I wanted. I'm just so surprised Ashe got given over by UCI when that would have been the premier pick 1. That's your B1. I'm surprised they went for a Maokai B1. Like, they really believe in the Maokai being that strong, which leads me to believe, why didn't you take it in the first 2 games?
You've heard it here first. Satyr is a better analyst, and if you are looking for an analyst on your team, you shoot him out with DMs, employ him, because clearly he knows what's up.
A little bit. Like, this comp feels like a game 2 comp. This comp should have been the game 2 kind of run, because all of these champions are S tier picks with Wukong, Ambessa, Talia. They're all S tier alongside Misfortune, and then the Ashe, the Sejuani, and Renekton, they're just a perfect combo for a first 3 picks. So I just rather those picks be used early instead of dragging us to a game 3 to see what would happen. But yeah, like this is the game I'm more excited to see because this is more standardized. The only real difference here would be the Zyra, Maokai, and Sylas. They'd be the outliers.
All right.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Which comp do I like better though, Malice? That's what I'm worried about. Which one do I like more?
Oh, it's got to be UCI. UCI, I think, is just so much better. Now, ZA has a good comp, but I just think there's more synergy, more outs, more options on the side of UCI. I don't think ZA has as many. They do have some engage, they do have some pick, they have some interesting utility with the Sylas, a lot of burst potential there between him and the Renekton, but I just think UCI is gonna likely come across with a Nirvana. They've shown in the last 2 games that they had statistically or typically came out ahead in farm, in control, in early game pressure with the gold, and if they have that advantage on this composition, they can do it a third time. I think they're just going to win across the board in the jungle and in the lanes, and there won't be as much of a playback potential for ZA. It's going to be a game 2 repeat.
I also genuinely think I've used all of my brain power now on that draft, and I am just going to lose my mind in this game. Well, yeah, let's break down these lanes and see what we think. So Renekton and Bessa, we're not 100% sure how that one goes, but Renekton going into the Doran's Blade leads me to believe he feels aggressive and strong in this lane, as most Renektons know their matchups and go Doran's Shield if they don't feel comfortable. In the mid, Xiao Danny's going to have a decent time into the Sylas. Sylas wants to dash forward, and Talia wants to say, no, Unraveled Art will stop that 90% of the time. But in this bot side, a lot of all-in versus a lot of poke and slow, and Zyra and Ashe should have early advantages while the all-in potential comes in from that Misfortune. And I am looking forward to seeing what build they're going to go for, whether they're going for that lethality Misfortune or they're going to go into that Bloodthirster build.
I'm predicting that blue side, top and mid are going to win pre-6, and I think that bot lane, red side, is going to win pre-6. Barring any intervention that bails them out. I think Mbessa has the further range. She has the ability to dictate how the trades are going to go, so it's up to her to take the favorable trades, and Renekton has to react. And same with Xiao Danny, is that he has the range advantage, but he does get ganked by the Sejuani, tries to knock them back in, but a flash comes out from the Sylas, giving first blood over to ZA.
Yeah, 2 summoners for 1, but first blood does go over to that Sylas and Talia. For all I said about them having a nice and easy lane into the Sylas, there is a battle boar in your lane, and that will make the difference. But good trading coming in from that Renekton, and that's the trading you like to see coming in. Just although they did rock Conqueror after they left, still they got a great trade coming in there as Strompist. It's not a rise, you can't run away from me that easy.
No, they certainly cannot, and once you're on top, it's hard to get away. Oh my god, again! A repeat kill and a third kill going over to Renekton. There's something in the water, because my friend Seder, they're turning the freaking screens gray!
Yeah, it's back to Florida Gator time. As we do go to the bot side, and ZA have somehow picked up another one. This is getting traded back, but Bebsy will get one. Will they be able to fend off this Maokai? As Bebsy doing the very best to slow the tree, but the tree continues to move. The Ents have risen. But no, the kill does go over to Misfortune. It is a trade for one for both ADCs, and we will see that reset come true for the Ashe. But all summoners burned bot side, while there's still flashing cleanse available. Strompus trying their best to trade into Albino Spino, and yeah, good decent trade back. But look at that CES advantage in the top side. Getting replays of this mid one. It's just a battle boar's back. Look at this, just
hops over the wall. Doesn't lock him down to Sejuani gets close there, setting up the play for Sejuani. A great display of discipline. And Renekton, well, just does Renekton things, I guess. Got on top.
Just tell odds too that they are an absolute miracle worker, replaying all 3 of those kills. That is absolutely exceptional work. As yeah, just way too aggressive there from Zyra. They step too far up, and Maokai decides to go. Great trade back as well. But yeah, we do have another kill that happened on live. That we did manage to miss, but on the other side of things, those 3 replays, absolutely stellar work.
Oh man, only 5 minutes into the game. Very different game than we've seen before. Already 5 kills in, a kill happening every minute of the game, and technically more than that if you consider how much time is not utilized in that first minute and a half. 1,000 gold advantage in the favor of ZA. They might have to swap out their names with me. They have the animosity. They're coming in with a maliciousness that we haven't seen in this series.
Yeah, game 1 was incredibly slow paced and really took its time to get going. Game 2 was an all round mess of things where everything just fell apart. And then ZA, they're forcing this one heavy. They want to push every advantage they can get. They do not want any scaling opportunities. They want to fight, and fight. And so far, they've absolutely smashed it out of the park. They're leveraging advantages. They're heavily helping out the Silas in a lane that I know Talia should be able to win quite handily. And now we see Sejuani immediately moving towards that Drake. They know they have prio. They're also moving 2 people already up towards to set up those grubs to stop Rosethorn from getting to it. Wukong is only good as long as you allow Wukong to be good, and they are not allowing it as Wukong is standing right beside a Silas.
Oh, and a repeat gank again. We see the Silas just brutalizing Zhao Danny. It's like watching Chris Brown in real life. It's absurd to see how hard he's smacking her around. This is just disgusting. Renekton going in on the Wukong, getting the stun, followed up by the Sejuani. A double stun, stunning play, giving 2 kills over the ZA.
Yeah, absolutely incredible work there by the Silas, just constantly linking up with Sejuani to get that. But in the bot side, it's a little bit of a different story as Zyro once again does fall Z-score. Having the worst game we've seen from them so far as they are now 0-2, and Bebsy doing their very best to try and trade it back, but Garika will pick that one up. It is now 2-1 on that misfortune, and it was looking close, but it was enough. And Retro's thing is in the area, but opts not to go for it. I thought there was a little bit of an opportunity there for a dive. Get that misfortune.
Oh, maybe there was a pause. There's a reason there. They had to disengage, and they didn't want to lose out on time in the game. Okay, looks like they're right back into a very short pause. Could be a DC technical issue. Curious as to what happened. Renekton initiates the fight, goes on the dive, lands the stun, and takes a significant trade. That's gonna be that's the delay for the pause. Okay.
Yep. And now. Ah, it was close. No, it wasn't. Never mind. It's gone way past it. Oh my, that is a pause and a half.
Oh, you know what it is? It's because we were slightly delayed. Okay, and we're back. It was a small one. It wasn't too long. Could have been a couple minutes long.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible.
A lot of blood. If there is a silver line for UCI here, it's going to be Garcia with the 2 kills, having a very strong Wombo combo set up with the Maokai ult and the MF ult, which is not even in the game yet. So one of their core win conditions or core strategies to the composition hasn't even come online. They can absolutely flip this like they almost did in game 1.
Yeah, good opportunity for them here. Flip this one around, but see, hey, they're so aggressive in every other lane bar. The bot lane has been the opposite aggressors with UCI, with the Maokai just sending it consistently, and now with that flash available, I expect to see it happen once again. But in that mid lane especially, Mahiro and Retrozing are just linking up so well, and maybe this is the reverse of what I've been saying previously with ZA. I was saying they're always playing for Bebsy, they're always playing for that ADC, and it didn't pan out in the Zeri game, it did in the Jinx game. Maybe swap it up, and they've decided to do so, and now it's all on Retrozing on the Silas, who has had absolutely exceptional games so far, with the Hui game being a heavy carry, Veigar as well. Maybe it's time for them to play super aggressive on the Silas and have that backdoor Sejuani to just constantly be there for them.
I know that might be the play. I don't know if it was an intentional play or a moment of opportunity where they just saw the vulnerability of Zhao Danny. He might be getting sleepy or might be getting tired or at least a bit sloppy as the series goes on. But I guess they all started. They both had 2 games today. They both could have been having fatigue start to set in and capitalize on that, punishing him, locking him down, taking him out when he was such a core player in previous matches. It could be very favorable for ZA here. The player to watch will be the Silas. If he is shoving and roaming, rotating along with the Sejuani, they could possibly transfer that lead to other lanes, particularly and most importantly that bot lane.
Dominus top flash in from Renekton as it is just a fly forward. It is an immediate kill, as that is how Renekton mostly does things. Florida is a crazy place to go if you're an Ambessa. But on the other side of things, we will see... I'm not that well versed in what Florida's actually like. I just hear there's lots of crocodiles.
Well, I might be visiting there sometime soon. I can only hope, but I won't give any more details to that. I surely will. Now, Renekton is up 2 kills and 30 CS. He is probably the biggest gold differential in the game, making up the majority of that 2K advantage that they've managed to generate, which is huge. That's, you know, 1 grand every 5 minutes, 200 gold advantage every minute. It's 2/3 of a kill. That's greatly a good position to be so early on. And the way that gold can snowball is going to allow you to contest these early objectives and get them early and build your team into an irrecoverable behemoth, such as we saw UCI do in game 2. Now, it's not quite to that point. UCI needs to find a way to dole the momentum to keep it in contested game state, and we might see that happen here at the next Grubs fight. It's about to break out, but man, I don't know. It's going to come down to the ults, the players, the picks. How do they set this up?
And that's the thing. You have an Ashe, you have the ult, you have the hawk shots. It doesn't matter if they take your vision. You just send a burden there. And it's a good thing it has 2 charges, so you can hawk 2. But they're going to fire that ult straight up. It's going to miss straight through the goalposts. But they're going to fight this one back. Here comes the Talia. While we've seen this before, we've seen it again. Rosethorn actually flashing the wall to try to get to this fight. Will get the knock-up, will get the setup. Maokai now in a little bit of trouble, but Bebsy now starting to trade that damage back. Rosethorn's in trouble. Silas will use Maokai's grasp against him as they will get the fight going. Albino Spino in a little bit of trouble. There goes a bullet time, but it goes straight past. Doesn't do enough damage, and 2 free kills for nothing. And ZA return to the Grubs to pick up the last 2 of those. They don't get the mark, but they get the kills.
Seder, you know, I don't like to be toxic, and I'm certainly not my character, but I hopefully wasn't the only one who looked at that play and went, huh? That wall from Talia seemed like the intention was to zone him off, but wasn't timed well with the Maokai, who seemed to be wanting to set up the play to go in. A total mismatch there. And with those ults out of the way, ZA was able to make the play of the day there. They were able to secure 3 of those kills. We'll see it here in the replay.
Some incredible zone control as well from Z-Score and from Mahiro. They're just stopping anything from getting to Bebsy here, and Bebsy just being an Ashe, slowing them, keeping them there. Now here comes the rest of the fight. Sejuani ult, Silas stole Maokai's ult and send those roots straight back at them. And they just pick up 3 easy kills in a situation where it was UCI that were the aggressors. ZA turned it around, got it back. They now have 3 Grubs. They've left one there as they've opted to recall, reset, head straight to Drake to get their second stack onto the feats, as they won't be able to complete the full one, as UCI took 1 Grub from the previous camp and 1 Grub from this one. So getting that last one isn't that important to them, but getting that second Drake and setting themselves up for another win condition Drake, where's the issue?
Oh, I think a comment I made earlier was talking about fatigue, something that sets in long games. And while I don't make a habit of reading comments while we're live, Nagapona made a point saying that ZA doesn't get fatigued, and that really could just be it. We're seeing misalignment, miscoordination. The tools are available for UCI, but they just haven't been able to organize them or deliver them in this 3rd game. And it could really just be fatigue, tiredness. ZA, though, is capitalizing on it like it was a freely given opportunity. It was, you know, the golden ticket of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, and they're not leaving anything behind, not a single crumb. They're going for everything and anything. They're up 6 kills, 2,500 gold, and both dragons, they're able to get half of the voidlings. They have not let much fall through their fingers, and this could be it. They could be causing their win, taking the series home, causing a disruption. Phrases are endless, although perhaps not always readily available, because fatigue is setting in for me too. I can relate.
It must be very late wherever you are, right? You know, I'm on the other side of the world. But no, I think that there is always going to be fatigue, and always coming to a game 3 is always difficult. It just feels like this isn't a game 3. It feels like game 2 was let's just have fun, and game 3 is an actual game, and it just feels like there's a massive comp difference here. I think Talia was put way too far behind, way too early to unlock that mid-game potential that we see with a lot of Talias now, with her now becoming possibly the strongest utility mid laner, at the moment, at least in my mind. But you combo that with Sejuani being able to just throw the ult into it, or Silas being able to outmaneuver it by stepping away and going along the side of the walls and having a lot more kind of mobility. Renekton not caring for it and just dominating through it and it taking the stun to the face. And then Ashe, you just have so much utility. Like, there is always that opportunity for UCI to set up the perfect fight, get that bullet time going, and that's what they're going to have to play for, with Xiao Dani buying space for Garika. But they do need to get those items online. That Archangels for Talia first item still not completed. That Bloodthirster is available for Misfortune, and they are still sitting 2-1 and haven't really impacted the map as much as they wanted to. But Albino Spino, Dominus top, ready to try and get some movement going, but they're just getting pushed, hit, pulled, knocked up, and eliminated as the Crocodile is gone, just like in Happy Gilmore.
Oh, this is fantastic. They definitely needed a shutdown, and they're able to get a tower off of that. They do trade towers, but Talia is going to try to protect it. Pulling the wall, separating them, doesn't stop the Ashe. Towers will be traded. Gold going to both teams, but that shutdown is a part of the path forward. As to understanding this game, I just want to keep building upon that fatigue theory that I'm having here. Zoltan, I think you can correct me on this, you might be more familiar with him than I am, but Zoltan Kovics, I think is his name. I certainly butchered that. Wrote the book called The Invisible Game Mindset of a Winning Team. It's a phenomenal book that I would recommend to a lot of beginning coaches, anybody looking to get into it. But he has this, what he calls the ABC comps, which are compositions that vary on their difficulty.
Oh, wrong one. That's our ABCs here at Time. We always blame Chris, our producer. Like, it's always his fault.
Oh, no worries. But the ABC comps are comps that vary in level of difficulty and execution. So you play your more difficult compositions early in the series when you're more alert and more aware, and then later in the series you take easier to execute champions. And we do see a very easy combo with MF and Maokai here, which could be an indication of wanting something simpler, something easier that you don't have to use a lot of brain power on. Because fatigue is a very real and tangible experience that comes into esports, especially in longer series or at events like today where you have to play multiple series back to back. They didn't get a lot of time to recover in between matches. About 15 minutes break, use the bathroom, grab a quick bite, take a sip, get your notes, and boom, lobby number 2 for another long series.
Yeah, they got to lock in now for this one, as it is going to be another objective handed over for free here, as ZA are just going to have the time of their lives picking these ones up, as Albino Spino going to be the one left to rot, left to dry on the other side. The healing, not enough, but the flash and the dash will be. They're burning everything to get here, but will they be able to? Retrosing will also get down here. Xiao Dani now taking a lot of damage from that tower, but tower damage will reset. It is Silas versus the world, as there's no one else able to help them here. Flash is available. Flash was used. The dash comes through. Xiao Dani trying to close that gap, but tower for Rift Herald. But if we look on the other side of the map and head towards that mid lane, Rift Herald has been spawned. It is a tier 1 for a tier 2 and a crash from that Rift Herald. Things are getting messy.
Things are escalating. The game state continues to evolve, and this is great on ZA. I don't know if you saw the arrow that came from Beebs, but they were able to go down there and delay the time. It saved the Renekton, but delay the time that it took to take that tower, gave more time to build that mid lane push, and now they're able to pivot from that into Dragon, which would give them soul point. One Dragon away from getting the soul.
This is one thing that I will credit ZA with throughout their Titan series and throughout this series as well, in games where there's even game states and you don't have an Ivern. When they make a play and when they make a decision, it comes off the back of them wanting an objective. If they have Ivern, it ruins everything. We're not going to talk about the Ivern anymore. But it's one of those things where ZA, they take a fight in the idea of taking an objective, not to take a fight. While I see a lot of teams in OQs over the years, they take fights because it looks favorable, and even if they win, they get nothing off it. But ZA have it locked that if we're taking a fight, we're getting something from it. So they're going with this one. Sejuani's in trouble. They'll just step back their best that they can. They'll try not to overfight this one, and look, they somehow turn it around. That's an easy win for them. But look how slow they're playing. They're taking their time with it. They're like, we don't really need to go for this. Retrosing's walking forward. They could have chased that if they didn't have an objective to take after it, but they're like, no, we're cool. Play it slow.
Play it slow. They don't have to take the risk. There is the possible to return to the upset there, and they had a lot of their players low. They used a lot of tools to survive the initial onset. Just take the lead, reset, and be in a favorable position for the next play. And that's how they maintain their lead, which is what they want. It wasn't the fight, it wasn't the opportunity. Like Ashe ult missed there. Maokai tries to seize on that, goes for Sejuani, he gets isolated there. She's able to escape, but gets knocked up and pulled back. Ashe is forced to flash. They all live, while everybody else is very healthy. They don't want to chase up. Sejuani can't dive back in. Ashe is one skill shot away from getting dropped as well. They're just reset, go for the next play, and they did. Look, you see they're at the Auticon now, preparing, setting it up, hopefully not throwing the game or redoing what's been done in game one over it. You know, but caution, a word to the wise. Now Sejuani is caught here again.
Yeah, but they're fine with this. They're trying to get some vision. They ended up losing it. The Atacán might be lost in the terms, but look at the way they're set up. They're set up with calmness in mind. They're not trying to overforce plays. They're not looking for picks. Everything is just very calm and collected. And in the replay, we even saw it there. Albino Spino walks into the river, is standing going back and forth, calls off. Okay, I'm not going forward. Even though I'm full health, Dominus ready, want to fight. I'm going to listen to my team and trust them and not overforce on anything. And the way they do it is just... I can't give ZA enough credit for how well they play these situations. And I really do hope we get to see them go far into this one, because they beat Titan and I want whoever beat Titan to make it all the way. But I really want to see how well they can do this. I have a really, really good respect for ZA now. Apart from that last game, we're not going to talk about that either. But the Jin Zhao game especially, for every time that my hero went so aggressive, they knew what they were doing. They always felt in control in those moments. And yeah, I really like the playstyle coming from these. Even if I perfectly predicted a draft from them, apart from Desira, I'm starting to get a good feel for this team and starting to enjoy the way they play, and they can swap their carries at an instant. And it seems like RetroZing is just as much of a hard carry as we saw from Bebsy in game one. And Albino Spino controlling the top side in the Titan series was a really, really good watch as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this team can close this out one, because this closing out is the most important part of the game. If you can't finish the game, it doesn't matter how you get to your strengths and high goal differences. If you can't close it, you're not a good team.
You know, the early game, the mid game is a great way to set up that advantage to close it out. It's a matter of probability. You have to be able to execute on it, but it gets easier and easier the way that you play the early and the mid, and so those advantages are huge. And we can see that Soul is going to be a win condition for them. Now, if Elder comes up on the map and comes on the map early, it is a possible way for the game to get reversed, which is something to be cautious about. But they are likely to win a lot of these fights based on stats. And I think like the MF and Abesso combo we saw in that one fight was a phenomenal execution. The problem was they just didn't have enough damage. It was a matter of stats. An instance to where these successful objectives and goal differentials make all the difference.
Yeah, there has to be a name for that combo, like Misfortune and Bessa combining also. Like, it has to be like Court Martial or something. It's like public execution, but with guns. No? Right?
No, like, you know, that it works. You might be onto something. There could be some more clever ideas. I don't have them on me today.
Yeah, I left them at home. The other pants, they're in my jeans. They're in my good pockets. But let's see here.
Oh, TP coming in.
Yeah, this is the fight they want to take, because they know that Drake is coming up, and they want to either attempt to take the fight before the Drake starts and win it out, or find the... Oh, here's a flank. Look at the Silas. Takes the Maokai, sets this up nicely. Lead wall will set up Bebsy to be separated from the fight, as the fight is all in, all out. Albino Spino in a lot of trouble. Will go down in the end. RetroZing now in the 1v1 versus the Wukong. Not the fight you wanted. They have to try and peel back off of this one. There is a cleanse available for the Ashe, but they are knocked back in. No flash to get away. It is coming off of cooldown as they do manage to get out of the fight, but that is a great fight coming in from UCI. Great split coming through, and Zhao Dani, I said it, it is something about this Talia pick that I think makes it the S tier mid laner.
That, you know, I am surprised, shocked even. I did not think that was going to happen. I thought with the flank from Silas, That was a beautiful setup. They were going to burst them out, take the targets, take the soul, and close out the game. But UCI, always the one never to let us on to what they're cooking, are able to turn the fight around. How do they do that?
It's as soon as Bebsy is eliminated from the fight by Zhao Dani here. So once that Thalia wall comes through, Bebsy cannot follow up. So see here, Silas, really good ult. Lands really well. Cleanse comes through. They get onto the Misfortune, flashed away from.
5v3.
Look where the Zyra and the Ashe are. So the ult from Zyra never comes through. The zone control that would have been applied there from the Zyra ult would have been enough for them to set up correctly. But at this point, it's too far gone. They don't have that Renekton to help peel. That big beef wall that stays in the front of the fight and doesn't die is dead. And yeah, it's just an easy chase down from here. Maokai flashing onto the back will finish off, and the triple kill will come true from the Thalia. And that is my utility mid laner.
Yeah, Zhao Dani proving that they were down but not out, picking up a significant number of kills. Now should be on par, even exceeding the strength of the Silas in terms of gold. Down 1 kill, but up 40 CS. Dang, from 0 to hero in an instant. I you know, poked fun. I want to say poked fun, but I made a negative comment about that first ult. But that second one just sealed the deal. Got to give respect where it is earned. Well played, Danny.
Yeah, the one thing that's standing out to me now is the difference in TPs between Strompest and Albino Spino. The fight does break out and the TP cannot be stopped by the Renekton in time. It could very easily lead to a 4 versus 5 situation for ZA, which means Renekton has to be very wary of whereabouts they want to be, as this Baron looks like something they want to start. Same with the Akatan. Everything's kind of up in the air right now for UCI to make the play, while it's on ZA to read the play correctly. But right now, Renekton's still comfortable with those grubs, trying to set up to get those towers down, keep that side lane pressure very strong with those 2 items. Sterix will help keep them alive in the Mbessa 1v1, but that Spear Shojin, as Mbessa gets rolling and rolling, will get that damage down eventually. So has to be very cautious how they play these ones, as they do have assistance coming down. Onto that, they will spot the Thalia out. They're starting to ping that out now as well. Here comes the wall. It's going to be very tough for Albino Spino to get out of this one. No flash available. Knocked back in. There's also grievous wounds available. They're trying their best, but Arakan has been started. We can see the side of UCI starting to get up there, but will they get there in time? Because that's a lot of damage coming through.
I think they will. I mean, both Thalia and Mbessa have the TPs. They can follow up immediately if they wanted to, but they got to wait for the team to get close enough. Now, that half HP, the trigger has to be pulled soon, and it seems like ZA is backing off. If they do that, though, UCI could steal it back.
It's a winning play. It's a winning play from UCI. So they're not out down and out. The gold lead is actually now back to even as well. So gold is now negligible in terms of the items as long as it is spent. Gold has to be spent to be useful. No good in the inventories, but it's this Drake. It's the 1.5 minute Drake that's coming up that is going to be the difference maker. A second Drake for UCI buys them another 5 minutes. That last one for ZA spells disaster because there's only one form of grievous wounds on the team so far, and it is on Zhao Dani.
I will say it looks like UCI is not a burst heavy comp. They do have some burst options, but will be sustained fights, and that's the Dragon Soul you want for a sustained fight. You get a lot of value out of Ocean Drake the longer the fight goes, because it is health per second on the health regen every time you deal damage, meaning, you know, they are setting themselves up favorably if they can get that soul. However, as you stated, if UCI can deny it, that's 5 more minutes for them to cause an upset, to create an opportunity, or for ZA to throw. A cleanse comes out, but is matched by the Ashe Arrow and the Silas, and we see MF go down. This could be the opportunity. A key player of UCI is down and out for the count for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, they will not be in time for that Drake, and that is the plan coming true for the side of ZA, as Sejuani fires over that wall with absolutely no fear. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, Misfortune's down for the Drake fight. There is going to be many pings heading towards that mid, because both teams are fighting to try to get that mid pressure, as one team wants to go towards that Baron, one wants to go towards that Drake. Drake could be very easily taken here in trade for it, as Renekton back to getting bullied.
He's doing a heck of a time staying alive there. been able to handle the onslaught for a brief second, buying his team time to take the Drake and perhaps return and retaliate on the Drake. That time, the few seconds he bought may be just enough for the interruption of UCI's Baron.
Yeah, but they do have Garika now walking up towards that Baron as well, as RetroZing is just walking in, no fear, wants to go, misses the second part of the chains, and here comes the fight. Bebzy so far untouched, free firing now, able to get all the damage they want onto the Wukong as one will fall. Maokai down, they'll continue going forward with Silas now in the face of the bullet time, will go down Rosethorn. Ash, it is just an absolute wipe coming through from UCI, but Baron has been stopped, and that's the most important thing. They have the Drake, they have the ability to step back out of this one, they got everything they needed. Deaths be damned, they've set themselves perfectly.
That's exactly what they need. 13-14. Goal differential favor of UCI. They were, after that fight, able to build a little bit of lead, but that goal differential means less and less as the game goes on, as it represents a smaller and smaller portion of the pool. We can see through the replay here, the positioning of the Baron fight. Silas comes in, steals the Wukong ult. Maokai initiates with the ult, tries to get on the Sejuani, get access to the bat line by pushing them forward, but is then collapsed upon by the ZA team.
Yeah, some really, really good work coming through from Bebzy there, but they're still not quite the Ash level they need to be at. Rosethorn manages to survive, get into the back, and look at Garika now finally joining the fight. Lines up, sends in the bullet time, and it just rips through the rest. Z-Score still getting hit, gets launched back in, nowhere to go, and positioning is just eaten. As Bebzy managing to dodge a couple of bits there as the big rock comes through from Talia, but as we go back to live, Rosethorn very angrily taking those Raptors. Very angrily.
In the replay, I got to see it. The time taken to strategically place the ult made a big difference. Zyra was cut off. She had to go all the way around or walk through the bullet storm. And she decided to walk through the bullet time, but got knocked back into it by Zhao Danny. Just the small details give you a lot of appreciation for the power of these players.
Oh, but Ruinous Alcan just gets taken immediately by ZA, and here comes the rest of the fight. RetroZing once again taking them out. Kyle, they're trying to get onto the backside. Will be Talia straight into that Zhonya's, but they're managing to take out the Sejuani on the other side. They don't want to fight this anymore as the bot lane has left. Bebzy and Z-Score are gone, and Renekton manages to flash away from that public execution, and they may not have gotten the roses, but they got the prize.
I wouldn't speak too far about that just yet, because being forced back like that does mean that UCI has an advantage on the Baron, but ZA isn't going to let it go uncontested. TP comes in from the back line for the Renekton, trying to get the flank here.
No
jungler here.
Check. Oh, it will be a smite check, but no, it will be Misfortune's getting an immediate double kill as they attempt to steal that one off. It is just a hold, smite, and wait for Wukong, but Albino Spino now in a lot of trouble as they've just given over 2 more kills and now make that 3 as UCI. They're making a charge to get back into this one. They've got the gold lead. They may have lost the soul, but they've got Baron. They can get some towers now.
They made a significant gold lead. They only had, about last time I commented on it, 700 gold, 300 gold ahead. I believe that was only 2-3 minutes ago. But now they're up by 4,000, which is a much more prevalent, much more significant amount of gold. Not only do they have this gold advantage that they just spent after the recall, but they do have the Baron push, and they still have about 20 seconds on the map where they have an advantage, a man advantage. And so ZA is on the back foot. They have to respond to the plays that UCI is making. Hit my tongue.
Yeah, this is going to be another one of those games that just goes on and on before we ping pong from base to base and see what happens, right? It's going to be the exact same as game 1. Do I hear a please God no? Anyone?
It's a back and forth and go either way. I got to be a little bit more careful here, so I don't hurt myself again. But MF is able to take that bot side tower, with 5 towers being on the side of UCI now, a definitive sign that they are in the lead and they are driving this game. We could see what appears to be a reversal in the way that the game is being played, is being closed out. ZA had a dominant start, but that domination is now being challenged.
Yeah, and it's all coming down to the scaling picks here, with Talia just consistently getting stronger and stronger, and Wukong being such an incredibly strong jungler in the current meta, and Renekton just getting absolutely chewed out in every single fight. And the longer this goes, the more grievous wounds will be inflicted. The longer those fights go on, the fast Wukong will be able to stack up and stay tanky in these, and Sejuani not finding the angles they need to right now. And what is the plan here from the side of ZA to try and get to those cannons, stop them slowly chunking away on their towers as their base is just getting forced open consistently? And one way to do it is spawn 100 plants.
Another way is they can just remove the toolkit. If they can't win the game, if they can't win with the tools, remove the toolkit. They did this before. They used the Ash Hope, and the Sejuani, they got the pick on the MF, and they were able to build the opportunity to get that Dragon Soul. And so if they can't win in a straight 5-5 fight, they just have to avoid the 5-5 fight. Send Renekton to the side, get them to split up, and then use your pick opportunities to initiate a fight when somebody's out of position. If they can find them, get the information, get the vision to make that happen, they can change this game around. It's not over. They're not out. They have a lot of things going for them. It's a matter of if, when, and where.
And where?
I think fighting in the
Sejuani ult is the biggest thing here. As we see Sylas once again take the Maokai ulti in preparation for some sort of flank, but I think Sylas has started to be outscaled here now in this, as the Darksteel now has 0 stacks. He is missing some of those ability points as they are going for it. Ashe ult goes wide, big swing and a big miss. Sejuani does manage to land one onto Zhao Dani, but the Elder Drake's now in 7,000 health. It slightly reset as Mbessa eliminates Albino out of it, as we see Rosethorn finally getting into the backside. There's the bullet time, going to send everyone backwards, but no, it is going to be Elder or UCI. A big fight, big win. Zhao Dani taking out that jungler.
Oh, I think that's it. That's going to be the upset here. Now, a ZA is on the back foot. They have to run. They have to stay alive. But if they get poked out, that burn's going to cook them alive.
It is going to cook them alive, as Bebsy doing their very best to escape. They don't get spotted out by that Rift Scuttler. And, well, Sylas, that's not something you're meant to be able to do.
Well, he was able to do it. It looks like Ashe did not get out. Looked like they were going to, but they got discovered and got eliminated. But Zyra was able to recall to match the Mbessa. Mbessa trying to threaten them, leveraging the amount of time it takes to try to get away to get a crack. They do take the front gate down, but they still need to get to the inhib. A fight has to break out, and ZA just needs to keep the space. We do see an engage from the Sylas, though, which is interesting considering that there's 2 people there with the Elder buff. But they're unfazed. Like they're
forcing here. They were hoping that a little more speed would have come out from the rest of the collapsing members. But Zhao Dani flashes forward, tries to set them up. Public execution straight onto the Zyra. Z-Store goes down. Elder takes out 2. Looking for the 3rd. Albino Spino goes. And that is game. UCI have taken it as a triple kill comes true, as Gorica will finish them off. Misfortune is just built that way as they're lining up to try and finish off Bebsy as well on the fountain. There's the bullet time. There's the ace. Back to ace. And UCI in a surprising game 3 take out CA.
That is frustrating. That is, I can imagine from, what looks to be a surefire victory back from the jaws of defeat. UCI is able to take it back, and I spoke earlier that the teams had a opportunity to make a choice. There are 2 teams out there, those that make excuses and those that are dedicated to finding the reason to be successful, the choice to be successful, or make the excuses for it. And one thing I tell my teams a lot is that there are lessons and victories, and that's what the L stands for. And so I'm hoping that we will see CA come back from this, rise back from the ashes ever stronger, and have a dominant display in the next open qualifiers. I hope to see them again.
Yeah, 100%. They are a really, really good team, and they did manage to take out our beloved Titan as well in the first series of the day. As I've obviously been here for both series now, and I've been here for, 5 hours. I've watched a lot of League of Legends, but UCI in that game, I think game 2 was a little bit of a throwaway. I'm going to be honest there. It was a little bit of a strange draft, and I wasn't too happy with it. But game 3, Zhao Dani, a player that I've casted a lot of over the last year, Zhao Dani absolutely destroyed that game 3. That Talia, for everything that happened in the mid lane, with them giving everything to Retrozing and Mahiru constantly being in that mid lane. I think it was 3-0 Sylas for Joe Danny to just buckle up, lock in, and get back into that game was absolutely incredible. And a big shout out to Garika as well on that misfortune, just constantly staying safe, great bullet times, great positioning. And yeah, it was a great one to watch in UCI. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to continue this run through the losers bracket. And I'm kind of want to go back and watch them play against the Near Airport team to see how those games went, because they seem very strong, and Near Airport have some absolute inters on their team.
Near Airport has interest? What? They're one of the top teams. Okay, I see what you're doing there. But Near Airport is a strong team, and UCI, I'd be curious to see how they performed, but they did show that they didn't lose, again, because they weren't great. They just weren't better. But in this case, they're still a strong and phenomenal team, and they displayed that for all to see. They're going to get their comeback opportunity. I do think UCI is going to be one of those teams that has a high probability of climbing through the losers bracket. I'm going to be cheering and watching their games going forward. I'm really excited to see what they do.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what they can do. And commiserations to ZA. You did well to take down Titan, but you couldn't take down UCI. Can't wait to see you all in the next open qualifier. So yeah, we are going to jump over, and I think we're going to go raid Aegis on the other side. So everyone go say hello to Slayer. Someone has jumped on Titan before. I have a lot of love for Slayer. I'm not sure who's casting with him, as I only got to see Slayer put that on his Twitter. So everyone, please go and be very nice to everyone over at Aegis. We will see you all very, very soon.
Let them know our audience is bigger.
Tomorrow. We're back tomorrow. Yeah, let them know Titan are better.
We're back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow.
Back tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll see you all very, very soon. I'm going to bed. Peace. Good luck. Much love. Adios.